Chapter 1, A Boy in the Poor Mountains and Bad Waters. Chapter 1, A Boy in the Poor Mountains and Bad Waters. Douluo City, a city affiliated to the Tiandu Empire, got its name because it is close to Douluo Gorge where poisonous soul beasts gather. It is a city built on poor mountains and bad waters. The only pillar industry in the city is the hunting of soul beasts in Douluo Gorge, but because poison attribute soul masters do not have an advantage on the Douluo continent, and medical and poison techniques are not well developed on the Douluo continent, the city's income cannot be compared with those cities close to other large soul beast gathering places. At noon, the spirit hall in Douluo City was already crowded with people. Dozens of nobles and spirit masters were waiting with their children for the appointed time to come. This season is autumn, the season of harvest, and also the season for awakening martial spirits in Douluo continent every year. During this period, the awakening soul masters affiliated with the spirit hall will go to each village with a spirit hall under the assignment of their superiors to awaken the martial spirits for children. Residents living in the city will go to the spirit hall in the city to awaken martial spirits on their own. Although the big families and nobles have all awakened internally, there is no one in the city of Douluo who has reached this level. According to the custom of Douluo City, nobles and soul master families will bring their children to the spirit hall on a designated day to let the person in charge of the spirit hall awaken them. This day is not only the day for awakening the spirit, but also the day for communication and exchange between families. Families whose children awaken good spirits and high spirit power are superior, while families whose children do not awaken good spirits and spirit power are ignored. Many families will discuss cooperation and marriage at this time. This has been an unwritten rule in Douluo City for hundreds of years. Although it is not a famous festival, it is no less important. There are only 15 children who awakened their martial spirits this year, which is considered a relatively small number of people. However, there are dozens of nobles and soul masters waiting here, which is far more than the children waiting to awaken their martial spirits. The nobles and soul masters were just having simple conversations. Most people were focusing on their awakening and were just passing the time by chatting with each other according to etiquette. About a quarter of an hour later, the person in charge of the local spirit hall came out. He was an old man who looked to be over 80 years old. His skin was as dry as an old tree and his eyes were cloudy. He looked like he was about to die. However, no one dared to look down on this old man. Because no matter how old the other party is, he is also a member of the Spirit Hall, a soul emperor, and a bishop who has been stationed in Douluo City for decades under the orders of the Pope. Even the Lord of Douluo City did not dare to be disrespectful when seeing this old man. It's the day to awaken the martial soul again. The old man raised his head and looked around, glanced at the faces around him, and then sighed unconsciously. The soul power in his body surged slightly, and 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, appeared on his body. The old palm was slightly raised at some point, and a vine with a texture like rock emerged from his palm and slowly fell to his feet. I am Yan Jun, the headmaster of the Spirit Hall. My spirit is Yan Teng, and I am a level 67 control-type combat spirit master. Therefore, I will preside over this year's spirit awakening. Awake children, step out. The old man named Yan Jun was talking to himself, not paying attention to the gazes of others. Following his command, the children who had been instructed came out from beside their elders and lined up in an orderly manner in front of the old man. Seeing this, the old man nodded slightly, then waved his hand slightly to the side. After receiving the order, several soul masters wearing the Spirit Hall uniforms immediately stepped forward and set up a qualified awakening formation between the old man and the child. Children, step out. Yan Jun said calmly. He is already 94 years old this year, which is a long life even for a soul master. At this age, there are very few things that he cares about. At this time, he no longer cares about the names and origins of the awakened children. Apart from the angel god and the spirit hall, he cares about almost nothing in this world. He only cares about his blood relatives who are separated by generations. He no longer cares about the eyes of others. If he wasn't afraid of ruining the relationship and leaving a mess for the soul master arranged by the spirit hall to take over his shift, he wouldn't even bother to come out and awaken the spirits for these children. Following the old man's voice, the fat man at the front of the line stood up and entered the formation. Yanjun raised his hand, and his soul power surged. The formation under the fat man's feet glowed slightly, and bits of light surged up and sank into his body little by little. Children from soul master families and aristocratic families all know what it means to awaken a martial soul, so they naturally don't need anyone to remind them. After a moment, the little fat boy let out an unconscious neigh, and his originally slightly round body began to shrink. A pair of slightly funny ears grew out of his golden hair. Beast martial soul, test the innate soul power. Yanjun turned over his right palm, and a crystal ball appeared in his hand. The slightly chubby child took the crystal ball, soul power poured into it, and the crystal ball emitted a faint light. Innate soul power level 2.5, no, innate soul power level 3, martial soul is leopard cat? But the quality seems a bit low. No matter what, he can become a soul master after all. Yanjun took the crystal ball and waved to the chubby child. The child who had awakened the leopard cat spirit immediately walked out of the awakening formation and ran to the crowd on the side. Then, there were waves of discussions. The second son of the city lord's family really still has the leopard cat spirit, but his innate spirit power is not as good as the city lord and the eldest son. Back then, the city lord had a 4th level innate spirit power. Although the eldest son's innate spirit power is not as good as the city lord's, it is also a 3.5 level. It will be no problem for him to become a spirit master in the future. The second young master's soul power is around level 3. It seems that it will be difficult for him to compare with the first young master in the future, right? Hey, who knows what will happen in the future? A while ago, the eldest son had his leg broken by the city lord because he was fighting with him for a woman. He hasn't been out for a few days. It's hard to say who will take the position in the future. Makes sense. Ahem, silence. Hearing the noisy sounds around him, Yanjun coughed lightly, and the sound was absorbed into the ears of everyone around him under the effect of his soul power. The originally slightly noisy scene immediately became quiet. Next kid, come in. As the next child entered the awakening formation, Yanjun, who was originally a little absent-minded, was slightly stunned. His originally cloudy eyes became clear, and even his dead look became a little more serious. Yanjun had been awakening martial spirits for more than 1,000 children in Douluo City since he was 50 years old. However, Yanjun had never seen such a special child before today. Please collect my new book. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Poisonous Martial Spirit. Chapter 2, Poisonous Martial Spirit. Although Yanjun is now old and about to die, he was also a person who had made his way on the mainland when he was young. Although his brain is not as sharp as it was in the past, the accumulated experience still gives him a unique vision. The child in front of him was not only much stronger than the children he had awakened before, but also had a huge difference in spirit. Although the child in front of him was wearing aristocratic clothes, Yanjun could still tell at a glance that the child had an extremely strong body, with thick wrists and ankles, muscles on his forearms and calves, and a well-proportioned body. There was no part of his body that looked abrupt due to excessive exercise, but rather he was in a harmonious state. Obviously, he maintained a strong and sturdy figure among his peers while also taking into account the training of explosive power. This is quite rare for a child before awakening his martial spirit. He had short, sparse black hair and sparkling eyes. Although he was just standing there, his posture was not like those of a child from an ordinary noble family. Instead, it was that of a combat spirit master who had undergone years of training. If this child was placed in a crowd, Yanjun might not be able to tell. But with the dozen or so children behind him and the city lord's child as a comparison, Yan Jun could still clearly detect the difference between them. And most importantly, if other children are praying that they can awaken excellent innate soul power at this stage, then this child is confident that he can awaken excellent innate soul power for some reason. If this kind of look was seen on an ordinary person, Yan Jun would have regarded it as blind self-confidence. However, as he looked at the other person's body that was obviously the result of hard training, Yan Jun actually began to believe in the other person's confidence. He remembered that when he was traveling around the continent, the soul masters he met who came from high-level sects, had strong backgrounds, and had undergone hard training since childhood seemed to have the same look in their eyes. Pretending to be mature is not the same as being truly mature. Some people are just born different. Yan Jun has awakened his martial spirit for decades and is very clear about this. Some people are famous at level 50, while others are unknown at level 60. Some people are born in humble families but can be made marquises and generals, while others are born in noble families but end up achieving nothing. With the same background and talent, the same martial spirit and soul power, some people are far better than others. If it was 20 years earlier, if he had come across such a child, and if the other party had awakened a good talent, Yan Jun would not mind taking him in as a disciple. If it was 10 years ago, if he had come across such a child, Yan Jun would also want to establish a good relationship with him, perhaps the other party would take care of his descendants in the future. But, Yan Jun feels that he is too old now and there is no point in doing such a thing. I can live for another 10 or 8 years at most. Even if I am born with full soul power, at that age I will be at most a soul master. It will be a long time before I grow up. What relationship will it have with me in the future? Kid, what's your name? Yan Jun sighed in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. My name is Chen Ming, and I'm from the Fei Qi Chen family. The boy raised his head, with a gentle smile on his face, and said his name to Yan Jun. The Chen family. Come, awaken your martial spirit. Hearing this name, Yan Jun was slightly startled, obviously remembering something, but he did not say anything more. Instead, he let Chen Ming enter the formation to awaken his martial soul. At Yan Jun's command, Chen Ming entered the magic circle. As Yan Jun injected soul power, the magic circle under his feet emitted light, and light spots rose from the formation and poured into his body. If the light emitted by the awakening formation when the child of the city lord was awakened was 1, then when Chen Ming was awakened, the number of light spots rising from the awakening formation was at least 3. Even an ignorant bystander could find something wrong. A large number of light spots leaped out from the formation and were absorbed by Chen Ming. As time passed, a special power gradually surged out of Chen Ming's body. This force condensed and rose in Chen Ming's body, and then as if breaking through an invisible barrier, Chen Ming's body began to undergo tremendous changes. Along with the sound of cloth tearing, a long emerald green scorpion tail extended from Chen Ming's spine, and green light emerged from his dantian, covering his body. His body, which originally seemed huge among his peers, swelled up at this moment as if it was inflated. His wrists and ankles became particularly thick, and a layer of emerald green carapace with a metallic texture appeared on his forearms, making him look as if he was wearing a thick arm guard. Emerald green light enveloped the scorpion tail and arms behind him. As his soul power surged instinctively, a fishy and sweet smell slowly spread in the air. Although Yan Jun had never thought that Chen Ming could make such a big noise, but because he was well aware of the Chen family's inherited green phosphorus scorpion martial spirit's strong poison, Yan Jun subconsciously used his soul power to wrap himself up the moment the green light appeared on Chen Ming's body. As it turned out, Yan Jun was right. Although it was only for a moment, as the fishy and sweet smell spread in the air. The children who had not yet awakened their martial spirits and were not far from Chen Ming were immediately affected. Some of them wanted to run away, but the poison affected their nerves and they tripped themselves to the ground. They waved their hands wildly, pulling down other children around them, causing those who were still shocked or had not yet reacted to stumble to the ground. In excitement, These children breathed deeply, letting the sweet and fishy smell in the air quickly rush into their bodies. Under the stimulation of tension and toxins, their bodies began to twitch unconsciously, and their hands and feet were either waving wildly or howling in fear, causing the condition of the children next to them to become worse. Seeing this happening, Yan Jun's face turned dark, and he shook his wrist slightly. The rock vine that was originally standing on the ground like a crutch immediately came to life, turning into soft vines that lifted up the children who had fallen to the ground, and then slowly injected the soft soul power into their bodies along the vines. Where are the adults from the Chen family? Hurry up and get the antidote. Yan Jun turned around and shouted to the crowd. As he shouted, the crowd who had not yet reacted finally understood what was happening. With a commotion, a thin man immediately squeezed out of the crowd, came to the children, and took out a bead that seemed to be carved out of some kind of wood from his arms. As the soul power was injected, the wooden beads emitted a fragrance that gradually eased the fishy sweetness in the air. The children controlled by Yan Teng gradually calmed down under this fragrance, but Yan Jun's face was still not good. Because Yan Jun knew that although the thing the man took out of his hand could indeed quickly detoxify to a certain extent, the fragrance itself also carried a certain degree of toxins. Although the effect could only make people tired, it was also difficult for children without soul power to resist. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Innate Soul Power Level 5? Chapter 3, Innate Soul Power Level 5? How should I put it? This is the trend in Douluo City. There are not many poison soul masters in Douluo continent, but there are few who are not poison soul masters in Douluo City. If you eat in this place, there is a high probability that there will be some poisonous things in the food. Either it was added by someone, or it got in by itself. There are almost no rats in the huge city, because there are too many snakes in this damn place. The main source of protein for the civilians in this area is the spicy snacks that are brought into the houses. Anyone who can't catch a snake with bare hands without getting hurt is not eligible to find a partner. Children aged 4 or 5 fight insects, and the insects they fight are all poisonous insects such as scorpions and centipedes. In Douluo City, even the water sources are somewhat poisonous. There have even been cases where a water-based spirit master trained in the water sources near Douluo City and poisoned himself to death. The reason why Douluo City is close to a large gathering place of poisonous spirit beasts but is still half dead is because of the harsh living environment. 9 out of 10 spirit masters here are good at poison, and the remaining ones are most likely to have poison resistance. Spirit masters from other places will either become extinct or evolve to be poisonous or poison resistant after a few generations here. This place treats toxins, and the main idea is to fight poison with poison. If you can survive, you live, otherwise you die. Survival of the fittest. There are no bandits around the city. After all, even the city is full of poisons, and there is no soil for bandits to survive in the surrounding mountains and forests. A blade of grass in the mountains may turn into a poisonous soul beast under the pollution of the poison and jump up to attack people. Here, being killed by wheat is a low probability event, but it is by no means impossible. Not to mention the Tiandu Empire, in the entire Douluo continent, Douluo City is famous for its tough folks. Even when the continent was in turmoil, no one would dare to risk their lives to attack this damn place, Douluo City. After the fragrance lingered for a while, the children calmed down, but their faces looked a little tired and their bodies were weak. Although this scent can knock down an average adult male, this is Douluo City after all, and children have good resistance to poison. Moreover, these are all children from soul master families, and the martial spirits they inherit are either poisonous or anti-poisonous, so there won't be overly fragile children. In other words, in this place where you can find a toxin every 3 steps and a poison every 10 steps, the most vulnerable children will not live to the age of 6. Seeing their own children being pulled up, most of the adults who were watching the fun on the sidelines were too lazy to do anything and instead focused their attention on Chen Ming. The Chen family has been in Douluo City for more than 500 years, and their family martial spirit, the Emerald Scorpion, is well known in the city. This kind of martial soul and the corresponding soul beast have many names, and besides the emerald scorpion, the most well-known name is the green phosphorus scorpion. This martial spirit, along with the green-scaled snake, green-scaled centipede, green-scaled gecko, and green-scaled toad, is collectively known as the green phosphorus 5 poisons, and is recognized as a highly poisonous creature in the world. Its toxicity kills instantly, and its close-range attack and defense capabilities are also first-rate. Even if you look at the Douluo continent, it can be considered a superior martial spirit. Perhaps because they have spent too much time in Douluo City, a place full of poisons, the Chen family's emerald scorpion is not only more poisonous than other emerald scorpion spirits on Douluo continent, but it is also more bizarre and changeable, making it difficult to prevent and even difficult to target. The quality of his martial spirit is unmatched in the entire Douluo City. There are 3 major forces in Douluo City. One is the City Lord's Mansion, because they represent the official face of the Tiandu Empire. The second is the Wuhan Hall in the city. The name of the Holy Land of Soul Masters is a golden signboard for thousands of years. The third is the Chen family, because this family is really good at fighting. Just because their ancestors had lived together for hundreds of years, these people also knew that the Chen family's martial spirit had a fatal flaw for a soul master family. At this moment, what these people cared about was whether Chen Ming had inherited this flaw. Try your soul power. Be careful not to break the crystal ball. Your strength is not at the same level as before. Yan Jun handed the crystal ball to Chen Ming and his eyes were focused on the crystal ball. Having stayed in Douluo City for decades, he knew exactly what each family's martial spirit was like. He also naturally understood the flaws in the Chen family's inheritance. Chen Ming is in this condition, so it is impossible that he is without soul power, but the level of his soul power is a big problem. Chen Ming bit his lip and reached out to take the crystal ball. With the infusion of soul power, the crystal ball gradually lit up. The light was not strong, but it attracted everyone's attention. Innate soul power, level 5. Looking at the light of the crystal ball, Yan Jun was full of surprise, and his eyes, which were originally narrowed into a slit, couldn't help but open. Level 5, a relatively high level for an average spirit master, but not too high. Yan Jun was also level 5 back then. And there have been several people who have awakened to level 5 and above over the years. But the problem is that Chen Ming's level 5 is different. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the martial soul, the higher the level of innate soul power should be. High-quality martial souls rarely have low-level soul power, but the Chen family's Emerald Scorpion is one of those rare ones. The Emerald Scorpion martial soul of this family is of extremely high quality. From the attribute point of view, it can be regarded as a top-level martial soul. However, the problem is that it has a big problem with its innate soul power. The martial souls awakened by this family are basically around level 2 or 3, and level 4 innate soul power is extremely rare. In the past 100 years, more and more members of this family have been unable to awaken their soul power, and most of them cannot even become soul masters. A family that has been in Douluo City for 500 years now has no more than 10 soul masters, and nearly half of them are married from outside. There are only a few with the Emerald Scorpion spirit. The Jade Scorpion's martial spirit is of high quality, so it is easy to pass on to future generations, but it has defects, and the future generations are likely to have no innate spirit power, causing the Jade Scorpion to become an ordinary scorpion with relatively high toxicity. This is an almost unsolvable vicious cycle for the Spirit Master family. Other families in the city did not even dare to marry into the Chen family, for fear of introducing the Chen family's bloodline, causing their own descendants to not be able to awaken their innate spirit power. More than 500 years ago, when Douluo City was just built in that haunted place called Douluo Gorge, the first city lord was from the Chen family. The entire Douluo City was almost the private land of the Chen family. Later, because of his low innate soul power, he retired from the position of city lord and then gradually declined. In recent decades, other families in Douluo City have been discussing that within 100 years, the Chen family will probably completely withdraw from the ranks of soul masters because they cannot awaken a child with innate soul power, and in the end they may not even be able to retain their noble titles. Chen Ming's martial soul and innate soul power were obviously different from those of ordinary emerald scorpions, which made the people watching on the side suspicious. Did the Chen family get lucky, and when their martial spirit was about to die, a benign mutation occurred? Not only did the quality improve, but the ancestral low spirit power problem was also solved? Regardless of other factors, in a small place like Douluo City, a level 5 innate spirit power is also a genius level. With such a person, the Chen family can at least hold on for a few more decades. If they can hold on and the spirit problem is really solved, then Douluo City will really change. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Gambling Monster? Poison Monster. Chapter 4 Gambling Monster? Poison Monster. Feeling the looks from the people around him, Chen Ming felt both excited and helpless. Yes, he is not a native of Douluo world, but a traveler from a certain blue planet. Before he traveled through time, he was a failed novelist who barely supported himself with his royalties. His only special skill or trait was his special sixth sense. From childhood to adulthood, he relied on his sixth sense to avoid several truck collisions and gas explosions, as well as more than 10 electric leakages caused by various reasons. He also avoided countless other disasters such as slipping or falling flower pots from the sky. He was known as the King of Endurance. But how to say it, a person can beat an accident many times, but it is enough for an accident to beat the person once. He was cleaning the house on a whim. When he was squatting to clean the corner under the bookshelf that the vacuum cleaner couldn't reach, the ground suddenly shook, and before he could react, the bookshelf fell heavily on him. It was a 2-meter-high solid wood floor-standing bookshelf, filled with various books, as well as some chess pieces and peripherals as decorations. You can imagine how heavy it was. Just like that, Chen Ming was reborn and came to Douluo continent. It was not known whether it was fate or not, but he was still called Chen Ming in this life. At the beginning, Chen Ming only knew that he had come to a fantasy world. Then, as he learned to speak and write, he gradually realized that he had traveled to the Douluo continent, the so-called fantasy sewer world he had talked about in his previous life. Moreover, there was the spirit hall on the continent, and he had never heard of Shrek Academy and Tang sect. In fact, Chen Ming was not really disappointed about traveling to Douluo continent, a world where power was a mystery. He had played Baldur's Gate 3 and the Warhammer series of games, and had signed a sale contract. Although it was just a joke from the production team, if it worked, he would not come to Douluo continent after his death, but would be reincarnated into the world of Baldur's Gate or the cesspool of the Warhammer world. And the decorations on his bookshelf include chess pieces from Baldur's Gate and Warhammer. In comparison, Douluo continent is actually pretty good, isn't it? When he was 2 years old, his parents in this life passed away accidentally while hunting a soul beast. When he was 3 years old, learned to speak and read, could run and jump, and began to prepare to understand the world and think about making a fortune, news came from the mainland that the Spirit Hall Pope Jian Sunji was killed by a surprise attack by Haoshan sect's Tang Hao. Only then did he realize that he was only 3 years older than Beta in this life. The name of the beggar is not for nothing. Although Tang San in Douluo continent I is not as cruel and unscrupulous as Tang San in Douluo continent 2, he is not a good person either, and his influence on Douluo continent is purely negative. If I don't become stronger before the mainland gets into chaos, then when the chaos comes, I will have no choice. Rather than being forced to make a choice with a knife, and then regretting it for the rest of my life, it is better to practice, pick up the knife myself, and do my best to make sure I don't regret it for the rest of my life. Whether following the Shrek 7 devils or going against them, Chen Ming wanted to make sure that he had the ability to make the choice he wanted. He maintained a good work and rest habit every day, taking multiple sleeps every day, keeping enough rest time for his body to grow while getting more exercise time. He was never picky about food, even if it was unpalatable medicinal food, medicinal paste, or various half-dead insects, he would force himself to eat it. He exercised every day regardless of the weather, and asked his family to tell him all kinds of intelligence on the mainland before going to bed at night. After knowing that his martial soul had a congenital problem, he even asked his family to build a nest for him in the Scorpion Cave. He would live in the Scorpion Cave every once in a while, eating and living with the scorpions while observing their lives, just to achieve the so-called mimicry as much as possible. Over the years, he has observed the lives of scorpions and almost created a set of scorpion fists from scratch. Even the brainless scorpions in the Scorpion Cave are familiar with Chen Ming, a large fellow who walks on two legs. He does not know any internal skills such as Xian Tian Gong, but he tries his best to exercise without causing permanent damage, which has created a taller, more muscular, and explosive body than his peers. But despite trying his best, his innate soul power is still only level 5. How to say it, it's not like he hadn't thought about this possibility before, but deep down Chen Ming still hoped that he could be born with full soul power or twin martial souls. Just as he was thinking in his heart about what to do in the future, the thin man who had used the beads to detoxify other people put away the beads in his hand, took 2 steps at a time to come to Chen Ming, and reached out to wipe the scorpion tail that was shaking unconsciously behind Chen Ming. "Uncle! Be careful!" Although he had just awakened his martial soul and did not know how high the quality of his martial soul was, Chen Ming had been in contact with the family heirloom emerald scorpion martial soul and various poisons at home. He could feel that his poison was not ordinary. Seeing his second uncle touching the scorpion tail on his back without knowing the consequences, he suddenly became anxious. "I'm not dead. I'm a soul sect after all, so I won't die." The man whom Chen Ming called second uncle was laughing, but his face suddenly turned green and his body shook slightly. As a veteran poison soul master, the man reacted very quickly. In just a breath, he released his martial soul, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, responded around him. With the release of the emerald scorpion martial spirit and the surge of soul power, the green color on the man's face finally faded, but his complexion still did not look very good. The second in command of the Chen family was poisoned by touching his nephew's martial spirit because of his impulsiveness. Isn't this quite embarrassing? Ahem, Xiao Ming is a genius. The man coughed twice and said awkwardly. Some people watching the fun wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh. The soul master with the highest soul power level in the city is Bishop Yan Jun of the Wuhan Hall, a level 67 control soul emperor. The second is the current head of the Chen family, a level 54 control soul king. Poison was not very effective at the title Douluo stage, but before reaching soul saint, it was something that could challenge opponents of higher levels. Even in the history of the continent, there were many high-level soul masters who were killed by low-level poison soul masters because of carelessness. Not to mention that Yan Jun is dying now, even if he was 67 years younger, with his level soul power, he would not be able to gain any advantage over the head of the Chen family. After all, the Chen family's emerald scorpion is known to be poisonous. Let alone scratching it, a soul master of the same level would lose half his life if he touched it. Not to mention a human being, even an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast can be poisoned into a puddle of water. Therefore, in Douluo City, even though the Chen family is small and about to die out, they are still the third in name and the first in reality. Even if the whole city wants to take a piece of meat from the Chen family, no one dares to do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Goldfinger Maybe? Chapter 5 Goldfinger. Maybe? Now that you have awakened your martial spirit, get out of the way. Looking at the uncle and nephew who were playing funny there, Yan Jun's face was not so good, but he didn't want to say it too seriously, so he could only cough twice and then remind them. He is about to retire and doesn't want to care about anything. He doesn't ask for anything good to happen now, but just hopes that when bad things happen around him, he won't be covered in blood. Yes, Senior, we will get out of the way now. Chen Ming's second uncle clasped his fists respectfully and bowed to Yan Jun, then grabbed Chen Ming's shoulders, lifted him up and put him aside. The rule of Douluo City is that no matter what you awaken, whether you have no soul power or awaken the family martial spirit of the Wang family next door, you have to wait here until the awakening ceremony is over before going home to settle. This is a rule that has been in place for hundreds of years, and the Chen family is not in a good position to interrupt it. Even if they have something on their mind, they can only wait on the side. After Chen Ming was taken aside, the audience standing nearby all took a step back silently. Douluo City was full of poisonous creatures, and basically any living person with a normal brain would know to avoid danger when necessary, instead of rushing in at any time. People can't teach people, but things can teach people once. In this place, curious people either give up their curiosity or give up their lives. People who love to kill themselves don't live long. Didn't you see that level 40 Soul Sect Master got his face turned blue due to the poison accidentally? If you were to get poisoned accidentally, you would be really unlucky. After all, even if the poison can be detoxified, it would be a waste of suffering. Wait and see first, move away from it first and then watch carefully. Looking at his nephew's tail swinging back and forth behind him, the thin man coughed twice, made a virtual grabbing motion on his chest, and then pressed down again. Concentrate your mind and feel your heartbeat. Feel the power flowing through your body like blood with every breath and heartbeat. That is soul power. Then imagine yourself relaxing and sinking into a soft bed. Feel the extra weight on your chest, and then put it back into your body. Soul Master families teach their children about the perception of soul power in more detail than the introduction of awakened soul masters in the Spirit Hall, but this statement also has a bit of metaphysical meaning. The extra weight on the chest is too abstract for children with average intelligence. Sometimes thinking too much will cause the soul power to be unable to be retracted for a long time. Fortunately, Chen Ming was an adult with mature thinking ability in his previous life. After thinking for a while, Chen Ming got into the state. The process of retrieving his martial soul and soul power went smoothly, but during this period, Chen Ming seemed to feel something strange. It is a force that seems abstract and cannot be simply described in words, but it is everywhere and can be accessed by anyone at any time. It is extremely familiar, but cannot be described with any specific language or thinking. If I have to describe it, it's probably some kind of spiritual or conceptual power. Do all the spirit masters in Douluo continent feel this way when releasing and retracting their spirits? Or am I a special case, because I am a time traveler and have special qualities in my soul? Or do I actually have some golden fingers that I have never discovered? Chen Ming thought silently in his heart, then stretched out his right hand and touched his left arm exposed outside his clothes. Although the skin was slightly tough and the muscles were bulging, it was not much different from before the martial spirit awakened. It was not as exaggerated as it was after the martial spirit possessed him just now, and there was no trace of the shell. Because his body had swelled up after the martial spirit possessed him just now, and a layer of shell appeared on his arms, Chen Ming's clothes were a little tattered at the moment, and his arms were exposed to the air. In fact, Soul Master families have all considered the problem of clothes bursting due to changes in their children's body shape after awakening their martial souls. The clothes on Chen Ming also have good stretchability, but unfortunately, not only did Chen Ming's body shape suddenly increase, but there was also a layer of obviously corrosive toxins on the surface of his body, which directly destroyed the material of the clothes, which led to his somewhat embarrassed state. But Chen Ming didn't care about this. He was just a little embarrassed now, not running naked. If he could get a higher quality spirit at the cost of being embarrassed during the spirit awakening, then I'm afraid everyone on Douluo continent would choose to run naked during this ceremony. The ceremony continued, but no children of note appeared afterwards. At the awakening ceremony this year, the child who awakened the highest level of soul power was Chen Ming, with an innate soul power of level 5. Among the 15 children, only one had no soul power, but most people's soul power was around level 2 or 3. The second highest child's soul power was only level 4, and his martial soul was still an ordinary venomous snake, which was not considered strong. After the ceremony was completed, Chen Ming's second uncle immediately picked up Chen Ming, then used his soul power and ran towards the Chen family without caring about the opinions of the people around him. A few hundred meters away from home, a powerful soul power surged out from the direction of the Chen family, and a sturdy old man came up aggressively. "Are there pursuers behind us? I want to see who is so bold as to dare to start a war in front of my Chen family." The gloomy soul power enveloped the old man's body. Behind the old figure, one seemed to be able to faintly see the shadow of an emerald-green poisonous scorpion. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings with the best ratio were on his body. The old man's hawk-like eyes swept across the seemingly peaceful street, and his tone was as cold as the wind in deep winter. "Dad, the fact that there are no pursuers is another matter. Let's go home first." Seeing his father like this, Chen Ming's second uncle didn't know that the other party mistakenly thought that he was running so fast because he was being chased by someone. Looking at the ground corroded by the opponent's escaped soul power, he knew without thinking how angry the old man was. If he didn't explain, he would probably be hung on the beam and spanked when he returned. "Really? It's been a long time since I got into trouble and was chased in the city," the middle-aged man curled his lips and said in a low voice. "You kid, you better be okay." Hearing that there were no pursuers, the old man's rising momentum froze slightly. Feeling Chen Ming's gaze, his face became a little embarrassed for a moment. He could only snort coldly, waved his sleeves, and turned away. He actually knew that although his second son was a little naughty, he would not make any major mistakes. If he said something was wrong, it must be wrong. But it was still somewhat embarrassing for the old man to make such a mistake in front of his only grandson. Fortunately, because Chen Ming's second uncle tried his best to take Chen Ming back to the Chen family, the people from other forces did not go back to report, and there were not many people following at the door of the Chen family. The original vendors and pedestrians had long been scared away by the momentum of the two men, so not many people saw this scene. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, The Secret of the Martial Soul and the 7 Absolute Flowers of Jade Phosphorus. Chapter 6, The Secret of the Martial Soul and the 7 Absolute Jade Phosphorus Flowers, Part. The Chen family lived in the Chen Mansion, which was built when the head of the Chen family became the city lord when Douluo city was just established hundreds of years ago. Although it was located in the city center, it still covered a large area of nearly 100 acres. It was roughly equivalent to the size of 7 or 8 large football fields in Chen Ming's previous life. It can be said that 1/3 of the city center is the Chen family's territory. The Chen Mansion was the product of the original owner's abuse of power for personal gain. However, because the Chen family had too few members, a place that was too large could not be taken care of, which easily led to various problems. Later owners had to modify the house little by little, dividing the streets to rent out, but even so, the remaining space of the Chen family was still large enough for the number of clan members, and they could even create some different mimicry training grounds. Moreover, because it has been in operation for hundreds of years, the remaining places have undergone dozens of reinforcement and maintenance. The entire Chen Mansion is more like a fortress standing in the city, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is even a small market inside. There were thousands of women, children, and servants, and spears, swords, bows, crossbows, and armor were stored in the city. There were winding underground secret passages leading to various places inside and outside the city. There was a water source independent of the city and a small farm for farming. There was a large amount of food and grass stored in the granary, and poultry and war horses were raised. All the city lords of Douluo city would have a headache when they saw the Chen family. Generally, outsiders passing by thought that the Chen family was a city within a city. This was also one of the important reasons why all forces wanted to take a bite of the Chen family, but no one dared to open their mouths. This is only the case in a poor and remote place like Douluo city. If it were in other big cities, and the Chen family did not have a big figure like a titled Douluo, they would have been confiscated and exterminated for doing this long ago. Chen Ming's second uncle held Chen Ming in his arms and followed Chen Ming's grandfather through the Chen mansion. After passing through several mechanisms and secret doors, they came to a secret room located in the basement of the Chen family. There were several rows of tables and chairs made of dark wood in the secret room, which was obviously the place where the Chen family used to have secret talks before. On the wall of the secret room, there is a row of oil lamps. They are made by the ancestors of the Chen family using the oil of deep-sea whale spirit beasts. They burn without smoke and odor. A small lamp of oil can be lit for a long time. For hundreds of years, the Chen family has not replenished the oil. When Chen Ming was a child, he thought that the oil lamps on the wall were burning whale glue, and he felt distressed for a long time. Later, he realized that it was not the same thing. After lighting all the oil lamps, Chen Ming's grandfather Chen Shijia sat at the head of the secret room, and then motioned his second son Chen Tianyun and Chen Ming to sit on both sides of him. Just when Chen Ming was about to sit down on his grandfather's right-hand side as usual, his second uncle Chen Tianyun reached out to stop Chen Ming, put him on the left-hand side of Chen Shijia, and sat on the right-hand side himself. Although Douluo continent lacks many anecdotes and other things, it surprisingly has a lot in common with the world of Chen Ming's previous life. For example, in this world, the left is respected. With Chen Ming's identity and seniority, he can usually sit on the right-hand side because no one else competes with him. He has never sat on the left-hand side. Seeing his second son's actions, Chen Shijia was a little puzzled, but he also had some guesses in his mind. He did not stop Chen Tianyun's actions, but nodded slightly and allowed Chen Ming to sit down. Father, Xiao Ming's martial spirit awakening today went very smoothly. He has awakened the Emerald Scorpion with the innate 5th level soul power. Chen Tianyun did not mention other irrelevant things, but directly stated the key point of the matter. After hearing that Chen Ming had awakened the innate 5th level soul power, Chen Shijia's face was also stunned, and then turned into ecstasy. Innate level 5? There is still hope for our family. What do you mean by turning point? Level 5 innate power, isn't that high? Chen Ming couldn't understand why his grandfather was so excited. Although the level of innate spirit power of the Chen family was a problem, he didn't have full innate spirit power either. Was he really that excited? Xiao Ming, you don't understand. What you see and know is just the surface. You have never known the problems of the Chen family before. Chen Shijia waved his hands, and his originally excited expression became a little depressed. Although we usually wait until the family members reach adulthood before we consider telling this secret, but you are naturally intelligent and have an innate 5th level soul power, so we must tell you about the family's problems now. You should know that our Chen family actually became aristocrats by virtue of military merit, right? Our ancestor, Chen Ergu, was a child from an ordinary family. He was lucky enough to awaken his mutant martial soul, the Emerald Scorpion, and a congenital soul power of level 7. At that time, a local war broke out between the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. After becoming a soul lord, Chen Er, the ancestor of the Chen family, chose to join the army for training. 20 years later, when the war was over, the ancestor became a soul king in the army, and because of his accumulated merits, he was named a hereditary earl. This is something that everyone in the family knows, but in fact, there are things hidden behind it that no one knows. After the war, because my ancestor had saved some nobles on the battlefield, he was fortunate enough to enter the royal treasury when the rewards were given. He was allowed to choose some treasures that would not normally appear in the outside world. During that selection process, our ancestor discovered a treasure that is comparable to a 10,000-year soul bone for poison-type soul masters, or perhaps even more precious. What treasure? When Chen Ming heard the word treasure, his eyes immediately lit up and he couldn't help but ask. That is a seed of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. As if afraid that Chen Ming didn't know what the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower was, Chen Shijia touched his beard and then explained. The 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flower is an extremely powerful poison, and a very rare plant-type soul beast. Among plants, there is no plant with a more violent toxicity than this one. Among animal-type soul beasts, only a few legendary soul beasts should be able to surpass this. This plant is extremely rare. It is equivalent to the dark gold terror claw bear among ordinary soul beasts, or even slightly more so. This poison can easily corrode gold and iron and melt soul beasts. It is much more powerful than the 5 poisons of green phosphorus. Although the emerald scorpion passed down in our family is a beast spirit and is not completely compatible with the jade phosphorus 7 wonders flower, the quality of this spirit beast is too high. Even if it is discounted, it is still far beyond the reach of ordinary spirit beasts. Once it can be absorbed, even if it is just a spirit ring that has just exceeded 100 years old, the effect it plays will exceed 99% of a 1,000-year spirit ring. If it can obtain the poison of the jade phosphorus 7 wonders flower, then the quality of the emerald scorpion spirit may even reach the level of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, The Secret of the Martial Soul and the 7 Absolute Flowers of Jade Phosphorus. Chapter 7, The Secret of the Martial Soul and the 7 Absolute Jade Phosphorus Flowers, Part. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? Can the quality of our martial spirit be that high? Although the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex was used as a background by the spirit hall, the spirit of this family is quite strong. The more time passes, the higher the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex is praised. When it reaches the 4th level of Douluo, it is even praised to be comparable to the level of golden-eyed black dragon Wang Dishan. This martial soul is a pure-blooded true dragon. Its strength, speed, and attributes are all recognized by the Silver Dragon King. Even if it is not a super martial soul, it is still top-notch among top martial souls. Chen Ming really didn't believe that this level could be achieved in theory. Let's put it this way, if they can reach 70%, then the Chen family will at least have a soul Douluo in every generation. If they are lucky, Kobo won't be the first poison Douluo in the continent. Not to mention staying in Douluo City, even staying in Tiandu City is fine. Chen Ming seriously suspected that his ancestor was just bragging, or was simply being cheated. Ahem, theory? There will always be a slight discrepancy between it and reality. Anyway, let me finish my explanation. Chen Shijia explained calmly that he had actually thought about this question when he was Chen Ming's age, so he naturally knew what Chen Ming was thinking. It is very difficult for a plant like the 7 wonders of the green phosphorus flower to become a soul beast. It usually takes 10,000 years to become a soul beast. But obviously, this is too long for humans, so our ancestors thought of a way. Douluo City was built by our ancestors hundreds of years ago based on their fiefdom. The reason why we chose this place as our fiefdom was because of the Douluo Gorge outside the city. You should know that Douluo City is too close to Douluo Gorge. Strictly speaking, it is not a place suitable for ordinary humans to survive. When the city was first built hundreds of years ago, Douluo City was even less suitable for living than it is now. You couldn't even grow crops there, and if anything grew there, it was usually poisonous. The reason why our ancestors chose Douluo Gorge is because a 100,000-year-old poisonous spirit beast once appeared in Douluo Gorge. This 100,000-year-old spirit beast eventually perished under the heavenly calamity, its body exploded, and its poison infected the earth. Due to various luck, Douluo Gorge became a rare gathering place for poisonous spirit beasts on this continent. The ancestor chose to build the city here for the legacy of the 100,000-year-old poisonous soul beast. The ancestor built a breeding ground for the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower near the core area of the Blue Sky Gorge, relying on the unique terrain and a large number of poisonous soul beasts as food to cultivate the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. Although this place is very special, the jade phosphorus 7 wonders flower is not so easy to cultivate. Before the first soul beast of the Jade Phosphorus Seven Wonders flower appeared, our ancestors practiced near the Jade Phosphorus Seven Wonders flower. On the one hand, they used soul power to cultivate the Jade Phosphorus Seven Wonders flower, and on the other hand, they used mimicry to practice. But this is where the disaster lies. The martial spirits of our ancestors originally came from mutations, and their essence is not high. The place called Douluo Gorge has the power left behind by the fallen soul beasts of 100,000 years ago, and the Bilan Kijua flowers were cultivated by our ancestors. Practicing in such a place has also had some impact on our martial spirits. At the beginning, the quality of our family martial spirit began to improve. Everyone thought it was a good thing, so they increased their practice. As time passed, generations passed, and the quality of the family's martial spirit gradually improved, but problems began to appear in the awakened soul power. In the beginning, the decrease was not much, it was a normal fluctuation, but later when it became a big problem, we couldn't find the source of the problem. If you don't have good talent, then practice more. Chen Shija was speechless when he said this. After a while of silence, he continued. When the soul beast of the first pearl biphosphorus 7 absolute flowers appeared, problems began to erupt. The family was polarized. Either the quality of the clan members' martial souls was greatly improved, or the clan members could not awaken their soul power. At this time, some people in the family saw the problem, but they were unable to solve it. In Douluo continent, it is very serious to have no strength. Even if we know the problem, the tribesmen cannot resist the powerful training bonus brought by the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers. So we practice while looking for a solution. As the number of the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers bloomed increased, the problem became more and more serious. Later, by chance, an ancestor met the descendant of the Qian family who was hiding his identity and walking around the continent at that time. He was the senior Qian Douluo who was later called Sky Invincible. With the help of the Qian family, we learned the real problem and the answer. Our martial souls were infected by the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers and the remains of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, causing the quality to rise forcibly. However, the origin of our family's martial soul is not strong. This forced rise will instead squeeze the innate soul power as nutrients, and the low innate soul power will cause the martial soul to degenerate to a certain extent, and will affect the talents of future generations. To put it more concretely, it's like a fire. This fire forcibly ignites our innate soul power in exchange for a higher quality martial soul, but as the firewood decreases, the fire will eventually decrease or even go out. If other inherited martial spirits are buckets of similar size, then our Chen family's buckets are bigger from generation to generation, but the water is less and less, and there is a hole at the bottom of each bucket. This kind of evolution cannot be interrupted by external forces, unless it is a divine intervention. In fact, because we are too dependent on the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers, once they are gone, the descendants of our family will not even be able to awaken their soul power. The emerald scorpion in our family can be considered a subspecies that relies on the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers for survival. The original 10th level innate full soul power will be reduced to 9 levels, then 8, 7, and even lower. There is even a problem that the higher the quality of the martial soul, the lower the soul power level, which is completely impossible in theory. It is impossible for our Chen family to awaken soul power below level 5, because in the process of forming the martial soul, this part of the soul power is consumed. Then, because there is no soul power, the martial soul that should have improved its quality ends up becoming lower than before. Our lineage is the last of the Chen family's martial spirit inheritance. Theoretically, our innate spirit power level will be cut in half or more. My innate soul power is level 4. Theoretically, even if I haven't reached full innate soul power, it is still above level 9. Your father's innate soul power is level 2.5, but he is also hindered by his martial soul. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary emerald scorpion, he would have a talent above level 7. I originally thought that your second uncle's innate level 3.5 was the last chance for the Chen family, but I didn't expect that your soul power level would be higher than mine. Ah. No. When Chen Ming first heard about the treasure, he thought he had encountered something good, but in the end he heard quite bad news. However, this also solved Chen Ming's previous doubts. Logically speaking, with all the training he had done, he shouldn't be only at the 5th innate level. It turned out that his martial soul's evolution had forcibly consumed his energy. Don't worry, we may still be able to solve the problem in theory. The Qian family told us that there are 3 problems to be solved. The first is that a titled Douluo or a high-level soul Douluo appears in the family to improve the bloodline and forcibly reverse the status quo. The second is that an angel god appears and directly uses divine power to improve the origin of our martial soul. The third. Our family's problems were caused by the Jade Phosphorus 7 Absolutes flower, and only the Jade Phosphorus 7 Absolutes flower can cure it. As long as someone can complete the evolution of their martial soul by absorbing the green Phosphorus 7 Absolutes flower and the spirit ring of the high-quality Emerald Scorpion before the 3rd ring, the martial soul of this tribe member will undergo a huge transformation. And because our martial souls have been changed by the green Phosphorus 7 Absolutes flower, our adaptability to the green Phosphorus 7 Absolutes flower has also become extremely high. After the evolution is completed, our martial souls can even reach the same level as or even exceed that of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, and the bloodline of future generations will also improve accordingly. But the biggest problem is, our family doesn't have much chance to solve the problem after we got it. Although there are few high-quality jade scorpions, there are still ways to deal with them. However, the 7 absolute jade phosphorus flowers are really difficult to deal with. The number of jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flowers that can become soul beasts is very small, and there are not many people in our family. Several ancestors who originally had good talents died in the process of trying because they could not withstand the poison of the jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flowers. No trace of their bodies was left. Not to mention the 1st and 2nd rings, even the 3rd ring can't absorb the 100-year-old green phosphorus 7 absolute flower soul ring. My uncle, who was a level 4 talent, tried to absorb a 100-year-old jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flower in his 4th soul ring for the sake of experiment. He narrowly escaped death and succeeded in absorbing it. His martial soul evolved a little, and his strength improved significantly. However, his origin was damaged during the absorption process, and he died a few years later. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 2 Roads? Chapter 8 2 Paths? Having said that, Chen Shiji subconsciously touched the teacup beside him, but found nothing. In order to conceal his action, Chen Shiji raised his hand to his mouth, covered his mouth and coughed twice, as if to express his worries about family issues. By the way, Xiaoming, summon your martial spirit so I can see how good your jade scorpion is. People think that the martial spirits of our jade scorpions are all of the same quality, but there are actually differences in quality. Generally speaking, the higher the innate spirit power, the better the martial spirit quality. Let me see what your martial spirit is like. Okay, Grandpa. Chen Ming nodded, suppressed all the thoughts in his mind, jumped down from the stool, came in front of Chen Shiji and Chen Tianyun, held his breath and concentrated, feeling the power in his body. After a moment's silence, the soul power surged from his danshan, and his martial soul was summoned out. The upright back became broad and thick, with a layer of carapace covering the skin. A slender scorpion tail extended from behind his spine, and his arms swelled, revealing carapaces like arm guards. Chen Shiji sniffed the poisonous gas that Chen Ming unconsciously emitted when he summoned his martial spirit. His eyes lit up, and then he turned behind Chen Ming, reached out and grabbed the tip of Chen Ming's tail, and then used his fingers to touch the extended tail sections of Chen Ming one by one. 11 sections? Is this so exaggerated? Chen Shiji was a little bit unbelieving. He stretched out his hand and clicked several more times, but the answer he got remained unchanged. There are many ways to identify a martial spirit like the emerald scorpion, but the most convenient and reliable way is to identify it by its tail. As a soul beast, this kind of martial soul is born with 5 tail segments. Initially, all the tail segments are white. Every 100 years, one tail segment will turn green. This cycle lasts for 500 years. After 1,000 years of cultivation, all 5 tail segments on the entire tail will turn dark green. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the tail will grow an extra segment every 2,000 years. After another 1,000 years, it will be dyed dark green, and then continue to grow tail segments. Only after becoming a 10,000-year soul beast can the 9th segment grow. The growth after that depends entirely on time, but because of different talents, the growth time is also different. Some can grow one segment in 10,000 years, and some can only grow one segment in 20,000 years. According to legend, the upper limit of the tail segment of this soul beast is 18 segments, and 15 segments is the level of the Scorpion King, and 12 segments is the Scorpion King. As a martial soul, the tail section of our emerald scorpion will increase with the increase of spirit rings. The first 3 spirit rings will definitely increase by 1 section, the middle 3 spirit rings have a chance to increase by 1 section, and the last 3 spirit rings will not increase. At least the spirit rings of average quality will not allow the martial soul to evolve. I am a soul king. I have absorbed 5 soul rings. With some luck, my tail segment has grown 4 times. Now it is only 12 segments, barely reaching the stage of Scorpion King. But even so, no one in the entire Azure City has a higher quality of martial soul than me. Looking at Chen Ming, Chen Shijia burst into tears. As long as you absorb the first soul ring, you will most likely be able to directly evolve your martial soul to the level of the Scorpion King. With the 5th level innate soul power and the top level martial soul, you can even become a soul emperor or even a soul saint in the future. If you can grow another level during this period and make your martial soul reach the level of the Scorpion King, it will be a complete transformation. It is even possible that our family will have a high-level soul Douluo, which will completely improve the problem of bloodline inheritance. Very good. When Chen Shijia said this, tears welled up in his eyes and his tone was a little choked. I originally thought that I would have to gamble and let you take the risk of absorbing the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers, fearing that your life would be in danger. Now it seems that there is no need to take such a risk. If Tianfeng and Ruyu are still alive, they will definitely feel relieved. Chen Ming looked at his grandfather who was crying and his second uncle who was secretly wiping tears. He didn't know what to say. He just felt a little awkward. A big rock was blocking his chest just now. He was already thinking about how to blast it away. But the construction team took a look and told the rock that it would grow legs and run away soon. Although theoretically he didn't need to absorb the soul ring of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower to seek change, at this moment, Chen Ming's heart began to itch. The 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flower is a rare poison in the world. Its only weaknesses are extreme ice and fire. This is due to the characteristics of the plant. If it only gains toxicity, even the weaknesses of extreme ice and extreme fire will be weakened. Although the quality of the green phosphorus 5 poisons is indeed high, it is much weaker than the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers. If you give up the soul ring of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers, it will be almost impossible to obtain a suitable high-quality poison attribute soul ring in the future. There are many low, medium and high-quality poisonous soul beasts, but when it comes to the top level, there is a cliff-like drop. The number of super-quality poisonous soul beasts is even less than that of dark gold terror claw bears. Not only is it difficult to find, but even if you find it, it may not be suitable, and it may not be able to significantly improve the quality of your martial soul like the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. Tisk. Let's see first. If I have the ability to absorb the soul ring of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower by then, I must try to take a gamble. By the way, Can this thing essentially be considered a magical herb-level plant? But most people just can't stand it. Chen Ming held his grandfather in his arms as he cried tears and snot, thinking to himself while comforting the old man with his hands. After a while, the old man who had lost his composure came back to his senses, got up from Chen Ming's arms, touched the snot and tears on his face, and then smiled with relief. Xiao Ming. Grandpa, what's wrong? You may not understand what I'm going to say next, but you have to accept it. It's for your own good. The old man's face turned serious. Although he didn't want to be too harsh on his only grandson, the burden of the family was overwhelming him. All he could do was to try his best. In the next few years, your second uncle and I will protect you, and at least one of us will be by your side. In the next few years, the number of times you go out will be greatly reduced, and before you absorb the second spirit ring, you probably won't have any chance to rest. During this time, we will teach you all kinds of experience and knowledge of spirit masters, and let you practice well. In the next few years, you don't have to worry about anything at home. Just concentrate on your cultivation. The position of the head of the family will definitely be yours in the future. As long as you cultivate well and can show your talent and the possibility of changing the future of the family's decline, then this will be the greatest contribution to the family. When you absorb the second spirit ring, we will send you to Tiandu Royal Academy for further study. When you graduate from the Royal Academy, you will have both strength and status. At that time, you will be free to do whatever you want. Practice well. The family will be proud of you. Maybe in the future your name will even have a separate page in the family tree. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, 2.5 years, Level, and Whale Glue. Chapter 9, 2.5 years, Level 10 and Whale Rubber. Before awakening his martial spirit, Chen Ming was the most precious child of the Chen family. After awakening his martial spirit, he became the only lifeblood of the Chen family. Almost all the resources of the family were unconditionally tilted towards him. However, the pharmacology of the Douluo continent in this era is not very good, and there are no elixirs such as the mysterious water pill and the soul sheng pill that can directly improve talent and soul power, so the way to supplement is still to rely on medicinal baths and medicinal foods to improve slowly. Although he had an innate 5th level soul power and a top level training ground and resources, the congenital defects in the Emerald Scorpion's origin still reduced Chen Ming's training speed before he obtained the soul ring. It took him 2.5 years to reach level 10 from level 5, which was neither long nor short. In Douluo continent, this was considered normal progress, and was probably above average, but still far from being a true genius. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, Chen Ming did not immediately obtain a soul ring, but continued to temper his body through various methods. After tentatively telling his family that he seemed to have heard from somewhere that whale glue could improve physical fitness and increase the absorption period of spirit rings, Chen Ming's grandfather Chen Shijia did not hesitate and immediately bought several types of whale glue from different whale spirit beasts through various channels. There are both whale glue from common whale spirit beasts and whale glue from various rare whale spirit beasts. The most expensive one is a piece of whale glue from a 20,000-year-old evil killer whale. It is said that it was obtained by a spirit sage of the Spirit Hall when he hunted the 7th spirit ring in Linhai City a few years ago. It is the best whale glue. That basketball-sized piece of whale glue cost a full 3 million gold soul coins just to purchase it directly, not counting the cost of communication channels and favors. In this year, the fishing industry in Douluo continent is extremely underdeveloped. It is okay to catch fish in the shallow sea, but it is impossible to enter the deep sea. Douluo continent did not develop ships like whaling ships, so soul masters were used to hunt whale spirit beasts. If they were lucky, a level 30 soul master with a water-attributed spirit could deal with some 100-year-old whale spirit beasts, but once they encountered a group of sea spirit beasts, they would only be eaten. Hunting whale soul beasts over 10,000 years old is much more difficult than hunting 10,000-year soul beasts on land, and whale soul beasts usually have the habit of living in groups, which greatly increases the difficulty of hunting. Usually only soul masters at the soul saint or even soul Douluo level can do this. Therefore, even though whale jelly has not yet been found to have the function of strengthening the physical body, the price of high-grade whale jelly is still very expensive. For an ordinary small family, this piece of whale glue would make them cry, but the Chen family is not short of money. The Chen family is an Earl-level noble family that has been established in Douluo City for 500 years and occupies the biggest piece of the pie in Douluo City. Not only does it have various tax revenues, it is also the largest shareholder in the sale of soul beast materials in Douluo City, with tens of thousands of gold soul coins coming in every year. In addition, as experts in using poison, the Chen family also runs some medicine shops and clinics. Although they are not very well known, they still bring in a lot of money every year. In secret, the Chen family also secretly sells some poisons and mixed poisons, which is even more profitable. When the Chen family discovered that fewer people in the family were awakening their soul power, they thought about attracting allies and looking for backers. Over the past few hundred years, they have invested in some businessmen and soul masters. Although most of them failed, there were also successes. In the end, they expanded their network of contacts and added some chambers of commerce to their name. The largest investment was made 200 years ago. At that time, the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were mining near Douluo City. At that time, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was temporarily in a period of transition due to an accident. At that time, the mayor of Douluo City was instructed by other forces to cause trouble for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but the Chen family took action to solve the problem. This allowed the Chen family to invest in some mines under the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and receive dividends every year. Part of the money was exchanged for real estate, such as to strengthen Chen's house and add some facilities, part was used for cultivation, and part was used for daily consumption. The largest part was kept in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Although a storage fee had to be paid every year, it was safer than keeping it in hand. Chen Shijia told Chen Ming that the Chen family had about 45 million gold soul coins in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and the cash flow was about 10 million. If real estate and other assets in various places were included, the total assets of the Chen family would probably exceed 100 million gold soul coins, which was considered a good level in the Earl family. If soul bones were not priceless and too hot to handle, and were easily taken away by people, then the Chen family might be able to hoard some soul bones as a foundation. After Chen Ming took many tonic herbs, he also tried whale glue, but the effect was not as good as expected. The 100-year-old whale glue can only play an aphrodisiac role, and the nourishment it provides to the body is not even as good as the consumption caused by aphrodisiac. Although Chen Ming is not old enough, he still feels uncomfortable after eating it, and the effect of strengthening his physical fitness is not obvious. The 1000-year-old whale glue has a better effect on strengthening the body than the 100-year-old whale glue, but its aphrodisiac effect is also more serious. After taking it for a period of time, Chen Ming could feel that he was developing prematurely and his body was showing signs of precocious puberty. In order to avoid any problems in the future, he had to adjust the dosage and interval of taking it, and use some milder methods to neutralize the aphrodisiac effect of whale glue. As for the 20,000-year-old whale glue produced from the top soul beast, the evil killer whale, the Chen family cut off a piece the size of a fingernail, used wood from soul beasts as material, and burned it in a fire for an hour before it melted. During this time, the servants who were burning the fire changed 3 times, and a few impatient ones almost had a passionate collision in the room. They went out and poured several basins of cold water before reluctantly returning home. Chen Shijia wore a hood, thick clothes, and a robe and brought the small piece of whale glue in a storage soul guide. The fingernail-sized whale glue exuded a sticky color and a strange aroma. Chen Ming began to lose consciousness after smelling it, and felt an impulse that he shouldn't have at this age. He carefully cut off about a quarter of it with a knife and ate it. After sitting cross-legged for 3 minutes, he became a little restless. After another 2 minutes, he had to stand up and take a shower. Finally, he felt that the shower was not satisfying enough, so he simply dived into the water tank and soaked in it. He didn't feel whether his physique had improved or not, but he felt that he was almost possessed. From that day on, he felt embarrassed even to eat whale glue that was 100 or 1000 years old. It is said that the remaining whale glue, which was about 3/4 the size of a fingernail, was taken away by Chen Ming's second uncle. 3 or 4 months later, Chen Ming heard from his second uncle that his 2 concubines were both pregnant. Chen Tianyun is 40 years old. He got married at the age of 21 and has had 3 concubines in the past 19 years. During this period, he has not had a son, let alone a daughter. He had asked soul masters who specialized in this to check him more than once, and after finding no problems, he tried various methods and also ate some 100-year and 1000-year-old whale glue. In the end, he had no choice but to give up, thinking that he was destined not to have children. Who would have thought that in the end, he would actually achieve his wish in such an evil way, in a speechless way? It was not until later that the Chen family, who lived in the mainland, found out that the whale glue of the evil killer whale was the best of all whale glue. Not only was the quality of this soul beast extremely high, but most importantly, it had strong medicinal properties, making it the best of the best. And because it was extremely difficult to obtain, it was a treasure that was priceless. Although the Chen family spent 3 million to buy such a piece, if it falls into the hands of someone who needs it, the price can even double. It is not impossible to triple it with good handling and marketing. If it is delivered to the hands of those great nobles, you might even get a favor. I can only say that this is really worth the money. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, The Choice of the First Soul Ring, the 7th Absolute Flower of Biphosphorus. Chapter 10, The Choice of the First Soul Ring, the 7 Absolute Jade Phosphorus Flowers. After all kinds of training, Chen Ming is finally facing an important step on his path to becoming a soul master, which is to absorb the first soul ring in his life. After vigorous training and various medicines plus a small amount of whale glue, Chen Ming's body is far ahead of his peers. He does not look like a child who has just turned 9 years old, but rather like a 14 or 15-year-old junior high school student. In the huge dark cave, clusters of emerald green vines spread and grew everywhere, unconsciously emitting faint poisonous gas. This poison gas is extremely corrosive. Most people cannot stay in this environment for more than a few minutes before their bodies begin to melt. Low-level soul masters will also die wailing. However, Chen Ming and the other 2 stood quietly in the middle of the cave, looking at the vines expressionlessly. The Chen family planted and cultivated the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers themselves. They had prepared drugs to deal with them long before they matured. In addition, the Chen family's emerald scorpions had mutated under the influence of the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers. This poison gas, which is fatal to ordinary people, did not have much impact on the Chen family. Of course, this is only a relatively small impact. It does not mean that there is really no impact. If you stay in this cave for no more than 1 day, there will be no impact. If you stay in this cave for no more than 3 days, you can find a way to make up for the damage to your body. But if something unexpected happens or you lose your soul power, the Chen family can only live 1 more hour. Over the past few hundred years, the number of Chen family members who died in this cave for various reasons has reached double digits. If there weren't so few people who could become soul masters, triple digits wouldn't be a difficult thing. Generally speaking, it is difficult for plants to become soul beasts, and the number of soul beasts is mainly driven by numbers. For the same plant, some may not become soul beasts even after living for 100 years, while others may become soul beasts in just a dozen years. This standard is quite confusing, and there is no good explanation until now. For example, some snow lotuses may become soul beasts after hundreds or thousands of years on ordinary snow mountains, but some top-quality snow lotuses can only be regarded as natural treasures even after 100,000 years in the far north. They have not yet become soul beasts and will eventually be eaten by other soul beasts. Generally speaking, behind a plant-type soul beast often represent many similar ones that have not become soul beasts. Even those common plant-type soul beasts only have a higher probability of appearing as soul beasts. The Silver Dragon King fell to the Douluo continent hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the dissipated power became the Lake of Life, which in turn gave rise to the Star Do Great Forest. However, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and although the trees next to the Lake of Life were nourished by the Lake of Life and did not die, they still did not become soul beasts. Generally, it takes 10,000 years for the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers to have a chance to become a soul beast. However, it is obvious that the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers in the cave are not ordinary cases. They grow in a top treasure land of poisonous plants, and the current situation has come about due to the human intervention of the Chen family. There are nearly 100 large and small green phosphorus 7 unique flowers in the entire cave, but only less than 2 of them can be considered soul beasts, and the rest can only be regarded as plants with soul power, and it is still unknown when they can become real soul beasts. The overall color of the Bilankijua flower is dark green, with a huge flower bud and several vines wrapped around it, which is a means for the Bilankijua flower to absorb nutrients and attack. Due to their age, most of the Bilankijua flowers cultivated by the Chen family have not bloomed completely. Most of the time, the flower buds are tightly closed and disguised as dark green rocks, with only the vines left as a conspicuous mark. Although it is true that the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower is of high quality, it will generally choose to disguise itself, unless the age or quantity is so high that it believes there will be no threat at all. Otherwise, it is rare to see the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower blooming all day long. After all, releasing poison also consumes energy, and the consumption is not small. If you release too much, it will not only delay the increase in lifespan, but may also cause various accidents due to poor condition. Chen Ming stared at the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower in front of him, his eyes filled with determination, his soul power surging slightly, and his breathing seemed to echo with the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower in front of him. Every breath and heartbeat of Chen Ming would make the huge flower bud in front of him tremble slightly. Xiao Ming, have you really thought it through? Although we have asked you many times before, I still want to ask you here. Have you really thought about absorbing the spirit ring of the 7 absolutes of the green phosphorus flower? Your current body and meridians are almost equivalent to those of an average great spirit master, or even slightly stronger. Theoretically, you can even absorb an 800-year-old spirit ring. Some soul masters who are in the 3rd ring generally don't have this age limit. Xiao Ming, if you have made up your mind, I will immediately find you a top-quality 100-year-old soul beast. When you absorb the first soul ring, your strength will immediately surpass that of ordinary soul masters. It is not impossible for your second soul ring to absorb a 1,000-year-old soul ring. Have you really thought about absorbing this 500-year-old jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flower as your first soul ring? Chen Shizhi reached out and touched Chen Ming's head, and persuaded Chen Ming earnestly, his eyes full of desire. Chen Tianyun on the side also hesitated to speak. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary soul masters to absorb the equivalent of the age of others' second soul ring with the first soul ring. Although they don't know who stipulated it, the soul master world has been saying this for hundreds or even thousands of years. Therefore, Chen Shizhi and Chen Tianyun actually don't believe that Chen Ming can absorb a soul ring with a lifespan of 700 to 800 years with his first soul ring. If Chen Ming himself proposed it, they would definitely not allow it. But, it depends on what you compare it with. Chen Shizhi could still interrupt the forced absorption of super-age spirit rings that were no more than 1,000 years old with his ability. Even if it would cost him a lot and he would not be able to increase his spirit power and absorb spirit rings for a few years, he could still save his life and become a spirit master. But the jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flower was too overbearing. If a 1,000-year-old soul beast of ordinary quality was thrown next to a jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flower that was not a soul beast, the 1,000-year-old soul beast would be turned into pus in a short time. The poison and soul power in it were several times higher than that of an ordinary 100-year soul ring. Even some soul rings of more than 1,000 years were not as fierce as the 500-year-old jade phosphorus 7 absolutes flower. Once absorbed, there is no regret, no hesitation, either success or sudden death. Even if a titled Douluo is here, at least a healing soul master above soul sage is needed to save Chen Ming's life. In the best case, Chen Ming will never be a soul master in this life. In the worst case, he will probably only be able to lie in bed and survive for a few years. If you fail in the current situation and die, you won't even leave a body behind, only a pool of water. In the eyes of Chen Shija and Chen Tianyun, Chen Ming was tantamount to seeking death. They have also seen Chen Ming's talent in recent years. He indeed has the potential to be a soul sage or even a soul Douluo. If he practices diligently in the future and has children, it is possible that he will solve his family's problems. There is absolutely no need to take a gamble and risk absorbing the soul ring of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. I have made my decision. Chen Ming could feel the concern of the two, but he still shook his head and spoke firmly. He stretched out his hand and stroked the poisonous vines in front of him. The moment he touched it, the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower, which originally had no intelligence, suddenly twisted as if stimulated by something. The originally closed flower opened slightly, and the surrounding poisonous gas became much thicker. When I first came here to practice, I fell in love with this green phosphorus 7 wonders flower at first sight. At that time, it was not even a soul beast. I fed this green phosphorus 7 wonders flower with my own soul power and blood for 2.5 years. I can feel that there seems to be some kind of connection between me and this green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. When I touched its body, I could feel as if I had an extra arm connected to it by flesh and blood, and a special organ had grown. Having said that, Chen Ming shook his head. Although this is difficult to understand and I cannot explain the principle, this is the fact. If it were any other jade phosphorus 7 absolute flowers, I would not be 100% sure that I could absorb their spirit rings, but if it is the one in front of me, I think I should have no problem. It won't reject me. As Chen Ming spoke, the vines in front of him twisted slightly, as if they were closing in on something, or as if they were expressing their dissatisfaction. However, in the eyes of the two people beside him, this twisting had no meaning at all. It takes 10,000 years for a plant-based soul beast to develop some spirituality, and it is said that it takes 100,000 years for it to develop true spiritual intelligence. A mere 500-year-old green phosphorus 7 wonders flower can become a soul beast only because of the right time and place. How could there be such a thing as spirituality? Xiao Ming, you have to think clearly. At this time, Chen Tianyun, who had been silent, finally couldn't control his emotions. He reached out and grabbed Chen Ming's sleeve, and said with some desire. Chen Ming's father, Chen Tianfeng, had a son in his old age and loved Chen Ming very much. However, he unfortunately had an accident while hunting soul rings with his wife and passed away. Chen Shija had to be the pillar to take care of the entire family, and Chen Ming was brought up by Chen Tianyun. From the time he learned to speak to the time when his martial soul awakened, Chen Tianyun treated him as his own flesh and blood. To Chen Tianyun, Chen Ming is like his own son, and in his heart he is far more important than his two unborn children. In Chen Tianyun's opinion, even if Chen Ming was gifted and had a 10% chance of success, there was at least a 90% chance of death. This was totally unacceptable to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Sacrifice of Control. Chapter 11, Sacrifice of Control. Soul masters should respect death, but they should not be afraid of death. Chen Ming shook his head, unable to explain any further. In fact, in the past few years of cultivation, Chen Ming also seemed to feel that he did have some special golden fingers, but this golden finger seemed too abstract, so he still didn't understand what it was. He only knew that it seemed to be a spiritual trait. So he paid special attention to those spiritualities over the years. This pearly phosphorus seven wonders flower was indeed what he fell in love with at first sight. At that time, the flower was not even a soul beast, but just a plant with soul power fluctuations. It was Chen Ming who used his own blood to water the roots and rhizomes and used his soul power to nourish it bit by bit after practicing, and only then transformed it into a soul beast a few months ago. It is probably only about 500 years old. Because of the soul power injected into it and the blood watered it, Chen Ming could feel that this bead plant had already left his mark to some extent. Although he didn't know what effect this mark would have, at least it wouldn't have any negative effects. Chen Ming believed that he could absorb its soul ring. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Chen Shizhe and Chen Tianyun stopped talking. They just clenched their fists, their bodies trembling slightly. They looked at Chen Ming with pleading eyes, hoping that Chen Ming would change his mind. Chen Ming did not have any weapon that could deal with the green phosphorus seven wonders flower. Even after being possessed by his martial spirit, he was unable to cause fatal damage to the green phosphorus seven wonders flower. Moreover, all this is based on the assumption that Chen Ming's actions will not trigger a chain counterattack from this pearl green phosphorus seven wonders flower or even other green phosphorus seven wonders flowers in the cave. The rhizome of the green phosphorus seven wonders flower is so well developed that even if the leaves on it are destroyed, it is impossible to completely kill it. It is not something that an ordinary soul master can easily deal with. It was just that Chen Ming closed his eyes at this time and summoned his martial soul. He seemed to feel something. The mental power and soul power in his heart combined at this moment, transmitting some kind of characteristics to the green phosphorus seven wonders flower. A force came from the pearly green phosphorus seven wonders flower, reflecting Chen Ming's martial soul and blood. The pearly green phosphorus seven wonders flower bloomed rapidly in just a few breaths, and the originally calm soul power was completely ignited in an instant. Sacrifice. This special ability that could only be activated by 100,000-year soul beast was forcibly activated at this moment in a way that Chen Ming himself did not understand the principle. The pearl phosphorus seven absolute flowers began to devour their own kind around them. The pearl phosphorus seven absolute flowers that had become soul beasts could still rely on their instincts to barely resist, while the pearl phosphorus seven absolute flowers that had not yet become soul beasts could only obediently transfer all of their accumulated energy to the other party. If this energy is absorbed as a foundation, then the age of the pearly phosphorus seven absolute flowers can probably exceed 1,000 years in a short period of time. However, this power did not remain at all, but was completely burned up in an instant. The flower bloomed, vitality and soul power surged, and a visible emerald green soul power beam appeared between the green phosphorus seven wonders flower that was burning to the extreme and Chen Ming as a link. Just when Chen Shizhe and Chen Tianyun were so shocked that they could no longer think, the pearly phosphorus seven wonders flower finally bloomed to its fullest, producing an illusory eighth petal that shouldn't have existed. Then, the huge plant turned into ashes in an instant as if its vitality was drained away. The soul power in the flower gathered together and poured into Chen Ming's body. Chen Ming subconsciously sat cross-legged in meditation, and a deep yellow soul ring appeared beside him. Sacrifice? Isn't this just? Chen Shizhe opened his mouth wide and managed to utter a few words. He used all his thinking ability in this life but was unable to continue describing. Sacrifice is said to be a special ability that only 100,000-year soul beasts possess, and it will only occur when a 100,000-year soul beast is willing to give everything it has to someone. This kind of thing is equivalent to a myth in Douluo continent, and it occurs much less frequently than the appearance of angels and gods. If it weren't for the fact that the ancestral law of Douluo continent has always been said to be immutable, sacrifice, which no one has ever seen, would have been deleted from the books as a rumor. But what did they see today? A 100-year-old plant-type soul beast was sacrificed to a prospective soul master who had not yet absorbed his first soul ring. This is no longer something that can be described as there are some flaws. This kind of thing is 100, 1,000, or even 10 or 9 times more outrageous than an angel god descending to bestow a soul ring. However, at this moment, Chen Ming had no time to care about the two people's thoughts, because at this moment, he had fallen into a deep meditation that was difficult for ordinary soul masters to encounter under the sacrifice of the pearly phosphorus 7 wonders flower. If Chen Ming was locked before, then the moment this soul ring appeared, Chen Ming could feel that the shackles that were originally bound on him were broken through a layer because of this soul ring. At this moment, he understood something in his heart. Soul masters and soul rings are the laws of the Douluo world. Every time a soul master advances, it is equivalent to using the soul ring as a medium to intersect with the laws of the Douluo continent, completing a transformation. Martial soul is a manifestation of the essence of the world, a way of the Douluo world, and soul ring is a derivative of this way. Both of them are flawed, and only by combining them can they achieve perfection and obtain true derivation from the world. With the soul ring as a medium, Chen Ming's spirit entered a mysterious realm. He could feel that he could take the initiative to obtain something. As his consciousness grew, one picture after another unfolded before him. Those were the laws hidden within the green phosphorus 7 absolute flowers, things engraved on the most essential origin of the green phosphorus 7 absolute flowers race. Soul masters with different martial spirits can see different things, and everyone sees different things. But strictly speaking, the only one who can actually see this abstract concept from beginning to end is Chen Ming. Poison arrow, poison light, poison coil, poison shot, poison enhancement, poison pincers. These are not enough. These are just changes in soul power, not the essence. Other soul masters can only randomly obtain one soul skill that suits them after absorbing soul rings, but Chen Ming has now opened all the skills of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower that have the potential to become soul skills. He browsed through them one by one and deleted and modified them to a certain extent to make them more suitable for his own wishes. Chen Ming only glanced at the soul skills such as entanglement and growth that were not suitable for his own martial soul for a moment or two and then paid no further attention to them. Instead, he focused his attention on more important things. Soul rings and soul skills are equivalent to spell slots or skill slots. Soul masters can use them, but most people will never understand how they use them in their lifetime, let alone get close to the essence of soul rings. Some skills, such as Fireball and Fireline, are essentially the same, but most people cannot make any changes. Some soul skills with simple principles can actually be acquired by soul masters through training without wasting a precious soul ring slot. Chen Ming was exploring the essence of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower within the flower's soul ring. Finally, one picture after another overlapped in front of him, and a soul skill that theoretically only a soul master with the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower martial spirit could obtain after absorbing the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower appeared in front of him. Poison Cloud Technique. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 The Secret of the Seventh Flower of Bailan. Chapter 12 The Secret of the 7 Phosphorus Flowers. Poison Cloud Technique, a skill that sounds unremarkable, is quite common in various Western fantasy settings, and it also exists in Douluo continent. But this poison cloud technique is not an ordinary poison cloud technique. Just like the soul skills provided by ordinary black bears and dark gold fear claw bears may both be called claw strikes, but their power is very different. The poison cloud technique of the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus is different. The green phosphorus 7 absolutes flower is extremely poisonous in nature, and its best and most powerful attack method is to form a poison cloud. With Chen Ming's intervention, this soul ring not only allowed him to perfectly integrate the poison from the green phosphorus 7 absolutes flower itself, but also gained a special ability, which is to change the form of soul power. The soul power of Douluo continent is divided into 3 different forms: gas, liquid, and solid. In this era, soul masters have no clear understanding of the state of soul power. Soul power changes from gas to liquid by grinding. It is uncertain whether solid exists, and soul cores have not yet appeared in the cognition of soul masters. While this soul ring endowed Chen Ming with the poison cloud technique, it also gave him the talent to change his soul power. Externally, Chen Ming can convert his soul power into poisonous clouds and release them. He can use his mental power to control the density and composition of the poisonous clouds, and can reabsorb the released poisonous clouds and convert them into soul power when necessary. Internally, Chen Ming can use the poisonous cloud technique in reverse to condense soul power, converting it from gaseous to liquid, and even touch the solid state and soul core. In this era, this is a very important thing. To put it another way, even if he can't get the soul core, just improving the quality of soul power can easily give him the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels or even higher ranks in this era. Moreover, after these years of understanding, Chen Ming also understood that it is very difficult for the poison-type soul masters in Douluo continent to change their own toxins. Basically, they mainly rely on the toxins of their own martial souls, and then derive different toxins by absorbing different soul rings. Without spirit rings, they couldn't even actively change the composition of their toxins. The venom of the Bilan snake was still the venom of the Bilan snake, and the venom of the jade scorpion was still the venom of the jade scorpion. With the addition of spirit rings, they were just mutated venom of the Bilan snake and the jade scorpion. The main point was that no matter how many changes they made, they remained the same. Those with better eyesight can see the root of the poison at a glance and then find the corresponding method. This is also the main reason why Douluo is so frustrated. After all, his poison has not been completely understood over the years, but at least half of it has leaked out. There are many ways to target him. But Chen Ming can now actively change the interference with his own soul power. Now his soul power is mainly composed of the emerald scorpion and the toxin of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. After observing other poisons, he can find a way to analyze their toxins, and then actively add the characteristics of other toxins to his soul power. If possible, he could even make his soul power lack the characteristics of the emerald scorpion, and fully display the toxicity of the 7 absolutes of jade phosphorus flowers or other poisons. He could also create a special mixed poison that has never been seen before or since by adjusting the proportions and types. This is completely unprecedented in Douluo continent. Douluo raised his hand to release the Bilan snake venom, but it was uncertain what Chen Ming would release later. When others thought they had solved Chen Ming's poison, Chen Ming could use another poison to kill the enemy. The combination of various poisons could even play an unimaginable role. At least it was too easy to replicate a beggar's version of the life and death talisman or the 3-corpse brain pill. There is no doubt that although this soul skill itself is very strong, the additional characteristics are obviously stronger. It is even equivalent to or even exceeds the characteristics of some soul skills of 100,000 years. Douluo probably drools when he hears it. After selecting the soul skill, the soul ring began to solidify, and Chen Ming's spiritual realm slowly dropped from the state that was in line with the laws of the Douluo world to the deep meditation in the general sense. The soul power from the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower soul ring was injected into his body, and the origin was integrated into his martial soul. His body changed accordingly. His stature grew, the density of his bones and muscles increased, his vitality became vigorous, and even his appearance became more outstanding. Plant-like patterns appeared on the carapace of Chen Ming's martial soul. The scorpion tail behind him shook, and then a melted texture appeared on the top. The essence of the martial soul was injected into it, and the tail began to grow slowly. The 12th tail segment is formed and turns dark, but it does not stop. A still growing tail segment slowly grows out. This is 12.5. Chen Shiji didn't know how many times he had been stunned, but this time, after being stunned for a while, he still reluctantly gave his answer. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a spirit master's martial spirit to show this kind of growth, but once this happens, you can refer to the corresponding spirit beast. In Chen Shiji's opinion, although Chen Ming's 13th tail section has not yet fully grown, it will mature further with cultivation. Perhaps he does not need to absorb the second spirit ring. His 13th tail section will naturally mature when he cultivates to level 20. Second ring, 14th section, third ring, 15th section, Scorpion King Martial Spirit. The first soul ring, the Jade Phosphorus 7 Absolutes Flower, was sacrificed, and the level 30 martial soul became the Emperor level. My grandson Chen Ming has the qualifications to be a titled Douluo. My grandson Chen Ming has the qualifications to be a titled Douluo. Chen Shija found some control from somewhere and set up a soul barrier in front of Chen Ming. Then he grabbed Chen Tianyun by the collar and shouted fiercely next to Chen Tianyun's ear. Chen Tianyun, who originally wanted to get excited, was shocked and dazed. He almost forgot who he was. After a while, he nodded in a daze to show his agreement. The two chatted carefully under the soul power barrier, waiting for Chen Ming to absorb it. After more than an hour, Chen Ming's soul power gradually stabilized, and his eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. After confirming that Chen Ming was awake, Chen Shija rushed to Chen Ming and lifted him up high. My grandson Chen Ming has the potential to become a titled Douluo. Dad, be careful, don't scare Xiao Ming, he has just absorbed the soul ring. Chen Tianyun grabbed Chen Shiji's arm and hurried forward to warn him. Hearing this, Chen Shiji calmed down a little, then put Chen Ming in his arms and hugged him tightly before putting him on the ground. However, before Chen Ming could say anything, Chen Tianyun, who was standing next to him, came up immediately, and kept groping Chen Ming's body with his hands, carefully checking Chen Ming's physical condition. Your body is in good condition, your spirit power is in good condition. It couldn't be better. Xiao Ming, you have the potential to become a titled Douluo. Uncle, Grandpa, both of you calm down. Chen Ming actually had a lot to say, but after the two of them made such a fuss, he could only twitch the corners of his mouth, trying to calm the two of them. After about a cup of tea, with Chen Ming's comfort, the two of them finally calmed down. They put on their usual expressions on their faces and began to ask Chen Ming questions. A Soul Master's soul skills are an important secret of the Soul Master and will not be revealed to outsiders. But telling it to family members is perfectly normal. Chen Ming ignored his own choices on the spiritual level, and only said that he had acquired a special soul skill according to his instinct, and briefly introduced the effects of the poison cloud technique and the abilities that this soul skill gave him. It's just that the soul masters of this era did not conduct in-depth research on the qualitative change of soul power. Neither Chen Tianyun nor Chen Shiji realized how extraordinary the bestowed ability was. Instead, they turned their attention to the poison cloud technique itself. Under the attention of the two, Chen Ming performed his first soul skill, the poison cloud technique, on a small scale, creating a small-scale poison cloud. After confirming that Chen Ming's martial soul had indeed obtained the toxin from the 7 absolutes of the green phosphorus flower, Chen Tianyun and Chen Shiji looked at each other and suddenly felt relieved. The dream of our ancestors has finally come true in the younger generations of our family. In this new month, I beg for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, The 2RD Soul Ring. Chapter 13, Second Soul Ring. What happened today was too fantastic, so Chen Shiji and Chen Tianyun did not want it to be revealed. Although Chen Ming said several times that it was not necessary, the two still started with the angel god above and made a serious oath with their martial spirits as the price. In this world, this kind of thing is very important. If Chen Shiji and Chen Tianyun reveal it casually, then even if the angel god does not punish them, their martial souls will have problems. At the very least, their soul power will regress, and at the worst, their martial souls will be abolished. However, a cave is not a place for conversation after all. After confirming that there were no other problems, Chen Shiji took Chen Ming and Chen Tianyun and returned to the secret room in the basement of the Chen family through the underground passage. The cave where the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers are cultivated is located deep in the Douluo Gorge. The Chen family has occupied an ecological niche by integrating into the soul beast ecosystem. For hundreds of years, they have pretended to be a group of soul beasts to maintain this place. Because they are deep underground and located in the core of the Douluo Gorge, there are many 10,000-year soul beasts outside as barriers, so no other outsiders have ever discovered them. The secret passage is very long and winding. Even with the strength of a soul master, it takes half a day to walk through it. Once you get lost in it, it is difficult to find the direction. Currently, only a few people in the Chen family know the overall situation of the secret passage. After returning home, Chen Ming was allowed by Chen Shiji to play in the city for a month with Chen Tianyun by his side. During this period, if he wanted to leave Douluo city to go to other cities to play, he and Chen Tianyun had to accompany him together. Chen Ming agreed, but after just playing in Douluo city for a few days, Chen Ming, who had been suppressed for a long time, felt that it was enough. Just after half a month, Chen Ming went back to the Chen family and began to practice. There is no other reason, mainly because there is really nothing fun to do. The entertainment methods and types in Douluo continent are very backward, and because of his values from his previous life, Chen Ming doesn't want to go to those special places to play. The entire Douluo city is poor and barren. The largest market in the city is the Chen family's business. Chen Ming has no idea how many times he has been there. The best trading place in the city is the business of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, but there is nothing noteworthy in it. After walking around, Chen Ming felt that he had wasted his time and might as well go home to eat whale glue and then continue practicing. Because of the evolution of his martial soul and the acquisition of the soul ring of the top soul beast, the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flower, Chen Ming's talent was further enhanced, and the original deficit was also partially compensated. Although generally speaking, the fastest time for soul masters to practice is before level 10, and the speed of practice will begin to slow down after level 10, but Chen Ming's practice speed has become more than twice as fast as before with various blessings. In just 2 years, Chen Ming successfully upgraded his soul power from level 12 after absorbing the soul ring to level 20, improving his soul power by 8 levels and becoming a quasi-great soul master. During this period, he not only strengthened his body through exercise and the rational use of whale glue, allowing it to withstand spirit rings of higher age, but also through the practice and accumulation of soul power, his martial soul successfully became 13 sections before obtaining the second spirit ring, and the quality was further improved. Although according to Douluo continent, an 11-year-old quasi-ground spirit master is already quite good, Chen Ming himself is still not very satisfied. After all, his level is comparable to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing among the Shrek 7 devils in the original novel, and is much worse than Tang San who has Xiantian Gong. In his opinion, his greatest gain in the past 2 years was not his soul power, but the discovery of his own golden finger. Through repeated meditation and exploration of the soul ring, Chen Ming discovered that his golden finger should be a unique manifestation of spiritual qualities that do not belong to the Douluo continent. This spiritual quality cannot be used in battle for the time being, but it can be reflected in other aspects. For example, when absorbing the soul ring before, Chen Ming can actively choose the soul skills and performance of the soul ring, and obtain part of the power of the deeper laws in the soul ring. After the soul ring is fixed, he can slowly increase the age of the soul ring by actively consuming mental power and soul power, and to a certain extent, change the soul skills in the soul ring. It was just like Huo Yuhao 10,000 years later. This improvement could not bring him an increase in basic qualities, but only improve the power of the spirit ring's carrying law. In other words, after absorbing a 100-year spirit ring, the body could only obtain the basic attribute increase of the 100-year spirit ring. Even if this spirit ring was upgraded to 100,000 years later, it would not be able to bring about changes in physical qualities. 2 years was only enough for Chen Ming to dig into his golden finger to this extent. As for the deeper level, Chen Ming felt that he needed to wait until he reached a very high level before digging into it bit by bit. In fact, if Chen Ming didn't spend time exploring the ability of the golden finger and trying to increase the age of his soul ring, the time it took him to reach level 20 might be shortened by another half a year. However, the development of the golden finger was obviously more important than soul power training. As for which soul beast his second soul ring came from, this matter had already been decided when he just awakened his martial soul. 1,000-year-old emerald scorpion with 9 tail segments, what an incredible talent! If it doesn't die, it won't be a problem for it to become the Scorpion King in the future. It's not impossible for it to become the Scorpion Emperor, right? Looking at the emerald scorpion in front of him that had been cooked for who knows how long, there was some emotion in Chen Ming's words, but there was no mercy in his eyes, nor any murderous intent on his body. Killing a bug that had intruded into one's life might require some killing intent, but killing a chicken or duck waiting to be slaughtered was not even worth the effort. Before Chen Ming awakened his martial spirit, he had killed countless scorpions when he was trying to practice mimicry in the scorpion cave. Killing one more at this moment would have no effect at all. The body of this emerald scorpion was pierced by wooden nails, and its tail section was tightly bound. Facing Chen Ming and the other two, it did not have the aura and reaction that a soul beast should have. This gifted emerald scorpion was discovered by the ancestor of the Chen family decades ago, and then packaged and brought home. At that time, this emerald scorpion was only 100 years old, but it was born with 7 tail segments. After being captured by the Chen family pierced its body with special wooden nails, sank it into a deep pool underground, and soaked it in potions made from various medicinal herbs and poisons, stimulating its growth in various ways. Every year, just to maintain a stall of potions, it costs thousands of gold soul coins, and some soul beasts used as medicinal materials have to be captured by the Chen family in the Blue Sky Gorge. It can be said that the Chen family spent hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins on this soul beast, which is a huge price. In this new month, I beg for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The Strongest Soul Skill, Poison Explosion. Chapter 14, The Strongest Soul Skill, Poison Explosion. However, all the efforts were worth it. After several decades of time and hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, a jade scorpion with 9 tail segments was successfully created, which was just over 1,000 years old. The richness of its essence was several times that of a jade scorpion of normal age, and it could be considered a rare treasure. If it were put up for auction in the market, its price would not be lower than that of 1,000-year soul bone of average quality. When Chen Shija broke through to Soul Master, he was reluctant to use this emerald scorpion. When Chen Tianyun broke through, he was reluctant to use this treasure. But when Chen Ming broke through to Great Soul Master, this gold-eating beast that had been raised for decades finally came to be used. Chen Ming's martial spirit possessed his body, and the deep part of the scorpion tail behind him trembled slightly, and the entire scorpion tail directly sank into the head of the emerald scorpion. The spirit power was slightly inhaled and exhaled, and the emerald scorpion trembled slightly, and a purple spirit ring rose. What a strong penetrating power! It pierced through the head of this alien emerald scorpion without using any poison. If it were a human, a defensive spirit master below level 30 would definitely be penetrated in one shot, unless he had a top-level beast spirit like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus or the Diamond Mammoth. Otherwise, even if he used 2 spirit skills, he would definitely be penetrated in one shot. Seeing Chen Ming's move, Chen Tianyun couldn't help but applaud. Maybe it's because of my good physical fitness and high-quality martial spirit. Chen Ming stared at the purple soul ring and answered casually. This emerald scorpion itself has been artificially cultivated into a different species and is extremely valuable. Even after death, its materials can be used for various purposes and at least hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins can be recovered. Chen Ming is no longer short of money in his life, but he has not reached the point of wasting it. Therefore, during this process, Chen Ming did not release any poison to pollute it, but simply killed it. He even deliberately restrained the toxins attached to the martial soul itself, for fear of destroying this precious material. The moment he saw this soul ring, Chen Ming could feel that his martial soul was beginning to feel hungry, as if as long as he absorbed this soul ring, his martial soul would be perfectly complete. Chen Ming did not hesitate. After holding his breath and concentrating for a moment, he sat down cross-legged in front of the scorpion and used his soul power to guide the soul ring in front of him. The purple soul ring trembled slightly, then turned into a stream of light and injected into Chen Ming's body. As the soul ring began to merge, a hot alien soul power appeared in Chen Ming's meridians. This blazing alien soul power was of extremely high quality. An average level 30 soul master would have to put in a lot of effort to absorb it. But he happened to meet Chen Ming. This soul power from the Emerald Scorpion was obviously inferior to Chen Ming's soul power in both quality and quantity. The Scorpion King level origin suppressed the activity of the Emerald Scorpion's soul power. The abundant soul power and mental power bound this soul power tightly, allowing it to flow orderly in the wide meridians. After several cycles, the resistance of the Emerald Scorpion soul ring was greatly weakened, and the originally unified soul power gradually divided into strands, and then was decomposed and crushed bit by the soul power in Chen Ming's body. After more than a dozen cycles, the soul power and origin of the Emerald Scorpion were completely digested by Chen Ming and began to merge into his body. At this time, Chen Ming felt that his consciousness had once again been elevated to a certain level. Because the Emerald Scorpion he absorbed this time was a soul beast with exactly the same martial soul as his own, although its quality was much lower than that of the 7 jade phosphorus flowers, the soul skills that could appear in front of Chen Ming for him to choose from were much more than when he had the 7 jade phosphorus flowers. From amplification to attack to control, all kinds of soul skills are available, but the strength varies. Most of them are just to make up the numbers and the effects are not satisfactory. Chen Ming took a look at them and put them aside, choosing to look for some functional soul skills. The result was shocking. Because in the inheritance law of the Emerald Scorpion, there is actually a special skill that is quite extraordinary and even supermodel. 10,000 years later, the user of this skill, with the cultivation of a mere soul king, easily injured and killed several high-level soul emperors from Shrek, and played with a super Douluo with a soul power level of up to level 98. If he had not encountered the world protagonist, the Son of Fate, and was attacked by the residual soul of a god-level strongman from another world, he would have been able to escape unscathed. Yes, the user of this skill is the messenger of death 10,000 years later, the strongest, no doubt, soul king in the history of Douluo. However, because of the different martial spirits, the skill of the Emerald Scorpion that Chen Ming saw was not the corpse explosion technique, but the poison explosion technique with the same principle but different form of expression. The power was the same, but the scope of application was wider and it was more convenient to use. Poison explosion, as the name implies, is a soul skill that causes poison attribute soul power to explode. The magic of this soul skill is that 1 point of soul power can exert 10 or even 20 points of power at the moment of explosion, and this power has no upper limit. The more poison, the better, and the more amazing the power and range of the explosion. The corpse explosion technique requires 2 conditions, a corpse and a deadly poison, but the poison explosion technique only requires 1 condition. Once the object is infected by the deadly poison, no matter if it is a corpse, a living person, or even a piece of stone, Chen Ming can use this skill to turn it into a bomb. Let's put it this way, even though this spirit ring is only a 1000-year spirit ring, and the spirit skill is only a 1000-year spirit skill. But if you tell Douluo, Douluo would want to take off his 9th spirit ring and exchange it for this skill. Not poisoned? It doesn't matter. You have been marked by my poison attribute soul power. I will just detonate it and it will be over. If the poison doesn't kill you, I will blow you to death. If Douluo had this skill, he would not be the disgrace of titled Douluo, but the most powerful explosive titled Douluo. The only flaw of this soul skill is similar to the ice explosion technique of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, which is that you must use your own poison attribute soul power to detonate. If you want to hurt the enemy, you must use a medium with your own poison attribute soul power to get close to the opponent, or simply poison the opponent. Normally, this restriction is a bit awkward. After all, the opponent has already been poisoned, so it seems a bit redundant to do this. If the poison cannot enter the opponent's body, it will be easy for the intention to be seen through and the effect to be partially avoided. However, for Chen Ming, this defect does not exist, but it does not limit him much. After all, Chen Ming's first soul skill is called Poison Cloud Technique, and its effect is to create a large poisonous cloud. Even though his mind was in a special state, Chen Ming still couldn't hide the excitement in his heart at this moment. After going through the laws of the green phosphorus scorpion's bloodline that could become soul skills over and over again, and finding that there was no soul skill that could be compared with the poison explosion technique, Chen Ming decisively chose to engrave the laws of the poison explosion technique into his second soul ring to form a soul skill. At the same time, Chen Ming's external martial soul seemed to be stimulated by something and began to tremble slightly. With the integration of the emerald scorpion's essence, Chen Ming felt that his martial soul began to change. It didn't become much stronger, but it did become more complete. If Chen Ming's emerald scorpion martial soul was a leaky bucket when he first awakened, then after obtaining the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower soul ring, the leak in the bucket was repaired, but there was still only half a bucket of water in it. After obtaining the emerald scorpion soul ring, the bucket did not increase in size, but it was filled up. Originally, the bucket only held half a bucket of water, with half of it still empty. Now it is completely filled to the theoretical capacity limit of the bucket. In other words, from now on, Chen Ming's innate soul power should no longer be calculated using level 5, but should be regarded as a true innate full soul power. The medicine prescribed by Qian Daoliu really did perfectly cure the problem that had plagued their family for hundreds of years. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, External Soul Bone, Poison Emperor Possession. Chapter 15, External Soul Bone, Poison Emperor Possession. After Chen Ming absorbed the soul ring, he slowly stood up. Before he could say anything, he instinctively realized that there seemed to be something related to him on the dead scorpion in front of him. He walked behind the scorpion, reached out and touched the already stiff scorpion's tail, and subconsciously injected soul power into it. As Chen Ming's soul power poured in, the originally dead scorpion tail suddenly became active, began to devour Chen Ming's soul power, and strangely began to absorb flesh and blood from the dead emerald scorpion. After just a few breaths, the emerald scorpion's hard shell began to shrivel, and the flesh and blood in its body were drained out. The originally large scorpion tail seemed to be satisfied and began to gradually shrink. Finally, it broke away from the emerald scorpion's body and turned into a slender scorpion tail that seemed to be carved out of emerald green jade. External soul bone. Chen Shija cried out, because he finally recognized what this thing was, and he felt a little relieved. Although external soul bones are very rare and he has only seen them in books in his life, compared with the things that happened to his grandson that were enough to subvert the history of soul masters, these external soul bones are indeed too serious. Soul bones are the most precious treasures in the soul master world. Every time they appear, they are accompanied by blood and rain. Once they are known by outsiders, they will definitely cause big trouble. But now everyone present is from the Chen family, so Chen Shija doesn't have to worry about being exposed. Just when he wanted Chen Ming to absorb the external soul bone first, Chen Tianyun on the side stepped forward and pushed Chen Ming's arm. Xiao Ming, don't say anything else for now, absorb the external soul bone first. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Ming's reaction, Chen Tianyun pulled Chen Shiji's sleeve, and the two walked to the side together. Dad, let's stay away and let Xiao Ming absorb the soul bone. Hey, you bastard, you don't even trust your father. Chen Shija was so angry at Chen Tianyun's reaction that he blew his beard and glared at him. He hit the head of this unfilial son fiercely. However, he still took 2 steps away obediently, and then gave instructions to Chen Ming from a distance. Xiao Ming, your uncle did the right thing. You must remember this in the future. When you go out, you must be careful. No, be 100 times careful. Don't be rash in doing things. When absorbing spirit rings, a spirit master is at his most dangerous and vulnerable. Don't expose yourself to outsiders easily. If you find any treasure, you must be prepared to strike first. Even if you don't do it, you must never expose yourself to others. The external soul bone is a treasure second only to the 100,000-year soul bone in legend. It can evolve with the soul master's cultivation and even become 100,000 years old. Although it cannot be passed down, it is still priceless. When you go out to do things, you must be extremely careful. There is no threshold for absorbing soul bones. Even 100,000-year soul bone can be absorbed by a first-level soul master. Since Chen Ming can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring beyond his level, there is definitely no possibility that he cannot absorb a mere external soul bone. Therefore, Chen Shijia is not worried about the absorption problem. He just uses this opportunity to remind Chen Ming again and again to be extremely careful in doing things. Looking at the external soul bone in his hand, Chen Ming thought for a while whether to absorb it. Finally, after a moment of silence, he decided to absorb it. First, external soul bones are too precious and too mysterious. You may not find one among hundreds of ordinary soul bones. It seems that the Douluo series said that there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance of appearing. If you don't absorb it now, you don't know when you can find the second piece in the future. Second, this external soul bone is really suitable for him. It has the same origin as his martial soul, so it will be easy to evolve in the future. The attached abilities will definitely suit him, and it may even allow his martial soul to evolve further in the future. Even if he can grab Tang San's 8 spider lance, the benefits to him may not be comparable to this soul bone. Third, the same value is different in the early and late stages. This external soul bone itself is of the millennium level, which can provide a considerable physical bonus to the current self, allowing oneself to snowball as quickly as possible. Both the survivability and the endurance of absorbing soul rings can be improved, and further evolution can be achieved in the future, which is 100% worthwhile. The only drawback is that the green phosphorus scorpion cannot fly, so its mobility is limited. Of course, as a time traveler, Chen Ming also knew what could make up for this problem. "Grandpa, second uncle, I'll remember this. I will be extremely careful in the future." Chen Ming nodded, replied, and then sat cross-legged again to absorb this 1,000-year-old external soul bone. Because his martial soul had the same origin and absorbed its soul ring, Chen Ming did not feel any obstacles when absorbing this 1,000-year-old external soul bone. After just a few minutes, Chen Ming completely absorbed it. It was probably because the overlap was too high. Even after absorbing an external soul bone, the scorpion tail behind Chen Ming still looked the same as before, except that the material looked a little more real and the pattern was a little more complicated. If you don't look carefully, even Chen Ming himself would find it difficult to tell the difference from the outside. However, the bonus of the soul bone did not disappear because the shape was not conspicuous enough. On the contrary, the bonus brought by the external soul bone was very obvious. The scorpion's tail actually includes its excretory system, so after losing its tail, the scorpion will be suffocated by its own feces. However, the martial spirits of Douluo continent are obviously not that hardcore. Chen Ming's tail actually protrudes from the coccyx and is an external extension of the spine. Both perception and control are very sensitive, and the accuracy is no less than his 10 fingers. After absorbing this soul bone, Chen Ming could feel that his entire skeleton, with his spine as the core, had been significantly strengthened, and his flesh, bones, and meridians had all been greatly improved. Although his martial soul had not evolved, its essence had also improved. In the future, he might be able to evolve his martial soul in disguise by stimulating the growth of external soul bones. This external soul bone strengthened the strength and power of his tail, while slightly increasing his toxicity. Most importantly, the soul bone also came with a soul skill called Poison King Possession, which, when released, could increase all of his attributes by 50% and the strength of his poison by 100%. As for the passive ability, it has not been developed yet. It will probably take some time for Chen Ming to grow up before it can be revealed. As an amplification soul skill, this is already quite good. Not only does it make up for the problem that Chen Ming's two soul skills are both offensive and have no gain, but more importantly, as Chen Ming strengthens, this soul bone skill can also be further improved. If there is a disadvantage, it is that the consumption of the Poison King potion is very, very high. With Chen Ming's current level 22 soul power after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone, which is close to level 23, he can only maintain the Poison King potion skill for half an hour. Moreover, Chen Ming's remaining two soul skills also consume a lot of mana. If a fight really breaks out, they may only last for a few minutes at full power. After absorbing the external soul bone, Chen Shijia and Chen Tianyun came up and started talking to Chen Ming. Chen Ming briefly explained his second soul skill and the abilities attached to the external soul bone. After learning that Chen Ming's martial soul had been completely completed and he had undergone a complete transformation, Chen Tianyun and Chen Shijia hugged each other, and both father and son couldn't help but burst into tears. It wasn't long before Chen Tianyun pointed out the most noteworthy thing about Chen Ming. The added soul bone has a significant effect on you, but your appearance has hardly changed. If we didn't know that you absorbed the soul bone, we experts wouldn't be able to detect the change. As long as you don't expose it, there will be no problem. But your second soul ring is really a bit too conspicuous. It's not that there are no precedents on the continent for absorbing thousand-year spirit rings after the second ring, but those are only once every few hundred years, and the probability of occurrence is much smaller than the innate full spirit power. Anyway, in the past 100 years, I haven't heard of anyone absorbing beyond the age limit. Once it is exposed, you will either be fought over and wooed, or be killed by people who are jealous of you. The atmosphere in Douluo continent is really hard to describe. Chen Ming complained. There's nothing we can do. If you don't kill other people's geniuses, they will kill your geniuses. Your family has no geniuses, so the supply is cut off. When other people's geniuses grow up, they will swallow you up. So everyone is also staring at other people's geniuses, and they will look for an opportunity to kill them. Your grandfather and I, your second uncle, are still considered as people in Douluo City, but there are many people stronger than us outside Douluo City. With my old bones, I can only fight a few rounds with soul saints whose martial souls and spirit rings are not strong. The strong ones can kill me with a few slaps. But we are poison experts after all, so sneak attacks are our strongest form of attack. Your poison is about 70% as potent as mine, a bit stronger than your uncle's. Although a sneak attack may not kill a soul sage, it should still be enough to kill a soul emperor. Instead of letting you hide for decades and waste your talent, it is better to use connections to get you into the Tiandu Royal Academy. With 3 Soul Douluo teaching committee members and the Tiandu Royal family as your background, it will be much safer than at home. When you travel the continent, you will have your own background. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Tiandu Royal Academy. Chapter 16, Tiandu Royal Academy. In the eyes of the time travelers, the Tiandu Royal Academy in the Tiandu Empire was not a truly top-level force. But for Chen Shijia and Chen Tianyun, it was the top and most reliable force they could come into contact with. During this period, titled Douluo had not yet reached the point of being worthless as in the later parts. Each titled Douluo was a big shot who was hard to find, and the Soul Douluo was also a top-level powerful figure in a famous town on the continent. In their opinion, 3 Soul Douluo level teaching committee members plus the background of the royal family of the Tiandu Empire are more than enough to suppress those who have ill intentions towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming also thought about it carefully and found that joining Tiandu Royal Academy is really the best choice for him now. The only academy in Douluo continent that can surpass the Tiandu Royal Academy is the Spirit Hall, and the only one that can match it is the Royal Academy of the Xingluo Empire. With his background, joining the Spirit Hall is not a problem, but entering the Spirit Hall does not mean that he can be seen by the top management, nor does it mean that he can get the best training. Even if it only takes 5 years for Chen Ming to join the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation team and receive corresponding training, the previous 5 years would have been wasted. What's more, it is impossible for Chen Ming to wait obediently for 5 years under the eyes of the Spirit Hall for recognition. He has been coveting the immortal grass for a long time. If a few more years pass, even the grassroots will be dug up by Tang San. That's really not worth it. Tiandu Royal Academy may not be able to compare with the Spirit Hall in terms of knowledge, which has a history of thousands of years and has gods in the sky, but it has everything that is needed in the conventional sense. And because there are no titled Douluo, and it is an aristocratic academy, there is still some privacy, and if you want to do something, you will not be watched and can't get out. And one more thing, Tiandu Royal Academy also has Dugubo's granddaughter Duguyan. Dugubo himself is not only the top poison master in Douluo continent, but also has the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, a top treasure that runs through the 4 parts of the Douluo series. For Chen Ming, Dugubo's family are all treasures, and their value is even higher than that of Tiandu Royal Academy. Thinking about it this way, Tiandu Royal Academy is really a pretty good place. So, Chen Ming agreed to Chen Shiji's request. After the 3 of them returned to the Chen family, they simply packed their bags and waited for another 2 months. When the Tiandu Royal Academy began to recruit new students, they immediately took Chen Ming with them and drove all the way to Tiandu City, the capital of the Tiandu Empire. Because he was worried about Chen Ming, Chen Shiji took out the storage soul guide ring he used and handed it to Chen Ming. Chen Tianyun spent several days thinking about various things that Chen Ming might encounter, and filled the 7 or 8 cubic storage soul guide device. The admission process to Tiandu Royal Academy went smoothly and no one had any problems. The Chen family is a hereditary Earl family. Although their presence is not high, the title has been there for hundreds of years, so there will be no problem in checking it. If a Baron or Viscount wants to send his child to Tiandu Royal Academy, the child will have to go through some tests. If the talent is too poor, Tiandu Royal Academy will not accept him. But if an Earl sends someone in, he only needs to register his age, name, martial spirit, and soul power, and he can enter the academy directly. Although it sounds like it is full of insects, and it is actually full of insects, this is the Tiandu Royal Academy after all, the highest institution in the Tiandu Empire that is mainly for the nobles of the Tiandu Empire. It is both an institution of learning and a place for the nobles to bond with each other. That's why it looks so strange. It wasn't until the very end, when everything was almost done, that the test that should have been put first finally appeared. Hello, I'm Qin Ming, a tutor at Tiandu Royal Academy, and a War Soul King of the Agility Attack Department. I've been commissioned by the 3 teaching committee members to come and check whether the martial souls and soul power conditions of the new students are true. In a dark and closed small room, a middle-aged man in plain clothes looked at Chen Ming gently with a formal smile on his face. The eyes hidden under the glasses were somewhat helpless and tired. Douluo continent is teeming with love-brained people and fools. Although they seem not to be seen on weekdays, in fact, from time to time they will appear and do something big. Although admission to Tiandu Royal Academy is such an important matter, every year there are always some people who, not sure if they are the result of close relatives, cause all kinds of trouble at this stage. For example, a little Locha's martial spirit was registered as a black dragon. A soul master insisted that he was a great soul master who had not absorbed the second soul ring, and a 15 or 16-year-old insisted that he was 11 or 12 years old. In short, there were all kinds of top-notch people, like a star-studded crowd. However, because these people were born rich or noble, even the 3 education committee members could not directly and forcefully express their opinions. They could only arrange some trustworthy people in the last ring every year to check the children sent by the Earl families one by one. Before coming to see Chen Ming, Qin Ming had already seen more than a dozen children. He could only say that those who said at least half of the 10 things were false were honest people. The spirit of the warrior is a ginger cat, but he insists that it is a tiger cub. I don't know why he is born in an aristocratic family and still has 2 white spirit rings. The spirit of the warrior is a strong attack system, but he insists that it is a support system. The male spirit master insists that he is a woman and wants to live in the girls' dormitory. As for those who look down on others, or have a very good self-image, there are many who claim that they will definitely become a titled Douluo famous throughout the continent in the future just because they have the 7th level of innate soul power. Really, Qin Ming's temper was already very good, but after letting these humanoid creatures twinkle like stars for a while, he was so tired that he didn't want to breathe. He wished he could directly possess his martial soul and use a 5th soul skill to burn these humanoid creatures into ashes. The information registered by Chen Ming is that he is 11 years old, male, a 23rd level Great Soul Master. His martial soul is Emerald Scorpion control system, and he has 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. If this level is true, then he must be a super genius. But considering the usual performance of this group of nobles, Qin Ming didn't take it seriously at all. In Qin Ming's mind, let alone being a great soul master with a 1,000-year-old second soul ring, it was questionable whether Chen Ming could even have a second ring. Classmate, release your martial spirit. Without waiting for Chen Ming to speak, Qin Ming waved his hand and said awkwardly but politely, "Okay." Looking at the character from the original novel in front of him, Chen Ming was a little confused about the other party's thoughts, but he still released his martial soul and soul ring. His body swelled up, and his scorpion tail extended. When the aura of a level 23 Great Spirit Master emanated from him, the absent-minded Qin Ming suddenly raised his head, full of surprise. When his 2 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, appeared, Qin Ming immediately jumped up, threw the small notebook in his hand aside, quickly came up, and looked at Chen Ming carefully from head to toe. "Chen Ming." Qin Ming's voice was a little hesitant. "Correct. 11 years old, level 23 Great Soul Master." Qin Ming continued to ask. "Correct. Soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple." When he said this, Qin Ming's voice rose sharply, reaching a level that was enough to make people feel uncomfortable. "No, teacher, haven't you seen the information I provided when I registered?" Facing Qin Ming, who seemed to be possessed by a demon, Chen Ming took a step back, frowned, and his voice fluctuated a little. "No. I just..." Qin Ming waved his hands and tried to explain, but found that it was difficult for a young man like him to describe those people who seemed to be the result of inbreeding. He also didn't want to pollute the ears of this genius boy with the stories of those people. After stuttering for a long time, he managed to spit out a complete sentence. "I just couldn't believe that I could actually see such a great talent. It's the first Monday of a new month. Please vote for me and add me to your collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Enrollment. Chapter 17 Enrollment, Part. To be honest, because he had been harassed by too many human-like stars, when Qin Ming saw the soul ring on Chen Ming, he was so excited that he almost had a cerebral thrombosis. "I thought he was just another braggart, but who would have thought he was actually the real deal? Is the main reason why I endure these humanoid creatures really because of the orders of the 3 Contra Education Committee members? Although this is also a relatively important new place, the main reason is that I want to find talented children to train." Really? A 1,000-year-old second ring master, a 23rd level Great Spirit Master at the age of 11. A genius among geniuses. Student Chen Ming, it is definitely the right choice for you to enter Tiandu Royal Academy. Talents like yours are rare in the entire continent. Only our Tiandu Royal Academy has the ability to train you. I'm a bit presumptuous to ask, classmate Chen Ming, can you tell me what your 2 soul skills are? You don't have to explain it so clearly, just give a general description. If it's really inconvenient to say, then we can skip this topic for the time being. There's nothing inconvenient about the soul skills. Chen Ming was a little confused when he saw Qin Ming suddenly getting excited, but he still calmed down and went through the procedures quietly. Soul skills are the secrets of soul masters, but except for a few soul skills, most soul skills are actually very easy to recognize. Even if you don't know the name or which soul beast it was obtained from, you can at least tell what type it is. Chen Ming's 2 soul skills are the kind that passers-by can remember at a glance. The release method and effect are so clear that they cannot be hidden once they are put into action. Chen Ming would be training in the academy for the next few years, and he felt that it was impossible for him to hide his soul skills, so he simply revealed them, but the effects would definitely be somewhat hidden. My first soul skill is called Poison Cloud, and its effect is to create a poisonous cloud. My second soul skill is called Poison Explosion, and its effect is to detonate things infected by my toxins. It can also be used to detonate the poisonous cloud of my first soul skill, but there is a certain amount of lead time each time it is used, and it can only be used 5 times a day. For a soul master with poison attribute, the first soul skill has a wide coverage range, which can be used for control or killing, and the second soul skill can detonate the first soul skill. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he spoke. In his opinion, this combination of soul skills was extremely excellent. Although Chen Ming's admission file has not been registered yet, Qin Ming has made up his mind to introduce this genius to the 3 teaching committee members and let him enter the 2 teams of Tiandu Royal Academy for further studies. Xiao Ming, are you really only 11 years old this year? Qin Ming suddenly asked. Indeed, I am only 11 years old. Haven't I already submitted my birth registration and the awakening certificate issued by the Spirit Hall when I awakened my spirit? That's right, that's right. Qin Ming said this, but he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. Normally, people with innate soul power higher than level 7 will have special records in their files when they enter school, but for some reason, Qin Ming just flipped through Chen Ming's file again and again, and didn't see any special records. He didn't even know what Chen Ming's innate soul power was. Xiao Ming, are you married? Or are you engaged? Although Qin Ming's words were presumptuous, they were actually quite true in Douluo continent. The productivity of Douluo continent is poor, so people get married early. Coupled with the accelerated maturity of martial spirits, it is common for commoners to get married at the age of 12 or 13, and even earlier. Although there are fewer nobles who get married at this age, there are many who are engaged. Qin Ming's question was unexpected, but also reasonable. I'm not married or engaged. My goal is to become the best spirit master in the world. Women are a hindrance. Except for rich women, of course. Chen Ming added quietly in his heart. Looking at Chen Ming with a serious face, Qin Ming really wanted to tell him that you are a bit too extreme. But when he thought of those students in the academy who got into all kinds of trouble because of their love affairs, Qin Ming suddenly felt that Chen Ming's reaction seemed quite good. Why did Qin Ming get to where he is today? Was it simply because of his good talent and a mutant martial soul? That was only one of the reasons. The most important thing was that in this world full of people who were in love, Qin Ming was single from birth. Although he was not devoted to cultivation, at least he spent most of his time on cultivation and did not cause a lot of trouble because of love or secret love. This was the reason why he became stronger. Call. Xiao Ming, can I call you that? You can just call me Teacher Qin or Teacher. You are very talented. I think with my ability, I can't decide your future training method in the academy for the time being. We need to go to the education committee and let the 3 education committee members make the decision. As long as you can demonstrate your true strength, I personally believe that you will be able to join the Tiandu Royal Academy team within a few years, and eventually participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, which is considered the pinnacle event for young soul masters. Qin Ming was also a little excited when he said this. He was born in Shrek, a school that didn't even have the qualifications of a low-level soul master school. Not to mention entering the elite competition of advanced soul masters across the continent, he couldn't even buy a ticket for the audience seats when the competition started. Although Qin Ming never said it, it was a pain in his heart because he always believed that his talent and ability were not inferior to those geniuses who could go on stage, but for various reasons, he could not show them. Since joining Tiandu Royal Academy as a faculty member, Qin Ming has paid extra attention to the two teams of Tiandu Royal Academy. Recently, he even applied to become the leader of one of the teams in order to make up for the regret in his heart for so many years. Chen Ming didn't know what Qin Ming was thinking. He just looked at his excited expression and felt a little confused. But after thinking about it, he felt that the other party would not do anything to him, so he agreed to Qin Ming's request to take him to meet the three education committee members. After the two left the room, Qin Ming did not immediately take Chen Ming away in a hurry. Instead, he went to the room next to him to find his deputy, explained the matter to the other party and handed over the task. Then he took Chen Ming to the deepest part of Tiandu Royal Academy, where the three teaching committee members were working. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Enrollment. Chapter 18, Enrollment, Part. Tiandu Royal Academy is located 20 miles outside Tiandu City. It is an academy built in the mountains. The entire mountain from the foot to the top is within the scope of Tiandu Royal Academy, which contains a large number of training venues and various facilities. The main campus of the college is located near the hillside, where the library, canteen, classrooms, and other facilities are located. The college and tutors live elsewhere. The place where Chen Ming and Qin Ming were talking was a room at the foot of the mountain, while the three education committee members were at a place close to the top of the mountain. The distance between them was not close even for a soul master's walking speed. The road leading to the top of the mountain was made of steps made of rocks carved by craftsmen. Each stone was engraved with a soul beast pattern, and each brick was worth several months' income for an average family. Most people would be amazed for a long time after seeing it, and even Chen Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart about how much money was wasted. After being possessed by the martial spirit, the physical fitness of the two was greatly improved. Under the effect of the spirit power, the two flashed on the stairs like two afterimages. Qin Ming is a soul king of agility attack. A mere staircase cannot cause any consumption to him. If he had not been concerned about Chen Ming standing beside him, he would have no idea where he would have gone. While climbing the mountain, Qin Ming also secretly paid some attention to Chen Ming's condition. As a 23rd level Great Spirit Master, his spirit power is not that deep after all. An explosion at this speed will not only consume a large amount of spirit power, but also test his physical strength. Once one of the two begins to deplete, the consumption of the other will double. If he continues to attack at once, he will easily enter a state of exhaustion. Looking at Chen Ming's speed and the soul power surging in his body, Qin Ming was secretly calculating in his heart. It seems that Xiao Ming still has no experience, but this is not a problem. Qin Ming thought so, but he did not open his mouth to correct anything. After all, he did not know Chen Ming's specific condition yet, and it was just a preliminary judgment. He still needed to observe Chen Ming's specific situation in depth through the process of going up the mountain. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Chen Ming's face was back to normal and his running speed did not slow down. Qin Ming nodded when he saw this. Good endurance and good physical fitness. It seems that although he has little experience, his body is well trained. After 2/4 of an hour, Chen Ming's breathing became slightly faster, but the speed was still stable. Qin Ming couldn't help but be surprised. The Emerald Scorpion is not a martial spirit that is good at endurance. How can Xiao Ming have such endurance? It's incredible. Could it be that this is the increase brought by the Millennium Spirit Ring, or is it because he is born with such a special feature that he can absorb the Millennium Spirit Ring when he has the second Spirit Ring? Another quarter of an hour later, Qin Ming and Chen Ming had climbed to a position where they could see the room where the three education committee members were. Although Chen Ming's cheeks were slightly red and his forehead was slightly sweaty, he still did not look tired and his pace remained the same. Even his originally rapid breathing had been adjusted at some point and became stable and rhythmic again. At this time, Qin Ming had nothing more to say. Training or talent? Qin Ming felt that Chen Ming's physical strength was even worse than that of an animal. He was already at the level of a monster. When he was level 23, although his speed was faster than Chen Ming, his endurance was only one-third of the others. Even if he wanted to save energy at such a high distance, he had to rest at least once. The physical strength that Chen Ming showed was almost the same as when he was nearly level 40. And most importantly, during the climb, Qin Ming discovered that the speed at which Chen Ming's soul power was consumed was simply unreasonable. Normally, a soul master who can use 1 point of soul power to produce 1 point of effect is excellent, and one who can use 1 point of soul power as if it were 2 points is a genius. There are a lot of soul masters on the mainland who can only produce half of the effect of 1 point of soul power. What about Chen Ming? He simply used 1 point of soul power as if it were 5 or 6 points, and combined with the speed of his own soul power recovery, he reduced the consumption to the extreme. His soul power might even be more sufficient than his physical strength. Although it was a bit presumptuous, Qin Ming had already begun to suspect in his heart whether Chen Ming was a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had transformed and sneaked into the human world. After all, according to common sense, a soul master should not be able to have such talent. Not long after, the two arrived at their destination, a house that looked unremarkable. This house is really inconspicuous, with only 2 floors in total. The stone used is also common stone. There are no decorations or carvings on the house, only some flowers and plants in front of the house. In this Tiandu Royal Academy where even the bricks and stones are carved with soul beasts. This house is so plain that it looks like a warehouse for storing things. In fact, judging by the style of carving bricks and stones, this house may be even more inconspicuous than a warehouse. Xiaoming, this is where the 3 education committee members often work. When you enter, you must pay attention to the first impression you give to the 3 education committee members. The 3 education committee members are all powerful soul masters at the Soul Douluo level. They are the pillars of our Tiandu Empire and are well-known strong men on the continent. Each of the 3 education committee members is equivalent to a huge army. It is said that when they work together, they can even rival the powerful power of a titled Douluo. You must be careful with your language and image. Qin Ming's emotional intelligence is not high, and the tone of his speech is more like that of an old mother than a teacher. If someone with a bad temper hears it, he will probably think it is too long-winded. However, Chen Ming can understand the good intentions in the other party's words. Although they had not known each other for long, Qin Ming left a good first impression on Chen Ming. He was a teacher with a gentle personality and a responsible character. Thank you, Teacher Qin. I will pay attention to it. Chen Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, calmed himself down, nodded at Qin Ming, and answered with a smile. Looking at Chen Ming's performance, Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction, took a few steps forward, and knocked on the door of the room. Education Committee Member, my name is Qin Ming. When I was checking the new students who enrolled this year, I found a good seedling, so I brought him here right now. Please take a look at this student. 3 Education Committee members. Qin Ming, come in. A deep voice came from inside the house, accompanied by a fluctuation of soul power, and the door was opened directly in mid-air by the person inside the house. Before entering the room, Chen Ming smelled a familiar fragrance in the air. It was the smell he often smelled in the basement before, the smell produced by the burning of lamp oil made from the fat of deep-sea whale soul beasts. Qin Ming led Chen Ming into the house, and the events in the room appeared before their eyes. There was a row of cabinets in the spacious room, and various materials obtained from soul beasts were displayed on the cabinets. Various unknown calligraphy and paintings were hung on the walls on both sides. In the center of the room was a large round table. 3 old men were sitting beside it. Various dishes were placed on the table. Jars of wine were placed at their feet. 2 of the 3 old men were already slightly red in the face, and one was already reeking of alcohol. But the eyes of the 3 were still bright, without any sign of drunkenness. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Education Committee and Examinations. Chapter 19 Education Committee and Examinations. As soon as Chen Ming entered the room, he could feel a mental force exploring him. The mental force was strong and undisguised. When Chen Ming felt it, he couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously. It was this inconspicuous action that made a tall and thin old man in the room sigh. "Hey, kid, can you sense my mental power?" The gentle-looking old man stood up curiously, took a few steps forward, and looked Chen Ming up and down as if he had discovered some rare animal. "My name is Meng Shenji. I'm a soul Douluo. I'm on the teaching committee of Tiandu Royal Academy. My martial soul is Black Demon. Strictly speaking, I'm a spiritual soul master." As if afraid that Chen Ming would be scared by him, Meng Shenji introduced himself. "You can sense my spiritual power. Is your martial soul spiritual?" It's no wonder that Meng Shenji had such an idea, because in this era, mental power is a very mysterious thing, and soul masters have insufficient knowledge of this power. Only a few high-level soul masters or spiritual soul masters know something about it. Some soul masters, even when they have reached the level of titled Douluo, still have very limited use of their mental power. Even if there is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast standing in front of them, they cannot recognize it. It is almost like being blind. Although Meng Shenji is not a titled Douluo, he is also a senior soul Douluo. Because of his own spiritual spirit, the Black Demon, he can use his mental power to do things such as detection. The other two members of the Education Committee, Bai Basehan and Jilin, although they are also experienced high-level soul Douluos, they have only touched the surface of the use of mental power and are completely unable to use mental power to detect such operations. Meng Shenji used his mental power to probe, and basically only soul Douluo and title Douluo could understand what it was, and a few soul saints could feel as if something was looking at them. Soul masters below soul saints, under normal circumstances, could not even feel it. The probability of spiritual martial spirits appearing is extremely small, so small that it's a bummer. It probably only accounts for 1 in 10,000 of the soul master group. Even in the Tiandu Royal Academy, the highest institution of learning in the Tiandu Empire, there is only one true pure spiritual soul master, Meng Shenji, and there are no more than 10 other soul masters with spiritual attributes, and most of them are teachers. Under such factors, it is no wonder that Meng Shen is a little excited. Meng Jiao Counselor, my martial soul is not a spiritual martial soul, but a beast martial soul, the Emerald Scorpion King. I am just born with some talent in spiritual power, and I am more sensitive to spiritual power. No. Hearing Chen Ming's answer, Meng Shenji was a little disappointed, but he was not embarrassed. Instead, he changed the subject very skillfully. Emerald Scorpion King, King-level martial spirit. This quality is definitely top-notch. Perhaps it is because you are born with an extraordinary talent in mental strength that your martial spirit can become a king. A king-level martial soul is a special classification. The martial souls in this classification are superior to the general ones, but their genetics are unstable. It is essentially a benign mutation. Its appearance means that the talent must exceed that of the general soul masters with the same kind of martial soul. Taking emperor-level soul beasts as an example, their children must have stronger talents than their peers, but they are not necessarily emperors. They can only be considered to have emperor blood or king blood, with higher talent potential. In the future, they are more likely to become king-level or emperor-level soul beasts than their peers. An ordinary soul beast can become a king or even an emperor by enduring the years and having adventures, but the prerequisite is that there is no other king or emperor above him. Maybe, I'm not sure either. How could Chen Ming not know the evolution process of his martial soul, but he couldn't tell his secret the first time they met. Come, let me introduce you. This is Bai Basehan. He is a member of the education committee like me and a defense-type soul Douluo. Hello, kid. The short and fat old man smiled and waved at Chen Ming, not looking like a superior at all. This is Zhilan, also a member of the Education Committee, and a control-type soul Douluo. Hello, kid. The drunken old man stroked his messy beard, gave a gentle smile, and began to quickly recall the freshman information he had read today. Greetings, the three teachers. My name is Chen Ming. I was born in the Chen family of Douluo City in the Tiandu Empire. My family is a hereditary earl. I am 11 years old this year. My martial soul is the Emerald Scorpion King. My soul power level is 23. I have 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Please give me more guidance. From the fact that the three people did not call him by his name but called him child, and from the fact that Meng Shenji asked about his martial soul, Chen Ming guessed that the three education committee members might not know his information, so he simply told them all his basic information when introducing himself to avoid embarrassment for everyone. At the beginning, when the three members of the education committee heard about Chen Ming's background and family, they did not react much, but just nodded gently. However, when he talked about his soul power and soul rings, a breeze flashed by, and the three members of the education committee appeared beside Chen Ming without knowing when, and looked at Chen Ming in doubt. Teacher Qin, this. Meng Shenji glanced at Qin Ming next to him with a questioning look in his eyes. That's right, three members of the education committee, the information about Chen Ming is completely true. His martial spirit, soul power, and soul rings all completely match the description in the information. Hearing Qin Ming's answer, the three education committee members couldn't suppress their smiles on their faces. Bai Base-han even reached out and patted Chen Ming on the back to express his excitement. Bai Base-han, Zhilan, and Meng Shenji knew that they had reached their limit. They had been devoted to education for many years and were eager to recruit outstanding talents. They gave the greatest care to both teachers and students. They were the most competent teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy in hundreds of years. Hearing that an extraordinary genius had truly appeared, the three of them were immediately overjoyed, unable to suppress their excitement. Come on, kid, follow us to the backyard and let us three old guys see how you perform. Meng Shenji took Chen Ming's hand and quickly led Chen Ming through the back door and walked towards the courtyard behind the house. The Soul Master walked very fast. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes and going down a hill, they arrived at a special training ground with an unknown stone as the ground. Although it was late, the sky of Douluo world had not been polluted yet, and the light from the stars and the moon in the sky could still illuminate this special training ground. Zhilan pulled Qin Ming over and whispered something in his ear. Qin Ming nodded as if he understood something, then he moved some distance away and summoned his martial spirit. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, surrounded him. Blazing flames surrounded his body, and the flames made the venue even brighter. Xiao Ming, summon your martial spirit and attack me to show off your spirit skills and strength. Don't worry, I will hold back my strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, The Power of Poison. Chapter 20, The Power of Poison. Here we go. This is the necessary test for fantasy novels. Ever since he saw the training ground, Chen Ming had been mentally prepared. After hearing Qin Ming's words, he felt a sense of rightness in his heart. Chen Ming bowed to the 3 education committee members beside him, then came to a place about 20 steps away from Qin Ming, summoned his martial spirit, and took a defensive posture. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, appeared around him, revealing the aura that only the top martial souls could have. Watching this scene, the 3 education committee members whispered to each other, their faces full of satisfaction. Teacher Qin Ming, be careful. My Emerald Scorpion King is extremely poisonous. The first 2 spirit rings are taken from top-level poisonous spirit beasts. The mixed poison is very strong when combined. You must be extremely careful. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very difficult to remove the poison once it spreads. Having said that, in order to prove its toxicity, Chen Ming concentrated his soul power at the scorpion's tail, gathered a very tiny drop of venom, and then controlled the real drop of venom to drip onto the ground. Under the horrified gazes of the other 4 people, the special ground was easily corroded by a drop of venom, making a hissing sound. In just a few breaths, a hole about the size of an adult male's fist was left behind. The corroded area had a dark green luster and made a faint hissing sound. If you look closely, you can see that the rock is still slowly melting. Just looking at this fist-sized hole, Chen Ming felt a little emotional at this moment. In his impression, his venom should not have only this much power. When he practiced with stones before, a drop of venom like this could at least cause a corrosion hole of about 30 centimeters. As expected, Tiandu Royal Academy is worthy of being called a Royal Academy. With its wealth and power, the materials used are solid, even the stones are much stronger. Looking at the holes corroded on the ground, Qin Ming, who originally wanted to maintain the demeanor of a master, couldn't help but swallow his saliva and became extremely careful. Is this poison really the emerald scorpion's poison? And not something like magma? Why does he feel that although they are both masters of poison, the great soul master Chen Ming is more than 1 level stronger than the newly enrolled Duguyan? Who is the successor of poison Douluo? Okay, if there are any problems, I will tell you. Qin Ming did not dare to be arrogant and answered honestly. After observing Chen Ming's movements for a while, Qin Ming took a deep breath. Student Chen Ming, pay attention, I'm coming. First soul skill, Fire Wolf Transformation. Second soul skill, Wolf Fire. Qin Ming used 2 amplification soul skills on himself in one breath. As the first and second soul rings lit up, his aura was obviously enhanced and the flames became more violent. If possible, Qin Ming did not want to use his 2 soul skills. After all, when a soul king faces a great soul master, even if his soul power is suppressed, the gap in physical fitness and experience between the two is still huge. But looking at the pit that was still smoking, Qin Ming didn't want to use his own body to test the effect of the toxin on living things. He could only use his actual soul power to increase his fire power so that he would not be contaminated by the toxin. After adding the soul skills, Qin Ming rushed towards Chen Ming. Under deliberate suppression, the speed of Qin Ming, a spirit king of the agility attack system, was less than 30% of the real speed, and was only at the level of an ordinary great spirit master. Looking at this ridiculous speed, although Chen Ming felt somewhat helpless, he did not distract his attention. Facing Qin Ming's charge, he took a defensive posture, and the scorpion tail behind him swayed slightly, as if trying to use stillness to overcome movement. Just when Qin Ming shortened the distance to only 3 steps away from Chen Ming moved. The long tail behind him swung in front of him and lashed horizontally like a whip. The first soul ring on his body lit up, and dark green poisonous mist quickly emerged with him as the center. First soul skill, Poison Cloud. After releasing the soul skill, Chen Ming's voice came a beat later. At this time, Qin Ming had completely entered Chen Ming's attack range. The scorpion's tail whipped so hard that Qin Ming could not ignore it, and the sudden surge of poisonous mist was even more dangerous. Qin Ming's palm mixed with flames had just blocked the attack of the tail whip when his whole body was swallowed up in the poisonous fog. Although his whole body was wrapped in blazing flames, he still felt bursts of pain throughout his body. The toxins were partially offset by the blazing flames, and the rest was mostly offset by the soul power. However, the remaining toxins were still highly corrosive, and Qin Ming's dress was torn in just a few breaths. His skin, which had become like an orc due to the possession of his martial spirit, was also unable to resist, and his long hair was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. A small amount of toxin entered Qin Ming's respiratory tract along with the air. Just a tiny amount made Qin Ming feel severe pain. As a soul master with a fire-attributed martial soul, Qin Ming felt the pain of his internal organs being on fire for the first time. No matter how strong his will was, his body instinctively convulsed and he almost fell to the ground, hunching his body like a shrimp. Seeing that Qin Ming, the Soul King, had trouble as soon as he came into contact with him. Chen Ming's face suddenly changed. He swung his tail behind him violently, knocking Chen Ming away, far away from the range of his soul skills. Then he cancelled his soul skills and martial soul, and quickly reached into his underwear to take out the antidote he had prepared in advance. Chen Ming, who was knocked flying, did not fall to the ground, but was caught in mid-air by the Azure Ivy martial spirit summoned by the Zhilan Education Committee, which cleverly resolved the impact force. The gentle, thick, and vital soul power was injected into Chen Ming's body along with the Azure Ivy. During this period, the raging fire burning on his body did not even leave any signs of burns on the Azure Ivy. With the infusion of soul power, Chen Ming felt that his consciousness became a little clearer, but his internal organs were still in pain, and his skin also felt like it was burning. He was unable to muster up energy for a while. Chen Ming took 2 steps at a time, walked to Chen Ming, reached out to pry open Chen Ming's mouth, and poured the medicine powder in the small gourd into Chen Ming's mouth. Although there was no water, Chen Ming's mouth, filled with saliva, still swallowed subconsciously, and the saliva quickly sent the medicine powder into his stomach. As a cool feeling surged from his lower abdomen, Chen Ming felt the pain in his internal organs eased slightly. After calming down a little, he finally had the energy to pay attention to his current condition. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Shock. Chapter 21, Shock. Xiao Ming, your poison is really too strong. What soul beast did you get it from? The emerald scorpion does not have this kind of toxin. Chen Ming staggered to his feet, trying to use his soul power to warm his internal organs. He felt pain all over his body from the inside out, and his already fragile facial features were severely irritated. As a soul king, he had come into contact with soul beasts and soul masters that used various poisons, and he had no idea how many difficult poisonous soul beasts and soul masters he had dealt with. Chen Ming had been poisoned before when he was hanging around on the mainland, but no poison had ever given him such a strong feeling. If Chen Ming had not taken the initiative to put him in the poison range and given him the antidote immediately, but had continued to drag him into the poison range, Chen Ming had no doubt that he would not be able to withstand the poison mist. If it was a life and death duel, he would die directly in the poison mist if he was careless. You have to know that he is a soul king and has a top-level mutant beast martial soul, the fiery wolf. Although as a quick attack system, his resistance to abnormal states is far inferior to that of the strong attack and defense systems of the same level, he will definitely not be knocked down by a great soul master with poison. If all poison attribute soul masters were so strong, everyone would have been trying to find ways to add poison long ago. The 3 education committee members were also very curious about what Chen Ming's poison was, so even though they knew that Chen Ming's words were somewhat presumptuous, they did not stop him, but looked at Chen Ming silently. Faced with the question, Chen Ming pondered for a moment, then gave a slightly awkward smile. Teacher Chen, Education Committee, my toxin comes from an encounter and cannot be replicated. Seeing that Chen Ming did not answer, the 3 members of the Education Committee were a little disappointed, but they did not say much. The source of the soul ring and soul skills of the soul master are the secrets of the soul master. Such things are inherently known by fewer people. Otherwise, once it is leaked, it will be restrained by others. They were mainly curious. After all, apart from the poison displayed by Poison Douluo, they had never seen such a strong poison. This poison was totally unlike something a great soul master could possess. Chen Ming, go and recuperate first. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. Zhilan used the Azure Ivy to send Chen Ming to the side to sit cross-legged for recuperation, and then looked at Chen Ming. Xiao Ming, we have seen the strength of your poison. It is indeed extraordinary. You are worthy of being a genius who can absorb the Millennium Spirit Ring with your second Spirit Ring. But there is one thing we must tell you right now. Your poison is too strong. Ordinary spirit masters cannot resist it at all. Most of the students in our academy have soul powers around the level of great soul masters. Your poison is too deadly for them. Even if you can quickly detoxify them, it will bring various consequences. The most important thing is that these people are either rich or noble. Such a strong poison can easily cause you unnecessary problems. Having said that, Zhilan glanced at Meng Shenji and Bai Bei's Han, and the two nodded in understanding. Meng Shenji's hands opened and closed, his soul power fluctuated slightly, and a token was taken out from the soul guide ring on his hand, and then he used his soul power to put it into Chen Ming's hand. Xiao Ming, keep this token. If someone in the academy causes trouble for you, you can show this token, or go find a teacher nearby with this token. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not use poison on ordinary students. Okay. Chen Ming took the token and nodded to the 3 education committee members. I remember the instructions of the education committee. I will not use poison easily. Okay, that's good. Meng Shenji glanced at the place where Chen Ming had performed the poison cloud technique just now without leaving a trace. Until now, the surface of the platform there is still covered with a layer of green toxins, and the special rocks are crackling in the dark due to the corrosion of the remaining toxins. That was a surface that was strong enough to withstand the aftermath of a battle between a level 40 Soul Sect member. It only took a few breaths of magic and a thin layer of the ground was dissolved by the poisonous cloud. It was still melting slowly but continuously. If it were a flesh and blood body, the bones of an ordinary person would probably have started to dissolve by now. Soul Masters below level 30 would probably not be much better off except for a few exceptions. For low-level Soul Masters, the effect of this soul skill is almost equivalent to pure massacre. The students of Tiandu Royal Academy were either rich or noble, and the background forces behind them were intertwined. It was unknown how long they had grown in the land of Tiandu Empire. Once a major incident such as a death occurred, even the 3 education committee members would not dare to pat their chests and say that they would be able to solve it. Why is it that the new student Duguyan, who is also a great spirit master, is completely unable to compare with Chen Ming in terms of poisons? Who of these 2 people is the successor of poison Douluo? The 3 education committee members thought of the same thing in their hearts. The 3 members of the education committee chatted with Chen Ming for a while and built up their relationship. Chen Ming stood up. Although he looked embarrassed, he finally returned to normal. After all, Chen Ming is a soul king with abundant soul power, able to protect his internal organs at critical moments, and he is also a soul master with top-level beast martial soul. With the effect of the antidote, it is not difficult to recover quickly. Of course, all this is based on the assumption that Chen Ming did not inhale too much toxin. Otherwise, even if there is an antidote, the damage to the respiratory tract and internal organs cannot be easily solved. Chen Ming, it's getting late. Take Xiao Ming and find a place to stay first. Tomorrow you can take him around the academy and tell Xiao Ming about the student's situation. Yes, Education Commission. After hearing Meng Shenji's words, Chen Ming immediately agreed. Then, after taking Chen Ming to say goodbye to the Education Commission, he led Chen Ming down the mountain. Most of the mountain is a simulated training ground and teachers' residence, and most of the students live on the lower side of the mountain or near the foot of the mountain. After confirming that Chen Ming had taken Chen Ming away, the 3 education committee members, who seemed to have everything under control, immediately looked at each other, quickly came to the table corroded by Chen Ming's poison, used their soul power to knock off a part of the rock and brought it back to the house, casually swept the wine and food on the table aside, and the 3 of them began to study it. Meng Shenji took out Chen Ming's file and gave it to the 2 of them. When they saw that Chen Ming only had level 5 innate soul power when he just awakened his martial soul, and that his martial soul was not the Emerald Scorpion King but an ordinary Emerald Scorpion, the faces of the 3 of them became very strange. Because there were no outsiders at the moment, the 3 old men who had lived together for decades simply ignored the image they usually established in front of outsiders. They gathered together stealthily and began to communicate with each other. New books have been added to the library, please support us. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, The Plot in the Palace. Chapter 22, The Plot in the Palace. Chen Ming said that his poison came from an adventure, and it seems to be true. The world is so big, and there are countless adventures. Every year, many spirit masters are reborn for various reasons. Among the titled Douluo since ancient times, there are many who encountered various adventures when they were young. I didn't expect that Tiandu Royal Academy would receive such a lucky person this year. Bai Base Han, who is 4 feet tall, spoke first, with a bit of envy in his eyes, but no other negative emotions. Heroes are everywhere in the world, and all kinds of things are common, but most people won't reveal them. The three of us have come to where we are today, and we have had some adventures that ordinary people would consider. But aren't we able to get to this point mostly through hard work? Zhilan stroked his beard and responded. The exploration of Douluo continent by the Douluo people is only a small part, and the Soul Master's research on martial souls has also been ongoing. When humans first awakened their martial spirits, they didn't know how to cultivate spirit power, and only geniuses with full innate spirit power could absorb spirit rings. After humans figured out how to increase spirit power, the profession of spirit master was truly born. 10,000 years ago, there were many soul masters with yellow spirit rings on their 3rd and 4th rings, and it was normal to have a purple spirit ring on the 5th ring. At that time, those who could absorb a purple spirit ring on the 4th ring were all geniuses. With the research and experiments of generations, today's soul masters know that the 3rd soul ring can absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. The 5th soul ring of a soul master with excellent talent can try to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. No one can tell how much of the progress over the past 10,000 years was due to chance encounters. Since ancient times, there have been countless soul masters who have had adventures for various reasons. Who can become a high-level soul master without his own secrets? There are indeed some teachers on the mainland who are jealous. Even if their students have an adventure, they are very unbalanced and want to do everything they can to transfer the students' adventure to themselves. However, the 3 teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy are not that kind of people. Even if we look at the entire Spirit Master world, the 3 of them can be regarded as highly respected. In the decades since they became the Education Committee, they have taught countless students and gained the respect of countless people. They can be said to have many students all over the world. After learning that Chen Ming had an adventure, the first thought of the 3 was to protect Chen Ming so that Chen Ming could practice well and become a high-level soul master in the future. If anyone wanted to reach out and test Chen Ming, the 3 of them would not mind flexing their muscles a little and breaking those hands that shouldn't be reached out. After the 3 of them discussed it, they came to their own opinion on the matter of Chen Ming. Although it was late, the 3 of them had no intention of resting. Instead, they took advantage of the daylight and quietly got busy in the academy. Meng Shenji sorted out Chen Ming's information. Bai Basehan went to the palace to meet Shui Yat. Zhilan was responsible for inspecting the situation in the academy and finishing off the work with the teachers according to the deployment. Half an hour later, Chen Ming's information was delivered to Shui Yi's desk. Knowing that there was a special new student enrolling, Shui Yat, who was supposed to be looking for a name card in the bedroom, sat in the study and looked through Chen Ming's information with the light of the soul guide lamp excavated from the ruins. Shui Ye gently stretched out his fingers and tapped the table, thinking about Chen Ming. Various expressions flashed in his eyes, and finally he gently placed the information in his hand on the table. Douluo City, Chen family. It's unbelievable that a genius could appear in such a remote place like Douluo City. But the poison is so powerful. Could it be the next poison Douluo? Genius is a genius, an adventure is an adventure. There are countless things in the world, countless geniuses in the world, and countless adventures in the world, but how many of them can enter the ranks of my Tiandu Empire? No, my royal family, my Shui family. In the past 100 years, there have been more than 20 people with full innate soul power, but how many of them can become titled Douluo? I have seen many people with titles, but which one has become, that's all. You have absorbed the second ring of the millennium and evolved your spirit into a king. I hope you really have the appearance of a titled Douluo, rather than just looking like you have the appearance of a titled Douluo. After simulating Chen Ming's poison in his mind, Shui Yi's eyes couldn't help but become sharp. Although Douluo had never demonstrated his poison on the battlefield, Shui Ye and Shui Xing had simulated it countless times in secret, and they knew how much damage Douluo's poison could theoretically do. If the role that a normal title Douluo could play on the battlefield was equivalent to that of 10,000 fully armed elite soldiers, then the role of a poison Douluo was at least equivalent to that of 10 title Douluos or 200,000 elite soldiers. The poison may not have a very good effect on high-level spirit masters, but for an army composed mostly of ordinary people, the lethality is very huge. The combat strength of poison Douluo alone is equivalent to that of a 7 treasure glazed sect. Although Douluo was nominally a tribute of the Tiandu Empire and had a close relationship with Prince Xuexing, as an emperor, Shui Ye could not be completely assured of Douluo. Instead of relying on Douluo, Shui Ye hopes that the Tiandu Empire can cultivate a poison Douluo of its own. Eunuch Tang, send someone to keep Chen Ming's information safe, and then order the secret guards to go to Douluo City. Don't alert the enemy. Don't reveal that the royal family is investigating them. Yes. The old eunuch bent down and greeted Shui Ye respectfully. Besides. Shui Ye narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something, and finally sighed helplessly. Send a copy of Chen Ming's information to King He. As a prince, he should be able to understand what I mean. Emperor Shui Ye was of course aware that Shui King He might have murdered his other brothers just to ascend to the throne of Crown Prince. In fact, unlike other suspects, although Shui Ye did not know how Shui King He did it, he was completely certain that it must be related to Shui King He. It's just that Shui King He has performed very well since becoming the Crown Prince, and he has handled everything very well. In Shui Yi's opinion, apart from his somewhat immature personality and the fact that he would offend nobles for the sake of a mere civilian, he has no shortcomings. Although he was not happy emotionally, Shui Ye believed rationally that Shui King He would be able to surpass him easily and lead the Tiandu Empire into a very glorious era. As for the avalanche, Shui Ye didn't think that his spoiled child could be compared with Shui King He. Although he might be a little clever, and in some ways it seemed that he was deliberately hiding his incompetence, compared with Shui King He's performance, these little clevernesses were worse than nothing. Moreover, as a prince, Shui Beng is too close to Prince Shui Xing rather than being a prince, he is more like the prince's child, and his love for Shui Xing is even greater than that for himself as a father. Shui Ye was very unhappy. It was the emperor's business for him, the emperor, to be close to the prince. It was not his business for him, the prince, to be close to the prince. Shui Ye slumped in the chair, looking at the ceiling and sighing slightly in his heart. He trusted Shui King He very much and believed that Shui King He could understand what he meant as the emperor. But he was also a little worried. The power of Prince Shui King He was expanding. How should he, as the emperor, deal with it? I am still in my prime, I can live for at least 20 years. If not 30 or 50 years. And the prince's power will be gone in another 20 years. Shui Ye only hopes that the decision he makes today will not make him regret it tomorrow. New books have been added to the library, please support us. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Ren Shui in Anxiety. Chapter 23, Qian Rongxiu in Anxiety. Shui King He, or Qian Rongxiu who was disguised as Shui King He, did receive Chen Ming's information, but she did not receive the information after Shui Ye ordered the eunuch to deliver the information, but when the information just entered the palace and before it was delivered to Shui Yi's desk. Yes, without Shui Ye knowing, a large part of the eunuchs and guards around him were secretly bribed by Qian Rongxiu. While Shui Ye was still flipping cards in the bedroom and the message was being delivered, a copy of the message was on Qian Rongxiu's desk. A genius whose innate soul power is only level 5, but whose martial soul evolved due to a fortuitous encounter, and whose second soul ring absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. It's really rare. I always thought that only the Spirit Hall could have such a genius. I didn't expect that he would also appear in the Tiandu Empire and join the Tiandu Royal Academy. Looking at Chen Ming's information, Qian Rongxiu mercilessly poked at the spine of the Tiandu Empire. Because of the recent visit from relatives, Qian Rongxiu, who usually behaved very gently and steadily, occasionally showed some violent emotional fluctuations in private. The military strength of the Tiandu Empire is notoriously weak, with the scarcity of high-level combat power, and it relies entirely on a large number of soldiers to maintain its combat power. The imperial power is unstable, and a large number of nobles in the country have divided up the rights that should have belonged to the royal family. The nobles in various places almost formed their own separatist regimes, obeying orders but not announcements, and committing countless illegal acts. Unless it involved the interests of the royal family itself, the royal family would not manage it. In the past few years, Qian Rongxiu has been busy since he ascended to the position of crown prince. Smaller ones include various banquets in Tiandu City and exchanges between nobles. Big ones include disaster relief, suppressing rebellions, and even checking accounts. According to the imperial law, in order to deal with the nobles for the sake of commoners, he was not only targeted by nobles of all ranks, but also scolded by Shuiye for being too immature when he returned to Tiandu City. If you check the accounts, you will find a bunch of bugs, corruption everywhere, and wherever she goes, fire dragons burn down warehouses. Sometimes, when you check, it is often found that the account has been in deficit for decades or even hundreds of years, but no one says it. Those who embezzle 30% out of 100% of the funds are considered to be honest and incorruptible. There are quite a few who embezzle 70% to 80% out of 100%. Some geniuses even set up other names to not only take 100% of the funds, but also take extra money from other places in various ways. Sometimes, when checking the accounts, we can find out those who are collaborating with the enemy, engaging in de facto separatist activities, and preparing troops for rebellion. If she hadn't been surrounded by titled Douluo-level guards and possessed the god-level martial spirit of the six-winged angel, Qian Rongxiu felt that she would have died 7 or 8 times based on the defensive power of the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. To be honest, Qian Rongxiu felt that she was an undercover agent, and she only needed to do her job well. However, various things forced her to be a slave and work hard for the Tiandu Empire. Qian Rongxiu herself couldn't remember how many things she had handled for the Tiandu Empire over the years, but the more she dealt with the messy things between the nobles, the more she felt that the Tiandu Empire was doomed. Shuiye didn't care about anything and threw all the blame on her. As a result, while she was dealing with the problems, Shuiye was still restricting her. I don't know what happened recently, but the old guy Shuiye seems to be in estrus. He goes to the harem every day and doesn't care about anything. If it was just this, Qian Rongxiu would have reluctantly accepted it. But the problem was that during this period, whenever Shuiye left the harem, it was either to find something for her, the prince, to do, or to punish her. Moreover, in recent years, because she was not in the spirit hall, and her grandfather Qian Daoliu retired to the worship hall and no longer interfered in the affairs of the spirit hall, that woman was secretly causing trouble for herself, making it so that sometimes even the help provided by the spirit hall was not trustworthy. In recent years, Qian Rongxiu felt that she was living in dire straits. It is said that there is a special soul beast called the roaring marmot in the Xingda Great Forest. Although its quality is average, it has the innate ability to transform pressure into roaring. As long as the pressure is great enough, a 100-year-old roaring marmot can even kill a 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. Qian Rongxiu felt that if she were a roaring marmot, with the pressure she was putting on herself, not to mention a 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear, even a 100,000 or 200,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear would not be able to withstand her roar. Sometimes, Qian Rongxiu was also thinking, should she really listen to Ning Fengzi, that cheap teacher, and learn to be more noble, not care about so many things? Give up useless feelings and look at the problem from the perspective of interests. Although her angel spirit was not in line with the spirit hall's philosophy, Qianrongxiu sometimes had to admit that the times had changed and her ideas were outdated. If this was true, why would she, the young master of the spirit hall, go undercover in the Heaven Do Empire? Thinking of this, Qianrongxiu sighed and stopped thinking about those boring things. Instead, she began to slowly look through the materials. However, her absent-mindedness was obvious to everyone. After reading it, Qianrongxiu originally didn't want to deal with Chen Ming's matters at this time, but wanted to take a nap. However, at this moment, the spies placed by the spirit hall in the palace suddenly came to report. Shuye ordered the eunuchs to send secret guards to investigate Chen Ming's family, and ordered the eunuchs to send Chen Ming's information to the prince's mansion. Qianrongxiu was really not sleepy at all this time. She only felt her lower abdomen, which was originally uncomfortable due to her period, gradually churning. She gritted her teeth and got up to deal with the matter again. After receiving the eunuch and going through a set of procedures and getting the information she had already read from the other party, Qianrongxiu sat in her study, silently pressing her temples under the light, slowly calming her emotions. Seeing this scene, a middle-aged woman appeared beside Qianrongxiu, her face full of worry. "Young master, please take care of your health." "Aunt May, I know." Qianrongxiu sighed and replied slowly. The woman called Aunt May is a member of the Qiandao school who was sent to look after Qianrongxiu. She is a branch of the Qian family. Although she did not inherit the Qian family's angel martial spirit, she is quite powerful and is a control-type soul Douluo. Because he is absolutely reliable and will not reveal his relationship with the spirit hall even if he takes action, he has always been trusted by Qiandaoliu and Qianrongxiu. Although Snake Spear and Thorny Pig are reliable, they are not suitable for Qianrongxiu's side all the time due to their different genders. She is responsible for guarding Qianrongxiu when the snake spears and porcupines are not around. She is also the only relative who can often appear by Qianrongxiu's side. The only awkward thing was that according to the generational level, this 80-year-old man was the grandson of Qianrongxiu's grandson. So the two of them would normally ignore this matter. P.S. To thank everyone for their support, the author has evolved from a 2-update beast to a 3-update beast from today. The chapter release time has been changed from twice at 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 3 times at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 5 p.m. I would like to ask for your recommendation votes and monthly votes, and also for your continued reading and investment. Although only 23 chapters have been posted, the author has actually written 72 chapters in his computer, and there are about 50 chapters saved, so it will not be easily abandoned. Please give your support. Whispering, the author gets up to write as soon as he opens his eyes. In fact, he writes 8,000 words every day these days. It's just that because Kidian recommends 4,000 words per day, there are only 2 chapters. New books have been added to the library, please support us. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Invitation 7 days later. Chapter 24, Invitation in 7 days. The woman called Aunt May looked at Qianrongxiu's tired figure, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes, but then a strange look rose in the blink of an eye. Perhaps because of Qianrongxiu's deep trust, even though she was so close, Qianrongxiu did not notice anything wrong with the people around her. Looking at Qianrongxiu like this, a trace of struggle flashed in the woman's eyes, and finally she returned to her usual kindness. "Young master, your body is worth millions of gold. How can you waste your energy on such a trivial matter?" A spirit master who appeared in a small place only got a few opportunities. Who can tell how far he can grow in the future? If the young master is willing to pay attention, then send someone to express goodwill. I think he will not reject the kindness of the current crown prince. If the young master is not available to pay attention for the time being, then it will not be too late to make a decision after seeing his talent in the future. Qianrongxiu shook her head and said nothing, but she agreed with Aunt May in her heart. For ordinary forces, the second millennium ring is something that only appears due to chance or coincidence. But for the Spirit Hall, it is not that difficult, it is just a matter of whether you want it or not, and whether it is worth it. The ancestor of the Spirit Hall was the Angel God, and every generation has a peerless Douluo as the High Priest of the Angel God. In the Worship Hall and the Elder Hall, every generation has titled Douluo from all over the world. How could ordinary people understand the inheritance left over from 10,000 years? Qianrongxiu knew very well the factors for soul masters to absorb soul rings, and also knew that improving physical fitness could increase the lifespan of soul rings. However, this method was really unnecessary for the angels. The six-winged angel martial spirit is born with a soul power of level 20. After absorbing 200-year soul rings, it can possess a soul power of at least level 23. Within 2 years, it can become a soul master and absorb the third soul ring. Although the cultivation speed will become slow after level 30 due to the overly powerful attributes, it is only relatively slow. Even if the cultivation speed of the six-winged angel spirit is reduced, it is still stronger than the general innate full spirit power, not to mention the various resources and inheritance provided by the Spirit Hall. After obtaining the third soul ring at the age of 8 and becoming a soul master, one can become a soul lord at around the age of 12, and a soul king at around the age of 17 or 18. And what if Qianrongxiu wants a second soul ring and absorbs the Millennium Soul Ring? She awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, and although she had a level 20 soul power, due to the limitations of heaven and earth, she could only display level 10 before absorbing the first soul ring. After absorbing the first soul ring, her cultivation level would rise to level 20. He had just awakened his martial soul at the age of 6. Even though he had been taking various medicinal baths since childhood and had a god-level martial soul, his body still had not developed. The stimulation of soul power is a long and painstaking process. The same soul power and martial spirit will be different at different ages. The superstandard development of Douluo people is essentially dependent on the stimulation of soul power. For children, their physical fitness increases significantly every year. After a year of soul nourishment, even if the soul power and martial soul are the same, the body of a 7-year-old soul master is much stronger than that of a 6-year-old soul master who has just awakened his martial soul. If Qianrongxiu wants to absorb the second Millennium Soul Ring, she will have to go through at least 2 years of development and recuperation after absorbing the first soul ring before she can try. To be safe, it will take about 3 years. Even so, after absorbing the 1000-year level second soul ring, his soul power level was at most around level 27. After all, although you can accumulate soul power through cultivation after reaching the level cap, and increase your soul power level after obtaining soul rings, such cultivation at a low level can never be compared with normal cultivation. What about just absorbing the soul ring and practicing honestly? Assuming it is only 2 years, the owner of the six-winged angel martial soul should be at least a soul master of level 33 at this time, which is about 7 or 8 levels lower. In Douluo continent, there are only 10 major realms. Who would waste the most precious golden time and the soul power gap of nearly a major realm for just a few hundred years? For the Qian family, it was a thankless task to suppress their physical fitness just to carry high-age spirit rings in the first few rings. What's more, the Spirit Hall also had the inheritance of the Angel God. Even if the age of the first few spirit rings was low, they could be directly raised to the level of thousands of years in the later God test. Instead of wasting energy just to extend the life of your soul ring by 200 or 300 years, it would be better to save it for performing well in the divine test. This is essentially a very anti-intellectual phenomenon. A soul master with good talent can reach the soul power standard when his body is not yet up to standard. Except for soul masters with extremely special martial spirits, the limit at this time can only withstand a 100-year soul ring. Soul masters who have been training for about 10 years have better physical fitness because their bodies have been nourished by soul power for a long time. In theory, they can withstand soul rings with a longer age than child soul masters. But the problem is that the martial souls of such soul masters are basically of low quality, and the physical bonuses they bring are not enough. Also, due to various things, their bodies may have some problems to some extent, and they may not be able to hunt down thousand-year-old soul beasts. Even those who can hunt thousand-year soul beasts may not have the courage to absorb soul rings of higher levels, and those who have the courage to absorb soul rings may not succeed. Due to various reasons, there are very few cases of the second soul ring absorbing a purple soul ring. In short, there are very few lucky people who have a second soul ring for 1,000 years, but for Qian Rongxiu, who knows the essence, it is not a mystery. If she wants, she can even artificially create some such geniuses. In her opinion, Chen Ming was just lucky and had eaten some herbs or precious soul beasts to get to where he is today. Although his martial soul had evolved, his innate level 5 talent was not worth her attention. After all, in her opinion, Chen Ming would only be a soul saint in the future. If he worked hard to cultivate, the best he could do was to be a junior soul Douluo. Unless you encounter some extremely rare adventures or unexpected situations, you will probably never reach the level of titled Douluo in your lifetime. Even if he could become a titled Douluo by relying on his adventures along the way. Qian Rongxiu thought about this time and felt that even if she didn't become a god by then, she would at least be close to the level of a demigod-level peerless Douluo like her grandfather Qian Daoliu. It is questionable whether an ordinary account can take on her first soul skill. However, as the crown prince of the Tiandu royal family, Qian Rongxiu could not simply ignore the file when Shuiya handed it to her. After all, for the Spirit Hall's young master Qian Rongxiu, a genius with at most the talent of a soul Douluo is nothing. But for the Tiandu Empire, a country with scarce high-end combat power, Shui Qinghe, as the crown prince, really has no reason to ignore a genius who may become a soul Douluo in the future. Qian Rongxiu sat on the stool in silence for a while. After silently recalling her recent schedule, she finally made a decision. Send someone to bring him here in half a month. As for the location, it's on the top floor of Kai Bao restaurant. Let's set the time at noon. P.S. Chapter 2, there will be another chapter today. New books have been added to the library, please support us. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, First Night of School. Chapter 25, First Night of School. In the Tiandu Royal Academy, Chen Ming had been led by Qin Ming to an inconspicuous pavilion located on the mountainside. After asking Chen Ming to wait here for a while, Qin Ming, with a slightly blushing face, burst out his soul power and left quickly. Although his whole body was very fast, like a ghost. But the light brought by the fire attribute soul power still made him very conspicuous in the night. Even if Chen Ming did not take the initiative to look, he could see the other party's movement trajectory. Not long after, Qin Ming returned to the pavilion. Although he didn't have anything extra in his hands, his expression was much more stable than before. Qin Ming's wrist trembled slightly, and a map made of the fur of an unknown soul beast appeared in his hand. After confirming that the content was correct, Qin Ming handed it to Chen Ming. The Tiandu Royal Academy campus is very large, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find the way. Please keep this map and write down the main roads. Tomorrow I will take you to walk around the main areas, and you will probably be able to find your way in the academy. Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming. Chen Ming nodded, opened the map in the moonlight, took a quick look, and memorized several major areas and main roads. It's getting late, so please come with me. I just went to the teacher in charge of the freshman dormitory and found a courtyard for you. Although it's a little secluded, it's close to the poison mimicry training ground that's suitable for your training. On weekdays, servants will deliver food and clothing to your door on a regular basis. If you have any requests, such as what kind of dishes you want to eat, or if you don't want food delivered, or if you want to add some clothes, you can just tell the servants who come to your door. The Tiandu Royal Academy is the highest institution of learning in the Tiandu Empire directly under the royal family, with abundant resources. Noble families above the rank of Earl and talented soul masters are exempt from tuition. If you show excellent talent in the academy, you will receive additional subsidies from the royal family. Speaking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh with some emotion, and his mind recalled the time when he stumbled and fell. Why, he liked Shrek Academy so much, but finally chose to work at Tiandu Royal Academy. After spending so many years on the mainland, Qin Ming realized that one cannot survive without background and resources. Although he also loves Shrek, he knows that given the academy's relatively simple environment, he will be a teacher in the academy, not to mention what role he can play. With his talent, he can only be a contra at best in this life. But it was different in Tiandu Royal Academy. Not only could it provide a large amount of gold soul coins and resources, but it also provided a variety of precious materials and top-level mimicry training grounds for casual soul masters. Here, you can at least become a soul Douluo, and in the future you may even be able to reach the realm of titled Douluo. As for noble titles and the like, that's simply too easy. Looking at Qin Ming was also wondering, if he had such a background and had enough resources for his own cultivation, would he have gone further than he is now? Don't think about such disrespectful things. I must remember the kindness Shrek has shown me. Qin Ming shook his head, put those things out of his mind, focused his attention on Chen Ming again, and took Chen Ming towards the courtyard. A quarter of an hour after leaving the brick and stone road with various soul beasts carved on it, Qin Ming and Chen Ming stopped in front of a courtyard. Although it is a small courtyard, it is actually not small at all. The overall shape is probably similar to the Beijing courtyard that Chen Ming had seen in pictures in his previous life. Chen Ming took a quick glance and felt that the area was probably around 500 square meters. After opening the gate, the layout that comes into view is extremely exquisite. Although there were no lights or human life inside the courtyard, it was extremely clean and tidy. The flowers, plants, and trees inside were well maintained, and there were no fallen leaves or dust on the ground, which showed that someone had been cleaning it carefully. Every brick and tile in the courtyard was as bright as new, and even the cracks in the patterns carved on the wall were free of dust. If Chen Ming had seen this courtyard without knowing anything in his previous life, he would have thought that it was haunted. But in this life after reincarnation to Douluo continent, Chen Ming could only say that these were all basic operations. Human resources were worthless in Douluo continent. This courtyard is empty. Xiao Ming, you can live here first. If you feel uncomfortable, I will arrange for someone to find you another place to live. By the way, which of these houses do you choose? The first one on the left. After taking a look, Chen Ming made the decision nonchalantly. Okay. Qin Ming took the key to open the door, then took out various things from the storage soul guide and placed them in the room. Soon, the whole room became bright. Pillows and quilts were placed on the bed. And several sets of brand new school uniforms were stacked in the corner of the bed. Dishes made from soul beast materials were placed on the table, and next to the bowls and chopsticks for the two people was a jar with the word fruit written on it. It's getting late today, let's just make do with a bite. If you have any needs, tell the person in charge tomorrow. Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming. Chen Ming has always been polite and courteous. When facing neutral and friendly units, he always tries to be polite as much as possible. With the help of the oil lamp, the two sat at the table and started to eat. Although Qin Ming said it was just a simple bite, the taste of the dish was very good. Although the cooking techniques of Douluo continent seem relatively backward to Chen Ming, a time traveler, the quality of the ingredients is extremely high, and even simple seasoning can bring unexpected deliciousness. Every dish on the table originated from soul beasts. Although the soul beasts were not very old, they were all considered to be very delicious. In addition, the chef's cooking skills were pretty good. Even Chen Ming, who usually ate well, couldn't help but salivate and moved his chopsticks a few more times. The jar on the table contained a kind of fruit wine brewed from fruits grown from several different kinds of soul beasts. However, due to the fermentation technology, Chen Ming felt that it was more like an alcoholic beverage that he had drunk in his previous life than a fruit wine. Although it was a wine made from soul beast fruit, it had no effect after drinking it. Although Chen Ming said that this wine was popular in the academy, in Chen Ming's opinion, the taste was just average. In Chen Ming's opinion, it was not as good as the medicinal wines made from various poisonous insects at home to assist in cultivation. But he didn't say it out loud to spoil the fun. After having a good meal and a good drink, Chen Ming put the bowls and chopsticks and wine jars on the table into his own storage soul guide. After a brief exchange, he stayed in the room next to Chen Ming tonight. Although Chen Ming was somewhat uncomfortable with the new environment, and felt that even his cultivation seemed to be a little less interesting, after a while, Chen Ming, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but laugh. The hellish place of Douluo City is full of poisons. Even the environment on the street can be regarded as a simulated training ground for poison attribute soul masters. I have lived there for so many years. If I suddenly change to a place without poisons, wouldn't I be unable to adapt? Forget it, let's get some sleep first. As Chen Ming spoke, he sat up, crossed his legs on the bed and entered a meditative state. P.S. Chapter 47 is completed, and there are chapters left. Please vote for recommendation. New books have been added to the library, please support us. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Mimicry Training Field. Chapter 26, Mimicry Training Field. The next morning, before the sun rose, Chen Ming walked out of his room according to his biological clock over the years. After walking around the yard and finding a suitable location, Chen Ming took out a mat from his storage soul guide and placed it on the ground, then sat cross-legged and waited for sunrise. At the beginning, watching the sunrise was a habit that Chen Ming developed in order to try to imitate Tang San's purple demon eye. After awakening his martial soul, along with the development of his abilities, Chen Ming gradually gained something from it. When the sun rises every morning, the yin and yang energies between heaven and earth will change accordingly. If one practices at this time, he will be able to gain a trace of special soul power with the help of the changes in the yin and yang energies. After this trace of soul power is integrated into his body, it can slightly enhance his mental strength, adjust the balance between the yin and yang and the 5 elements in his body, and improve the quality of his soul power to a certain extent. Although it looks very similar to the cultivation method of the purple demon eye, the principles are completely different. After all, the purple demon eye collects the morning glow energy that escapes when the sun rises, while Chen Ming absorbs the chaotic energy generated by the rotation of the sun and the moon. Although this chaotic energy is weak in both quality and quantity, and the way it is used is not mature enough, its effect and potential are far stronger than the purple demon eye. Moreover, as time went by and the seasons changed, Chen Ming could also perceive that the chaotic energy he obtained every day would change slightly. If he could comprehend the essence of the intersection of life and death, the alternation of clear and turbid, and the fusion of yin and yang, Chen Ming felt that he would probably have a great improvement. In the words of the martial arts world, it means that he can at least comprehend a set of 24 solar terms, each of which is equivalent to the complete version of Xian Gong. Over the years, as long as Chen Ming could meditate and practice at this time, he would never miss this precious opportunity. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, not to mention that this small mouthful of chaotic energy is much more precious than ordinary soul power. After Chen Ming finished recording the changes of the chaotic energy and integrating it into his body, there was a movement from the door not far away. Chen Ming, sleepy-eyed, stretched lazily and walked out of the room, with tears in the corners of his eyes. When he saw Chen Ming sitting on the mat, who seemed to have completed a wave of training, Chen Ming's movements suddenly froze. He put down his arms awkwardly, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gave Chen Ming an awkward but polite smile. "Ah ha ha ha, Xiao Ming, you got up really early? Are you not used to the environment in the academy?" "Good morning, Teacher Chen Ming. Although I am not quite used to the environment, I had no problem getting enough rest last night. When I am at home, I get up at this time to start my day's practice. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after saying this, Chen Ming always felt that the stiffness in Qin Ming's body seemed to be more serious. To be honest, it was normal for Qin Ming to get up at this time. Even though he was born in the lax place of Shrek, he was very careful about his training requirements and did not waste his talent. It was just that the fact that he lost his fighting ability yesterday due to a soul skill of a student made Qin Ming feel very ashamed. After a night, he thought that he could feel a little better, but when he woke up in the morning, he saw that the student had completed a round of training. How could Qin Ming not feel embarrassed? Although he had worked in the workplace for a long time in his previous life, Chen Ming's communication skills had deteriorated to some extent because he seldom communicated with outsiders after he developed his own martial arts spirit in this life. Looking at the embarrassed Qin Ming, Chen Ming stood up from the ground, put away the cushion, and after a moment of silence, he took out a handful of dried meat from the storage soul guide and handed half of it to Qin Ming. "Teacher Qin Ming, eat something first." "Yes." Qin Ming smiled awkwardly and took the dried meat given by Chen Ming. He wanted to take a bite to ease the embarrassment, but as soon as he took a bite, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. "Is this spirit beast jerky made with medicinal herbs? Not only is the effect quite good, but the taste is so much better than what the academy provides." "Xiao Ming, what kind of meat is this?" Qin Ming was not that picky about food, but the dried meat provided by Tiandu Royal Academy was nutritious, but it was really unpalatable. Basically, no one would choose to eat the dried meat provided by the academy if they had a steamed bun. Even this is the top quality product that you can't buy on the market. The ones sold outside are not only more unpalatable, but also have worse effects. This is dried meat made from the leg meat of a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. It is made with more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs and the venom of the black mamba. "Don't worry, teacher. It has been detoxified and can be eaten by ordinary soul masters." "Ahaha." Qin Ming smiled awkwardly, but still secretly circulated his soul power several times. It's not that he hasn't eaten soul beast meat before, but he has never heard of any good person eating the legs of a human-faced demon spider. And in his impression, even if the black mamba venom is used, it should be used to make medicine or poison, right? How can it be added to food as an ingredient? Aren't you afraid of getting sick from eating it? Just thinking about the fact that Chen Ming was born in Douluo City, a city that was described in the archives as built between poor mountains, bad waters, and poisonous soul beasts, Qin Ming felt like he couldn't say anything. After awkwardly finishing the dried meat in his hand, Qin Ming used his soul power to clean up the residue on his hand, then walked forward and patted Chen Ming's shoulder with emotion. Although he didn't say anything, that look seemed to say it all. Because they had just eaten some of the spider meat from the human-faced demon spider, Qin Ming decided not to take Chen Ming with him for breakfast. After they had dressed, they left the courtyard and walked away. After walking for about 3 to 5 minutes, a hidden cave appeared in front of the two. Just as Qin Ming and Chen Ming took a step into the cave, a soul master who looked like a helicopter appeared in front of them with an unhappy look on his face. "Old Qin, are there new students here? Although the simulated training ground is important, you shouldn't rush here without having breakfast. At the very least, can you at least get them up first?" The dark and sturdy soul master rubbed his eyes, complained a bit, then straightened his body slightly and introduced himself to Chen Ming. "My name is Niu Dali, you can just call me Teacher Niu. Are you also a poison-type soul master? Or are you here just to join in the fun? This is not a good place. For the sake of mimicry, a bunch of poisonous creatures are kept inside. Although it is not a problem for poison-type soul masters, it is too dangerous for ordinary soul masters. If you haven't thought it through, don't come here. New books have been added to the library, please support us." End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Turmoil. Chapter 27 Turmoil. They are not poison-type spirit masters, but they are forcing themselves to come to the poison-type mimicry training ground? Are these people crazy? When Chen Ming thought of the days when he was practicing on business trips and lying in bed drinking medicine, his head froze. He didn't understand why someone in Tiandu Royal Academy would seek death like this. The simulated training ground for poison-type soul masters can really be fatal. After all, the number of ancestors who were poisoned to death by the cave full of green phosphorus 7 flowers is already in the double digits. If I hadn't been a poison-type soul master in this life, I would have to be in a poison-type mimicry training field to achieve the fastest training speed. Otherwise, I would not have taken the initiative to go to such a dark place full of poisons. Staying in that kind of place for a long time will really affect your physical and mental health. Are you sick? These people are very smart. Why would they want to get in here if there's no benefit? Niu Dali curled his lips and said something meaningful. Benefits? Chen Ming immediately thought of the 7 wonders of the green phosphorus flower hidden in his home, and then shook his head. After a moment, he almost guessed what the purpose of this group of people was. He is 3 years older than Tang San, and he is 11 years old and will enter school this year. Duguyan is 7 years older than Tang San and 4 years older than himself, which means he is about 15 years old now. I entered school a year earlier, and considering that Duguyan had Dugubo, the poison Douluo, behind him, it was normal for him to enter school later because he was studying family studies. Now he has probably just entered school or has been there for about a year. Could it be that the so-called target of these people is Duguyan? Chen Ming had some thoughts in his mind, but he did not express them. Instead, he looked at Qin Ming beside him. After hearing what Niu Dali said, Qin Ming sighed slowly and nodded helplessly at Chen Ming. There is a new student enrolling with you this year. She is Du Douluo's only granddaughter, Duguyan. She is 15 years old and a level 29 Great Spirit Master. She is about to break through to level 30, so she goes to the mimicry training field every day. That's right. Niu Dali, who looks like a basketball star, nodded in response. Because of her identity, some people with bad brains or ulterior motives always come to this mimicry training ground, which annoys me in her. This simulated training ground houses some young poisonous spirit beasts, which also contain a large amount of poison. In order to prevent the poisonous spirit beasts from escaping or people from mistakenly entering, I will guard here under the orders of the 3 education committee members. By the way. Having said this, Niu Dali suddenly paused, because he realized that he seemed to have not introduced himself yet. My name is Niu Dali, I'm a Tianzi level teacher at Tiandu Academy, my martial soul is Black Mamba, and I'm a level 58 strong attack type soul king. Because I am a poison attribute spirit master, this place is a very good place for me to practice, so I am stationed here all year round. Basically, I am responsible for all matters in the training ground. Although in fact, there is nothing to worry about most of the time. Niu Dali couldn't help but lower his voice when he said this. This is a job that pays well and requires little work. He basically just needs to concentrate on his cultivation here. He does not have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. If he needs any materials, he can just report them and they will be provided. When the time comes, someone will pay him. Although he knew that this was the treatment for teachers, he still felt a little guilty. Kid, what's your name, and what's your martial spirit? At this point, Niu Dali finally remembered his responsibilities. He took out a pen and paper for filing from somewhere and started asking Chen Ming. Teacher Niu, my name is Chen Ming. I am 11 years old. My martial soul is Emerald Scorpion King, and I am a 23rd level control type soul master. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Ming. Niu Dali nodded, put the paper and pen in his hand back into the storage soul guide, then took out a stack of files and examined them under the speechless gaze of the two. The file contained Chen Ming's detailed information and photos, which were obviously from the hands of the Education Committee and were copies of student information that had been approved and entered the archives. Just by looking at it once, you can know all the information you should know. Yes, it's you. I almost forgot about the information you sent me last night. It's only been a few hours since I got it, and you're here. Not bad, you're very hardworking. This is what a soul master should be like. Just as Niu Dali was explaining awkwardly, there was a sound of bells ringing outside the cave. Hearing this sound, Niu Dali subconsciously wanted to rush out, but before he burst out his soul power, he remembered that there were other people around him, so he stopped and walked out slowly. Chen Ming looked through the cave and found a young soul master with 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. This young spirit master has a ruddy complexion, clear eyes, an innocent smile on his lips, and a pair of pure white ears on his head that resemble a cat's martial spirit. This is Zhenzu, whose martial spirit is the snow leopard. She is the meal delivery spirit master of our academy, responsible for delivering meals to spirit masters and teachers in various remote places every day. Hello, Teacher Qin, and hello, new student. Looking at Qin Ming and the other person who walked out with Niu Dali, the soul master named Zhenzu was not curious about why they were here, but waved and greeted them. Good morning, Pearl. Good morning, Zhen. Although Zhenzu's smile was pure and innocent, and her eyes revealed a beauty that had not been polluted by the world, when looking at her, Chen Ming could not help but subconsciously associate her with someone in his previous life. Teacher Niu, your 3 meals have been delivered this morning? Do we still need to prepare breakfast for Teacher Qin and this new student? If necessary, should we prepare 1 meal per person, or 3 meals per person? Just give them 1 portion each. Being able to eat has never been something worthy of attention in this world. After questioning Qin Ming with his eyes, Niu Dali chose to give them 1 portion each. Pearl kept smiling. He touched the bracelet and a huge lunch box appeared in his hand. After putting it on the ground and repeating the same action 4 times, Pearl finally stopped. Is there anything else you need? And my watermelon and fried chicken. Niu Dali sighed helplessly, holding his forehead. He likes to eat watermelon and fried chicken, which are indispensable for almost every meal. But Pearl, the waiter, always forgets about it. If he hadn't known that Pearl was born with a bad brain and wasn't teasing him on purpose, he would have wanted to elbow him hard and make him think about who gave birth to him. Sorry, I forgot. Zhenzu smiled innocently and took out another huge square box from her storage soul guide and placed it on the ground. Is there anything else you need? Nothing. I'm leaving. After confirming that she had not forgotten anything this time, Zhenzu waved her hand, turned around, and the 2 soul rings on her body flashed. The whole person turned into a residual shadow and ran towards the distance. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Dugayan. Chapter 28, Dugayan. Niu Dali lived in the other side of the cave, and there was nothing else except daily necessities. As a soul master, he was very enthusiastic about cultivation, and his only hobbies were watermelon and fried chicken, and he didn't care about other enjoyments at all. After a simple breakfast made of various soul beast meat and medicinal herbs, Qin Ming said goodbye to Chen Ming and Niu Dali, and then walked towards several important places in the academy. College, library, training ground, canteen. Halfway through the tour, some hard-working soul masters had already appeared in various places. After touring these major facilities, the sun was already bright. Whether it was the students who wanted to practice or the students who wanted to have fun, they were basically up. However, Tiandu Royal College only has 500 students in total, and some of them live in Tiandu City. The Tiandu Royal College campus is huge, and except for a few facilities, there are basically no people in other places. Although Chen Ming observed all the way, he did not see any faces that resembled the characters in the plot. Except for a few children like the princes who were introduced by Qin Ming was too lazy to introduce the rest to Chen Ming one by one. After hastily eating some medicinal food in the cafeteria and then telling the person in charge of students' daily needs what he wanted, Chen Ming and Qin Ming separated. Qin Ming went back to report to the 3 members of the education committee about their opinions on Chen Ming and what happened this morning. Chen Ming was simply bored and wanted to go back to find a place to practice. When he returned to the cave where the poison mimicry training field was located, a large group of people had gathered outside the cave, with hair and decorations of various colors shining randomly under the sun. The noisy voices almost made Chen Ming mistakenly think that he was standing at the entrance of the farmer's market instead of the entrance of the mimicry training field. At the entrance of the cave, Niu Dali, with an embarrassed look on his face, blocked the noble sons who wanted to go in. Although he explained over and over again, there were still many people who wanted to force their way into the mimicry training field. Pushing, threatening, and cursing allowed Chen Ming to get a good look at the characters of these Tiandu noble children. I'll say it again, in the name of the 3 teaching committee members of the Tiandu Royal Academy and the Academy President, Prince Swexing, only poison-type spirit masters can enter here. If you still want to force your way in, I will report it to Prince Swexing and let him judge the matter. As Niu Dali spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, the Black Mamba. His entire body swelled up, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and 3 purple, appeared beside him. The soul power of a Soul King level emanated, scaring away quite a few losers. However, there are still many guys who think they are good or have strong backgrounds and are unwilling to retreat even so. They are just worried about the 3 education committee members and Prince Swexing mentioned by Niu Dali, so they dare not force their way in. Instead, they use extremely low-level means to intimidate them. They didn't even offer any bribes. These idiots really pushed my limits. Looking at this scene, Chen Ming sighed silently in his heart, and he had a new understanding of how Douluo continent operates. Although he knew that entering the simulated training ground now would definitely cause all kinds of trouble, but looking at the situation of this group of people, Chen Ming felt that this kind of thing would at least continue for a few months before it was over. Did he have to wait for several months just for these people? Wasting his training time by leaving the mimicry training ground unused? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Chen Ming pushed through the crowd without any hesitation and came in front of Niu Dali under the angry stares of the playboys. Teacher Niu, I want to go in and practice. Didn't I say? Oh, it's Xiao Ming. You can go in. Niu Dali subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw that the person who spoke was Chen Ming, he changed his words. His figure flashed slightly, making way for Chen Ming. Why can he go in? What's his background? A nobleman who looked as if he had been sucked dry pointed at Chen Ming and asked Niu Dali angrily. Background? I tell you, no matter what your background is, you can't get in. He's a poison attribute spirit master, and you still don't allow him to practice. Niu Dali angrily spat back in annoyance. He is a teacher at Tiandu Academy, a Soul King of the attack system, and a Baron of the Tiandu Empire. He just doesn't have a temper and doesn't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean he is really made of mud. Does he really think that any cat or dog can shit and piss on his head? Poison Soul Master, is this true or not? The dandy who was speaking almost fell down after being hit by the Soul King's aura, and finally stood firm with the help of his companions. Although his face was still full of dissatisfaction and anger, he couldn't help but speak in a lower voice when he saw Niu Dali's eyes. The noble children who were able to think a little bit had now turned their attention to Chen Ming. Student, please wait a moment. I am the second son of the Baron Yun family. I want to ask you a favor. I am the third son of the Viscount Li family. Don't worry about them. I am the only son of the Earl's family. Just listen to me first. A group of people rushed towards Chen Ming, and many of them had letters, packages, flowers and other things in their hands. Facing the troubles that were pouring in, Chen Ming's pace did not stop, but became even faster. With a slight tap of his toes, he turned into a shadow and entered the depths of the cave at a speed that surpassed that of an average agile attacking soul master, leaving behind only the group of playboys who had other intentions at the door. Logically speaking, the soul masters who came here for the first time should be introduced and guided by the teacher in charge of the mimic training field. But because of the troublesome group outside, Niu Dali couldn't get away at all, so Chen Ming just wandered around the mimic training field by himself. It has to be said that the mimicry training ground of the Tiandu Royal Academy has reached an extremely high standard. Although it does not have precious poisonous soul beasts like the 7 absolute green phosphorus flowers that are hard to come by, the large amount of poisonous materials used in the training ground makes up for this shortcoming. In Chen Ming's opinion, this place can at least have 70% to 80% of the effect of his own cave. And the safety level is unknown how many times higher than his own cave. It is unlikely that he would fall into deep meditation by chance and eventually die in the training ground because of not paying attention to his soul power. Along with the sound of Chen Ming's footsteps, a figure hidden in the corner of the simulated environment slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Chen Ming, the pair of green pupils were filled with dissatisfaction. P.S. Because it has been changed to 3 updates a day, the author has changed from 4 codes and 2 posts to 6 codes and 3 posts. I feel like my fingers can't bear it anymore. I'm looking for your recommendation and monthly votes. I want to try to sprint to the new book list QWQ. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 An explanation to all book friends. Chapter 29 An explanation to all book friends. I am deeply sorry for everyone's accusation that my work is not good enough. This is due to my personal lack of writing skills and control over the plot. I originally wanted to make a transition and mix in some jokes, but due to my lack of personal ability, it caused a bad impression on everyone. I apologize here. I will definitely control the rhythm of the plot and try to simplify it as much as possible. Regarding everyone's comments about the relationship between school enrollment and Duguyan being rather watery, I personally actually have my own setting. As everyone knows, in the plot of Douluo world, everyone's brains are not very smart, so I originally wanted to create some brainless villains as a foil. Of course, these brainless villains will not cause a large part of the plot, but serve as the introduction to the conflict and closer relationship between the protagonist and Duguyan. To put it simply, at this stage of the plot, Douluo is not at home for various reasons, and Duguyan can only go to school alone, so there is no good way to deal with these entanglements. Sorry, the author's writing skills are not good enough, please forgive me. To express my apology, I will post 2 more chapters at a time as compensation. I will definitely listen to your suggestions. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Secret Fight. Chapter 30, Secret Fight. Are there any more annoying bugs coming? What's wrong with the people outside? When Grandpa comes back, I must talk to him about it. These annoying mosquitoes are really annoying. Duguyan opened her eyes and looked at Chen Ming's figure in the distance, her eyes filled with annoyance. Originally, she was quite happy when she entered Tiandu Royal Academy. After all, she had no friends of her age to play with since she was a child, and the only people she had to face on a daily basis were various poisonous creatures besides her grandfather. Even when she went out on weekdays, she had to be followed by a bunch of people. She was very unhappy because she couldn't let anyone do what she wanted. She originally thought that she would have a good life after approaching Tiandu Royal Academy, but a large group of people with ulterior motives surrounded her directly, buzzing in her ears like flies, and she thought she felt good. Duguyan just felt nauseous, extremely nauseous. If she had known that entering the academy would be like this, she felt that she might as well stay with her grandfather obediently. If it weren't for the fact that his grandfather had been away for some time due to cultivation, Duguyan would have gone to complain to his grandfather long ago. Teach him a lesson, isn't poisoning a normal thing here? Duguyan quietly released her martial spirit, and 2 yellow spirit rings appeared beside her. She carefully suppressed her spirit power and sense of existence, and quietly used her first spirit skill. The first soul skill, green scales and red poison. Green scale red poison, a poison of excitement. If used in a positive way, it can make people enter a state of excitement in a short period of time, with a slight improvement in physical fitness and abundant energy. However, if used in excess, it will make people enter an abnormal state of excitement with hallucinations and visual hallucinations, body spasms, and uncontrollable. After all, Douluo had just left her grandfather's side not long ago. Although she was annoyed to death, she still left some leeway before she attacked. This level of red poison would at most make people feel uncomfortable for a while before it would dissipate on its own, and there would be no sequelae in the future. She was far from the one in the original book who would poison people who offended her to death. However, Douluo thought she was hiding very well, but she didn't know that as soon as she released her soul skill, she was completely discovered by Chen Ming. Feeling the poison blending into the air and slowly drifting towards him, Chen Ming smiled crookedly and summoned his martial soul. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared beside him. As the soul power dissipated, an emerald green poisonous mist appeared beside him. He just stood there motionless, allowing Douluo's green-scaled red poison to float towards him, and then be easily swallowed up by the green poisonous mist around him that acted like a special effect when he appeared. Hey, you poisoned the wrong person. Are you really a poison attribute spirit master? Seeing Chen Ming's state after being possessed by his martial spirit, Douluo, who had been hiding in the corner, no longer pretended and jumped out directly, looking Chen Ming up and down with curiosity. When she saw the purple second soul ring on Chen Ming, her eyes shone with curiosity. Who are you? A poison attribute spirit master who just enrolled? What's your name? Why is your second spirit ring purple? Although she was already 15 years old, her figure had grown very plump and mature, and with the jade phosphorus snake martial spirit, she looked like a charming queen. However, Douluo, who rarely interacted with outsiders, was still like a curious baby, full of curiosity in her heart. Isn't it polite to give your own name before asking for someone else's name? Chen Ming shook his tail and asked Douluo back. My name is Douluo, I'm 15 years old, my martial soul is green phosphorus snake, and I'm a level 29 control type soul master. It's your turn to introduce yourself. As an expert in poison attributes, although Douluo is not a little bit inferior to Douluo, he still remembers some knowledge about poisonous soul beasts. When seeing the number of segments of the scorpion's tail swinging behind Chen Ming, Douluo immediately realized that the soul master in front of him, who looked a year or two younger than herself, possessed the Emerald Scorpion King spirit, which was extremely close to the level of her grandfather's green phosphorus Serpent King spirit. At the end of the 14th section, he was only one section away from becoming a true Scorpion King, and was already infinitely close to the level of a king. He was much stronger than his own green phosphorus snake. My name is Chen Ming, I'm 11 years old, a 23rd level control master, and my martial soul is the Emerald Scorpion King. 11 years old, level 23, 1000-year-old second spirit ring, infinitely close to the Emperor level Emerald Scorpion King spirit. Even though Douluo felt that she was well informed because she had always been by her grandfather's side, she was still surprised when she heard Chen Ming's self-introduction. Douluo thought she was a talented person, and she was expected to succeed her grandfather and become the new generation of poison Douluo in the future, continuing the reputation of the green phosphorus snake lineage. But looking at Chen Ming, she still felt as if she was being suppressed. Obviously, the poison just now was just a warning, and it posed no threat to a real poison attribute soul master. But feeling the faint pressure coming from his martial soul, Douluo became a little excited. You are also a poison attribute spirit master, how about we compete in poison techniques? Sorry, let's wait later. Chen Ming looked Douluo up and down, and paused slightly when he saw her emerald green hair and eyes. My poison is too powerful, and most people can't bear it. Once something happens, it will be very difficult to resolve. So the 3 education committee members asked me to try not to use poison on my classmates in the academy. Too powerful? Don't act rashly. The 3 education committee members also told me that it would have been fine if Chen Ming hadn't said this. Once he said this, Duguyan puffed out her chest proudly, and at the same time, she became even more curious about Chen Ming. Let's compete here, no one will know. Besides, I'm also very curious about the green phosphorus scorpion, which is one of the 5 poisonous green phosphorus snakes like my green phosphorus snake. Don't you want to experience the venom of the green phosphorus snake? Why are you curious about the venom of the jade phosphorus snake? When I first awakened my martial spirit, I was playing with snakes in the training grounds, and it was nothing. You. Duguyan was a little angry, but she couldn't say anything. She sat aside angrily. On the surface, she pretended to practice, but in fact, she sprinkled her poison on Chen Ming's way forward. Looking at the child's temper-throwing actions, Chen Ming smiled, maintained the state of martial spirit possession, and walked directly towards the poison left by Duguyan. Duguyan opened her eyes slightly and took a peek, only to find that her poison seemed to have no effect at all. Not to mention the laborious detoxification, her poison couldn't even break through the poisonous soul power that Chen Ming had wrapped around his body. Chen Ming wrapped his soul power around his body and walked over. Even his clothes and solace were not corroded by the poison. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Duguyan, man, you aroused my curiosity. Chapter 31, Duguyan, man, you aroused my curiosity. Shame. 12 points of shame. 7 feet of shame. Poison-type soul masters are of course very resistant to toxins, but unless the difference between the toxin and soul power is too great, they will not ignore it. Duguyan has only seen such a toxin being completely ignored in her grandfather Dugubo. Chen Ming walked past Duguyan, then turned around as if to provoke her, walked back and forth in front of Duguyan a few times, and then continued to walk forward. Seeing this scene, Duguyan stopped pretending to practice and jumped up from the ground. The tail transformed from his legs swung quickly on the ground. He moved in front of Chen Ming and reached out to touch Chen Ming's body. However, just when his fingers were about to touch Chen Ming's body, Chen Ming slapped them away with his tail. Are we familiar with each other? You're touching me right away. If you do that again, I'll tell you it's indecent. You obviously know what I mean. Although she was angry and anxious, Duguyan was still a virgin after all. After hearing Chen Ming's words, she did not dare to continue to make moves. Instead, she kept circling around Chen Ming and stretched out her hand to test the poisonous fog beside Chen Ming. How strange. Emerald scorpions don't use poison mist to conceal themselves or attack, but your poison mist is of extremely high quality. If it is a characteristic obtained from absorbing spirit rings from spirit beasts, that's not right. You are the Emerald Scorpion King. What quality of spirit ring can bring such a big change to your martial spirit? Your first spirit ring is 100 years old, and your second spirit ring is 1,000 years old. Could it be that the second spirit ring? That's not right. At this moment, Duguyan felt like he was facing a math test paper. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't understand what was written on the paper. Everywhere she looked, it seemed like something her teacher, grandfather, had taught her. But if she looked closely, everything seemed strange. She was a little confused. She had studied for so many years under her grandfather, the world-famous poison Douluo. Was it all in vain? Why is it that when facing a great soul master with only 2 rings, he can't understand anything, and even the poison he is so proud of is useless? Could it be that my grandfather has been comforting me all along, that my talent is actually very average and my brain is not very useful? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Duguyan followed Chen Ming like a nymphomaniac, always keeping a close eye on Chen Ming's every move. From time to time, she lowered her head to check where Chen Ming had walked, and occasionally put her face close to Chen Ming to take a deep breath. She looked so charming that people wanted to call the police. Even though Chen Ming intended to tease Duguyan, get closer to her, and finally plot to get Dugubo's magic grass, he couldn't help but feel a little scared after being tricked by Duguyan. Men and women should not touch each other. Chen Ming took 2 quick steps, turned around, and spoke righteously to Duguyan. Humph! Realizing what she had done just now, Duguyan's face turned slightly red, then she snorted and turned away, no longer looking at Chen Ming's eyes, and went to find a place to close his eyes and practice. Chen Ming shrugged, walked around in the simulated environment for a few more rounds, then found a good place to sit down and began his daily practice. The place chosen by Duguyan was not far from Chen Ming, which was a relatively good location for a poison-type soul master. When he first started practicing, Duguyan was not able to enter the state because of various distracting thoughts. When he finally cleared some of the emotions in his mind and gradually found some feeling, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar sense of oppression. The feeling of oppression was not serious. It was probably like a sweater in winter that was tied around the chest. However, it seriously interrupted Duguyan's rhythm. Duguyan, who had finally found some feeling, stopped his practice unhappily and opened his eyes to look at Chen Ming. As Chen Ming practiced, the Emerald Scorpion King's martial spirit began to become active, and its pressure became apparent. Although it had not yet reached the level of the Emperor, the Emerald Scorpion King itself was a powerful poison king, which not only oppressed ordinary scorpion soul beasts and soul masters, but also other poison attribute soul masters. Although Dugubo's martial soul is the Jade Phosphorus Snake King, it was also evolved by chance when he broke through the title Douluo. When he gave birth to Duguyan's father, his martial soul was only at the level of the Snake King, which was a long way from the Snake King. Duguyan's father had good talent, but his soul power level was not high when he gave birth to Duguyan, and his martial soul was close to the level of the Snake King. When it came to Duguyan, his martial soul was simply a stronger green phosphorus snake, a little short of the Snake King, and a bit short of the Snake Emperor. Although staying by Dugubo's side for many years made Duguyan somewhat accustomed to the oppression of the superior, but Chen Ming was not Dugubo after all, and his martial soul was different from Dugubo's Jade Phosphorus Snake King. So Duguyan was still a little uncomfortable with it for a while. Duguyan wanted to stay away, but she felt that this was a sign of fear of Chen Ming. She wanted to leave, but she was really annoyed by the flies outside, so she took out the notes that her grandfather Dugubo gave her and read them in this dim environment. Duguyan flipped open the description of the green phosphorus scorpion among the 5 green phosphorus poisons and began to compare it with Chen Ming's martial soul. Then he looked at the top-level poisonous soul beasts in the illustrations and began to wonder which soul beast's soul ring Chen Ming had absorbed to have such characteristics. However, Duguyan gave up after not concentrating for long. She decided to wait for her grandfather Dugubo to come back after a while and then ask her omnipotent grandfather. In order to save his breath, Duguyan practiced under the momentum of Chen Ming. Under the pressure of Chen Ming's unconscious momentum and his own unwillingness, Duguyan entered a more effective meditation than usual. As the meditation deepened, Duguyan seemed to be able to feel that the poisonous soul power in the cave, which was usually indifferent to him, seemed to be consciously moving towards Chen Ming, forming a soul power circle with Chen Ming as the center. In Duguyan's opinion, this was a very strange thing. Although this phenomenon would also occur when high-level soul masters absorbed soul power, it was essentially because the absorption speed was too fast, which caused the soul power to gather. Although Chen Ming's absorption speed was fast, it obviously did not reach that exaggerated level. It would be better to say that the soul power actively moved towards him and wanted to be absorbed by him rather than saying that he was actively absorbing the soul power. In this soul power circle close to Chen Ming, even her cultivation speed was driven, becoming about 10% to 20% faster than usual, which was quite incredible. Even when she was practicing beside her grandfather Dugubo, Duguyan had never encountered such a thing. When she didn't notice, her body had already slowly moved towards Chen Ming because she subconsciously pursued more soul power. However, because the distance between the two of them was not that close, there was no immediate effect. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Daily Life in the Training Field. Chapter 32 Daily Life in the Training Field. After practicing for a few hours, it was almost time for lunch. Duguyan opened his eyes from meditation and looked at Chen Ming with a complicated look in his eyes. Although this kind of confrontational meditation was somewhat energy-consuming, Duguyan could feel that his meditation speed had significantly improved. Just looking at Chen Ming, who was immersed in cultivation, Duguyan could not continue to ask anything, but rubbed his stomach and walked towards the cave entrance. In just a few minutes, Duguyan, who had originally run to the cafeteria, returned at a faster speed with an unhappy look on his face. Although the mob couldn't get in, they blocked the entrance to the training ground. After seeing me, they all showed their courtesy to me. Some sang, some held flowers, and some were neither male nor female. To Duguyan, this was even more disgusting than 10,000 cockroaches. Are these guys so disgusting on weekdays? Duguyan's stomach churned with nausea as soon as he thought about it. He simply stopped thinking about it and sat back in his original seat, closing his eyes and preparing to take a nap. After a few minutes, Chen Ming woke up from his meditation, stood up and stretched his muscles. The sound made Duguyan, who was half awake and half asleep, open his eyes. Under Duguyan's gaze, Chen Ming took out a folding table from his storage soul guide and placed it on the ground. Then he took out the prepared food and placed it on the table one by one, and started eating. The food Chen Ming prepared included some ordinary cakes, fruits and special nutritious meals. Those were pieces of stuff that looked like air-dried beef jerky. The unique medicinal smell stimulated Duguyan, who was standing next to him and couldn't help but sniff. Even though Chen Ming had eaten too much dark food, he only took a bite of jerky, a sip of juice, and then some fruits and pastries to neutralize the smell. Although skipping a meal doesn't really have much impact, Duguyan was spoiled by Dugubo after all, and she eats and drinks well on weekdays, and has a variety of melons, fruits, and pastries for 3 meals a day. It would have been fine if Chen Ming didn't eat, but after he started eating, Duguyan became a little greedy. Feeling Duguyan's gaze, Chen Ming paused, wiped his hands casually with his school uniform, took out a set of bowls and chopsticks and dried meat from the storage soul guide and put them aside, then waved to Duguyan. If you're hungry, come and eat with us. It's just plain food, nothing special, but it helps to fill your stomach. Okay. If Chen Ming took the initiative to ask her to eat, Duguyan would definitely not eat. However, this nonchalant greeting actually aroused her interest. She sat down next to the small folding table, picked up a piece of dried meat, sniffed it carefully, and then put it in her mouth. The pungent smell of medicine made her frown tightly, and her originally pretty face turned into a slightly funny expression. She knew from Chen Ming's reaction that this thing tasted bad, but she never thought it would be this bad. This was much more bitter than the medicinal food she usually ate. If she were in front of Dugubo, Duguyan would have acted like a spoiled child and refused to eat. However, in front of a spirit master of the same age who was no less capable than herself in every aspect, Duguyan thought, Duguyan still wanted to save face. After pouring herself a glass of juice from the wine jug beside her and rinsing her mouth, and eating a few pieces of honey cakes, Duguyan's face returned to calm, and she looked at the piece of dried meat that she had bitten with a little curiosity. She stretched out her finger, carefully tore off a piece, and then carefully put it in her mouth, resisting the strange feeling brought by the taste of medicine, and began to taste the ingredients in the dried meat carefully with the knowledge she knew. Green phosphorus snake meat, vine bone flour, 100-leaf grass, red blood lotus, and this bitter taste, it should be blue silver grass? But why does this main ingredient feel so strange to me, as if I have never seen it before? But why does it feel a little bit familiar? Duguyan felt that this smell seemed to be able to stimulate his martial soul, even if it was just a tiny bit. His martial soul seemed to become active because of it. Just eat it, and don't say a word. This is a good thing. Even if you are the granddaughter of a titled Douluo, you have never tasted it. If I wasn't spoiled at home, I wouldn't be able to eat this. You can't find another place with this kind of ingredients in the whole continent. Chen Ming's words were not false at all. Even though Duguyan was Dugubo's granddaughter and Dugubo had the precious yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, it was absolutely impossible for her to have tasted this main raw material. What is the most important ingredient in this jerky? The answer is the juice of the Bailan Kijua flower. Just as Chen Ming had guessed before, the 7 wonders of green phosphorus flower was actually a kind of magical herb, but it was something that ordinary people could not enjoy. If you wanted to eat it, you had to be extremely particular about how you ate it, otherwise you would die from it. It was also after Chen Ming absorbed the soul ring of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower and gained a further understanding of the toxicity of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower that the Chen family figured out the technology to use the materials of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower to make auxiliary medicinal materials. Although it was just the juice extracted from the 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flower that had not yet become a soul beast, it was a rare and great tonic for poison-type soul masters. Long-term consumption would not only enhance soul power, but also improve martial souls. If I had to say, the only drawback of the medicinal material prepared with the juice of the 7 wonders of the green phosphorus flower was that it tasted extremely bad. Even if a dozen spices were added, it was difficult to cover up that special taste. Although there is no significant benefit from eating it, the characteristics of the green phosphorus 7 wonders flower itself can activate the martial soul and temporarily increase the speed of cultivation. Duguyan also wanted to ask what the raw materials were, but considering that they only met for the first time today and were not very familiar with each other, he suppressed his curiosity and ate the jerky in small bites. Chen Ming had 5 or 6 bottles of juice in his soul storage device, each of which was 2 liters. On weekdays, half a bottle was enough for him to eat a meal. But for this meal, Duguyan drank 2 large bottles of juice by herself. After eating and drinking, Duguyan leaned against the stone wall beside him. Feeling the comfort from his martial spirit, he couldn't help but squint his eyes comfortably and rubbed his bulging belly with his hand. I was just about to say something, to express my feelings, when I suddenly remembered that I was not with my grandfather, but with a stranger of the opposite sex. I suddenly felt bad. Although Chen Ming didn't look in this direction at all, Duguyan still felt as if a burning gaze was sweeping across her body, and for a moment she didn't even know where to put her hands. After thinking for a while, he sat up, thanked Chen Ming, and hurriedly left the training ground. Chen Ming, who had just finished his meal and was about to drink some tea, was stunned. He had no idea what Duguyan was thinking. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The Mob. Chapter 33 The Crowd. Because Duguyan was the main cause of the incident, when Chen Ming left the mimicry training field at night, the group of noble children outside who were planning something unknown had already disappeared. Niu Dali was lying on the grass, chewing a piece of blue-silver grass in his mouth, looking at the sky with lifeless eyes. When he heard Chen Ming's footsteps, he didn't say anything, but just waved his hand. Seeing this exhausted look, Chen Ming probably understood why the other party looked like that when he and Qin Ming came here this morning. After all, who can stand being harassed by a bunch of jerk every day? It would be annoying for anyone to have their hard-earned rest time interrupted by others. Chen Ming waved goodbye to Niu Dali, then walked to the cafeteria according to the direction Qin Ming pointed out to him. He bought some food at the cafeteria window and put it in his storage soul guide. When he was about to turn around and leave, he stopped and thought for a while, then went back to the window to buy some fried chicken and watermelon. When Chen Ming returned to the cave entrance of the simulated training ground, Niu Dali was still lying on the grass. Chen Ming had just taken out the fried chicken and watermelon from the storage soul guide, and Niu Dali, who was originally lying on the ground, immediately sat up with shining eyes, as if he had smelled some rare delicacy, and stared at Chen Ming blankly. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Niu. I am a new student and I will probably have to trouble you if I have something to do. This is just a small gift to show my appreciation. Okay, that's what I like. Niu Dali did not refuse. He stood up and took the fried chicken and watermelon, then patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. After a brief chat, Chen Ming stopped bothering Niu Dali and went back to his own courtyard not far away. When he was about to return to his courtyard, Chen Ming discovered that there was a group of people waiting for him in front of his courtyard. Qin Ming told Chen Ming that no one had lived in this yard before, and Chen Ming was the only resident here. If other students were to move in here later, Chen Ming would be notified in advance. So obviously, this group of people could not be Chen Ming's roommates. Although it was late, Chen Ming channeled his soul power into his eyes and took a closer look. He saw several faces he had seen this morning among the group of people blocking his door. Chen Ming understood even with his toes that this group of people were looking for him in order to connect him to find Duguyan. While Chen Ming was observing them, some students who looked like lackeys also saw Chen Ming and immediately started shouting in the crowd. Soon, the group of people in front of Chen Ming's door came towards Chen Ming in a black mass, but Chen Ming did not dodge or evade, but walked straight forward, completely ignoring this mob. Hello, Junior, I am from the Yun family. I am from the Zhang family. Tang family. A mob is a mob. Although this group of people blocked Chen Ming's yard together, it does not mean that they are in the same group. Seeing Chen Ming, this group of people pushed each other, and pushed others to speak. As a result, the group of people could not say a complete sentence. Everyone, please make way. I need to go back to practice. We can talk later if there is anything else. Chen Ming was too lazy to pay attention to this mob and walked straight forward. With his soul power slightly activated, he pushed aside the noble children who were blocking his way like an iron tower. Without even turning back, he left a word and went back to the yard. Seeing Chen Ming's arrogant look, some guys who thought they were noble couldn't help but insult Chen Ming. Who do you think you are? A little noble from the border who came to Tiandu City to make trouble? You actually don't listen to me, but I. Papa. Chen Ming was not polite to this guy who didn't speak human language. He stopped and slapped him twice, making him dizzy and his whole body shaking. In the world of soul masters, the strong are respected. I am a great soul master. Whoever can beat me in the ring can make demands on me. Otherwise, stop buzzing around in front of me like a fly. Wouldn't it be better to practice properly with this time? You dare to hit me? Clap clap. As for this kind of person who was looking for a fight, Chen Ming turned around and slapped him 3 times, making him fall to the ground. Looking at the student who was knocked unconscious without a word, the playboys who were originally talking in a noisy manner were stunned. They never expected that Chen Ming would act so decisively. A few young men were about to speak out of habit, but were stopped by the people around them. I came to Tiandu Royal Academy to study. Don't involve me in any nonsense between you. If any of you great spirit masters can beat me, I will do whatever you want me to do. Otherwise, don't waste my time. Casually pushing away a few guys who were blocking his way, Chen Ming opened the gate with his key, and then ruthlessly locked these guys who didn't know what to do outside the door. At this time, a guy who thought he was quite strong finally reacted and shouted at Chen Ming through the wooden door. Hey, you said you wanted to fight, so why don't you come out and practice with us in the arena? What kind of hero are you if you just go home? You say it but you don't do it. You guys go to the education committee first and sign a life and death agreement to get the education committee to agree that I can use poison in the academy. Once the education committee approves it, I can go to the arena with this group of people. It's nothing more than killing a few more people. Chen Ming's voice came through the wooden door. It didn't sound that cold, but it made those guys who were eager to try shiver unconsciously. Chen Ming had just entered school, and they didn't know much about Chen Ming's background. They only knew that Chen Ming was a great soul master from a small place, and his family was a hereditary earl. Other detailed information was not yet available. This group of people had no idea whether Chen Ming was arrogant or really capable when he said this. But how to say it? If they followed the rules among the nobility, these students who had received aristocratic education thought they could handle the situation easily. However, Chen Ming's response was totally unnoble and even barbaric, which made them simply not know what to do. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, after staying in front of the door for a while, they had to leave and began to check Chen Ming's information one by one. There were a few young men who thought they had all kinds of advantages and had some ideas in their minds. They wanted to defeat Chen Ming and make him accept their help in pursuing Duguyan. But these had nothing to do with Chen Ming at the moment. He returned to his house, drew some water from the well in the backyard, boiled some medicine in the kitchen, found a wooden barrel in the quiet room, and started his own medicinal bath. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, The Toxin of Riot. Chapter 34, The Toxin of Riot. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Because Tiandu Royal Academy was still in the enrollment period and had not yet fully opened, Chen Ming had spent most of these 3 days immersed in the Tiandu Royal Academy's simulated training field honing his soul power. Occasionally, he would wander around the academy in the remaining time and take a look at the various venues and facilities. It is not known whether Chen Ming's previous words worked, or whether the education committee and other college leaders could not stand such chaos, but the noble children who were originally blocking the entrance of the mimic training field did not continue to block the entrance of the training field in the past few days, and no one wanted to ask Chen Ming for help in pursuing Duguyan. Just based on Chen Ming's observations during the past few days of training, Duguyan also developed the habit of bringing food with him to eat directly in the simulated environment, and sometimes he would get excited from time to time while eating. According to Chen Ming's guess, it was most likely because the group of guys outside had not given up yet, and Duguyan would be annoyed to death if she appeared in places like the cafeteria. On this day, Chen Ming practiced in the simulated training field as usual. Because the defects of his innate soul power were made up, and his martial soul also evolved further, Chen Ming's soul power accumulation speed became very fast. Even though he had just reached level 23 by absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring and the external soul bone, after practicing for a while, Chen Ming felt like he was about to break through. So he couldn't help but put more effort into practicing his soul power in the past few days. It was raining outside the simulated training ground. Although the simulated training ground was still the same as usual, Chen Ming could clearly feel the yin energy in the world rising while he was practicing. For Chen Ming, this was just an ordinary weather change and had no effect on his cultivation, so he didn't care much and just practiced normally. However, for another person in the cave, the weather was very unfriendly. While Chen Ming was practicing normally, Duguyan, who was not far from Chen Ming, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he was hit hard by someone, and the whole person was suddenly forced out of practice, and fell to the ground stiffly, with a weak breath, sweat on his skin, and his body in voluntary spasms. Woo! Duguyan curled up on the ground, feeling the pain of needles stabbing her body everywhere. Her soul power was dissipating uncontrollably, and her meridians began to feel the pain of being torn apart in the chaotic impact. Her blood was surging, and her limbs felt as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave, while her chest and abdomen felt as hot as if she had fallen into a raging fire. If I had known this, I shouldn't have forced my soul power to break through level 30. Duguyan's body was convulsing and she was twitching unconsciously on the ground. Tears and snot flowed rapidly in pain, wetting her cheeks and the ground. She felt extremely regretful. During this period, Duguyan felt that he was about to break through level 30, so he practiced his soul power. Although his body would feel pain for various reasons every time the weather was like this, in order to give his grandfather a surprise when he came back and to stay away from those annoying insects, Duguyan decided to practice well. As a result, when he was about to break through today, because of the pain in his body, his soul power lost control at the critical moment of the breakthrough, and it rushed randomly in his meridians. Not only did the original pain burst out, but the meridians and internal organs in his body were also damaged, and the whole person fell into intense pain for a while. Duguyan's body rolled around on the ground, making a series of collision noises, which woke up Chen Ming, who was practicing. Looking at Duguyan twitching and rolling on the ground like crazy, Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was the toxin in Duguyan's body that had taken effect. Although he didn't know how Duguyan had made himself half dead, Chen Ming thought about it and took action directly. Originally, he wanted to get closer to Douluo and then use the poison as a trigger to get the magic grass in the yin-yang eyes of fire and ice. But facing this sudden situation, Chen Ming felt that if he stood by and watched, he would probably die when Douluo came back. He calmed the soul power in his body, stood up, jumped in front of Duguyan, pressed the rolling Duguyan to the ground, and slowly injected his soul power into her body. Generally, the soul power of a poison-attributed soul master should be extremely toxic, but because of the passive characteristics of the poison cloud technique and the byproduct of the development of his own golden finger over the years, Chen Ming can already make his soul power pure and thick when necessary, without the necessary toxins. As the soul power penetrated, Chen Ming couldn't help but be shocked by Duguyan's physical condition. The failure of a soul master to break through and the backlash he suffered was no small matter in the first place. Duguyan's backlash also activated the toxins in his body, making the original injuries worse. His overall condition was extremely bad. Qi and blood were churning, soul power was out of balance, internal organs were injured, meridians were damaged. The whole person looked fine except for the flesh on the surface, but the rest of the person was sick. In order to stabilize Duguyan's injuries, Chen Ming chose to calm the soul power in Duguyan's body first. However, due to the severe pain, Duguyan was completely unable to think normally at the moment. Even though he was held down by Chen Ming, he was struggling desperately and was completely unsuitable for carefully guiding the soul power. Chen Ming didn't care about anything else and directly summoned his martial soul. He gently pricked Duguyan's body with his tail and injected a paralyzing poison. Although Duguyan herself had a good resistance to poison, Chen Ming's paralysis toxin was a mixed poison made from dozens of soul beasts, and the effect was excellent. Even if some of it was blocked, the rest quickly took effect on Duguyan. Duguyan only felt a slight numbness, and then his body quickly lost control. Under the effect of the paralyzing poison, although Duguyan's physical condition did not improve, the pain he felt was greatly alleviated, and he gradually regained some of his ability to think. When Duguyan saw Chen Ming pressing her to the ground, a look of struggle subconsciously appeared in her eyes. "What yellow garbage are you still thinking about at this moment? Hurry up and hold your breath and concentrate. I will help you adjust the soul power in your body. Don't waste time and make yourself a useless person." Feeling Duguyan's gaze, Chen Ming responded unhappily. Although Duguyan did have a great figure, and the posture of being pinned to the ground and the struggling look in her eyes were very tempting, but Chen Ming was not going to think about that kind of thing at this critical moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Bilan Poison. Chapter 35, Bilan Poison. After hearing Chen Ming's words, Duguyan, who was having such contact with the opposite sex of the same age for the first time, remembered her own situation. Under the pressure of life and death, Duguyan deleted the pornographic garbage in her mind in a second and began to cooperate with Chen Ming's actions. Chen Ming's soul power was only close to level 24, while Duguyan was close to level 30, so there was a gap in level. With Duguyan's body and meridians as the main battlefield, the soul power that Chen Ming could inject into Duguyan's body was even less than Duguyan's own soul power. Chen Ming slowly used his own soul power to drive Duguyan's soul power, slowing down the soul power that was originally rushing around in a disorderly manner, and slowly condensing it into bundles, but the effect was not significant. There was a toxin in Duguyan's body that penetrated deep into her bone marrow. It was normally unactivated and would only break out when the yin qi was too strong. But today, not only was the yin qi strong, but Doguyan's soul power was also completely out of balance. The toxin in her bone marrow was completely activated and flowed everywhere with Doguyan's soul power. Even when Doguyan was in good condition, he had no way to deal with the soul power that was mixed with toxins in his body and running wildly, not to mention that he was seriously injured now. Seeing that conventional treatments didn't have much effect, Chen Ming gritted his teeth and decided to try something unconventional. He closed his eyes, felt the mysterious feeling, and actively stimulated his own spirituality. Chen Ming's mental power combined with his soul power to form a mysterious nature. The process of this soul power flowing in Doguyan's body was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Any soul power that collided with it would be temporarily fused by Chen Ming's mental power and forced to flow according to Chen Ming's ideas. Unconsciously, Doguyan's martial spirit quietly possessed Chen Ming's Emerald Scorpion King martial spirit, and a little resonance was generated between them. Along with the resonance of martial spirits, the soul power that originally belonged to Doguyan, which was forcibly controlled by Chen Ming, also became more intimate with Chen Ming, and became more naturally obedient to Chen Ming's control behavior. The soul power of the first cycle was barely running under Chen Ming's control. By the second cycle, the soul power in Doguyan's body had naturally flowed with Chen Ming's soul power. By the third cycle, the soul power in Doguyan's body completely surrendered and merged into Chen Ming's soul power. As long as Chen Ming had a thought, he could easily control it. As the soul power slowly returned to Danshan, Doguyan's main problem was barely solved. Chen Ming opened his eyes, pushed Doguyan, who was pressed under him, aside, and collapsed on the stone wall, gasping for breath. Chen Ming's soul power did not decrease at all. In fact, because he had borrowed a small part of Doguyan's soul power, his soul power level had even broken through to level 24 without him noticing. But Chen Ming's mental exhaustion was very serious. He was as tired as if he had been through 3 days and 3 nights in one go. The combination of soul power and mental power is a very high realm for soul masters, and the burden is not small. What's more, Chen Ming not only merged it himself and circulated it in his body. He even used his fused soul power to drive the soul power in Doguyan's body, and the consumption was doubled. In order to prevent himself from falling asleep, Chen Mingqiang suppressed his mental weakness, took out the dried green phosphorus snake meat from the storage soul guide, and took a big bite. As the pungent smell of medicine filled his mind, Chen Ming became alert in an instant, and his face became distorted in confusion. Looking at Doguyan lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, as if she had been played with, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a little angry. He tore off a piece of dried meat and stuffed it into Doguyan's mouth. The moment the dried meat touched his tongue, Doguyan's body couldn't help but twitch and he rolled his eyes unconsciously. Not only did he look listless, he seemed to be getting worse. Seeing this scene, Chen Ming was almost scared to death. He quickly pulled himself together and used his soul power to sense Doguyan's condition, but found that her condition had not deteriorated at all. She was just careless and was stimulated by the shocking taste of the dried meat. In order to prevent any more accidents, Chen Ming quickly took out the elixir for treating internal injuries prepared by his family from the storage soul guide and forced it into Doguyan's mouth. With the influx of the medicine, Doguyan finally resumed her thinking. Looking at Chen Ming who was sweating all over, Doguyan knew that it was he who saved her. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Chen Ming, as well as some indescribable emotions. She wanted to sit up, but found that she couldn't move at all, and she had completely lost control of her soul power. She couldn't help but tremble, her face turned pale, and she almost fainted. "You're fine. I just anesthetized you because I was afraid you might lose control." Chen Ming stretched out his hand and placed it on Doguyan's danshan. The prepared soul power quickly flowed into Doguyan's body. With the influx of this soul power, Doguyan finally felt a little bit of his own body, and his mouth was barely able to regain control. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably die here. You should thank me." Chen Ming sighed, helped Doguyan up and leaned her against the stone wall next to him. If I don't save you, we will be the only two people in this mimicry training ground. Even though you don't know what went wrong with you, in the eyes of others, I will be the one who murdered you. How many heads do I have? How many heads do my family members have? Can they bear the revenge of a titled Douluo? You went crazy, did you think you lost your life? No, you almost took me and my whole family away. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Duguyan turned her head away somewhat embarrassedly. Although she believed that even if she died, her grandfather Dugubo would be able to tell how she died. But she also believed that if she died like this, her grandfather would definitely go crazy and vent his anger on everyone around him. Let's take a breather. I'll take you to the healing teacher later. I've calmed your spirit power, and I've temporarily suppressed the toxins in your body. The only thing left is the damage to your meridians and internal organs caused by the spirit power. But according to the resources of Tiandu Royal Academy, it will take at least 3 to 5 days, or at most a week to be completely cured. At this point, Chen Ming took out a glass of juice and gulped it down. Hearing the sound of Chen Ming drinking water, Duguyan, who was about to close her eyes, suddenly froze there. At this moment, she was thinking about a very serious issue, even an important issue concerning her social significance in life and death. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Social Death or Rumor. Chapter 36 Social Death or Rumor. As we all know, when people are subjected to intense pain and stimulation, they may suffer from incontinence due to their body instincts. Just now, Duguyan endured both intense stimulation and pain, so what state is she in now? Although Chen Ming has already eliminated the paralyzing poison, it will take some time for the toxicity to dissipate. Coupled with the pain in various parts of her body, Duguyan has no idea what state she is in. Although he is a Douluo soul master who has no idea what physics is, Duguyan now does understand what it means to be in a quantum superposition state. She wanted to ask Chen Ming, but she was too shy to speak. She wanted to ignore him, but she didn't have the nerve to do so. After a few minutes of silence, Chen Ming stood up, stretched out his arms, and prepared to pick up Duguyan and walk towards the school doctor. Just when she was about to be picked up, Duguyan finally closed her eyes and spoke with a blushing face. Can you wait for me for a moment? Ah? What? Chen Ming didn't understand what Duguyan meant, so he squatted down and looked at Duguyan's eyes strangely. Feeling the breath so close to her and the warmth coming from a male of the same age, Duguyan felt that her face was about to burn. However, in order not to become the focus of discussion in the academy for some time to come, Duguyan gritted her teeth and chose to speak. I might, personal hygiene, a little. Are you still concerned about your personal image at this time? Do you want to live now? Looking at Duguyan's snot and tears and messy hair, Chen Ming thought that Duguyan was concerned about her appearance, and his tone couldn't help but become a little serious. Hearing this, Duguyan finally gave up resisting and expressed her problem in a voice that was almost crying. I might have. Chen Ming lowered his head stiffly, looking at Duguyan's skirt which seemed to have been wet at some point, and his whole body was a little stiff. He turned his eyes and looked at his trouser legs which seemed to be a little wet, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. After a while, Chen Ming sighed, gave up thinking, and took out a blanket from his storage soul guide that was originally prepared for use in the wild, ready to wrap Duguyan up. However, just as he was about to do it, Duguyan hurriedly spoke again. Can you help me deal with it? There are some spare clothes in my storage soul guide, and clean water. By the end of her speech, Duguyan's voice was barely audible. If it weren't for Chen Ming's sharp senses, he really wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying. Are you serious? Seeing Duguyan's self-destructive look, Chen Ming lowered his head to glance at the blanket in his hand and asked in a slightly stiff voice. I've already been exposed in front of you. If other people or teachers see me, then I'll really. Seriously. Real. You won't bother me anymore. No. How about I wrap you in a few more blankets? That way, outsiders can't see it. If that doesn't work, I'll ask Teacher Niu to call the healing teacher over. No, still, help. When Douluo reached here, he closed his eyes and stopped talking, but his face was already red as if it was about to burn. In desperation, Chen Ming carefully picked up Douluo, took her to a corner, took out clothes and clean water from Douluo's storage soul guide, and cleaned Douluo awkwardly. Beautiful girls also go to the toilet, and their poop is also smelly. Chen Ming never thought that he would have the opportunity to change these things for others in his life. If it was for changing clothes for his children or the elderly at home, Chen Ming would accept it, but, what is going on here? After putting layers of clothes on Douluo, who was like a rag doll and accepted his manipulation, Chen Ming lowered his head to look at his wet clothes. After a moment's silence, he hid aside and quickly changed his clothes. Chen Ming picked up the pretending dead Douluo and walked towards the cave entrance. At this moment, the sky outside has cleared up after the rain, and a rainbow has hung on the edge of the clouds. Niu Dali is sitting on a stool outside in the sun, enjoying the scenery after the rain while eating melon. When he saw Chen Ming coming out of the cave holding the blushing and unable to move Douluo, Niu Dali was so surprised that he ate the watermelon rind that he was about to throw aside. He reached out for the fried chicken and reached for the chicken bone. He stiffly stuffed the remaining chicken bone into his nostrils. You, what are you doing? Teacher Niu, don't worry about it. Just pretend that nothing happened today. But this. Niu Dali was about to stand up and go forward to check, but Douluo, who had her face pressed tightly against Chen Ming's chest, immediately turned her head and glared at Niu Dali fiercely. At this point, Niu Dali, who originally wanted to say something, stood stiffly where he was. Then he sat down again, picked up the watermelon rind that he had just eaten, and began to chew it mechanically. I found nothing, I saw nothing. Hey! Chen Ming sighed, no longer caring about Niu Dali's expression, and holding Douluo, he quickly ran towards the infirmary where the school doctor was. After Chen Ming's back left his sight, Niu Dali pulled out the chicken bone stuck in his nostril. He lowered his head and looked at the grass under his feet, his heart filled with shock. They must have changed clothes. A man and a woman alone in this cave. After changing clothes, the woman couldn't even stand up and had to be carried. Oh my God! I'm not going to be silenced by His Majesty the titled Douluo, am I? When he thought of this possibility, Niu Dali jumped up immediately. The fried chicken and watermelon beside him were scattered all over the ground, but they did not attract his attention at all. In order to save his own life, Niu Dali's brain began to spin as fast as a helicopter propeller, and he soon came up with a dirty trick. The more people know about this, the safer I will be. No, I have to quickly spread the news. If I tell the 3 education committee members directly, I'm afraid they will kill me. So I'll find someone with a similar soul power level to me who can kill me quickly even if they do something. When he thought of this, Chen Ming's figure immediately reappeared in Niu Dali's mind. At this moment, he no longer cared about guarding the simulacrum training ground, and started running at the fastest speed in his life. Although he was a strong attack soul master, the speed he burst out was far beyond that of the average agile attack soul king. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Yelingling and Douluo. Chapter 37, Yelingling and Douluo. Chen Ming held Douluo in his arms and ran quickly towards the medical room. In order to take Douluo's condition into consideration, Chen Ming chose a less crowded route as much as possible without wasting time, but a less crowded route does not necessarily mean that there is no one. On the way, Chen Ming saw a young man wearing the costume of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family talking to 2 young men wearing the uniform of the Tiandu Royal Academy on the side of the road. He also met a group of drunken noble children who were staggering as they walked, and a few people who seemed to be faculty members of the academy. Among them was an old man with a head full of white hair, who was not sure if he was in charge of disciplinary matters or something. After seeing Chen Ming holding Douluo in his arms, he stretched out his erking hand and tried to stop Chen Ming, but Chen Ming deftly threw him behind him. Well, Chen Ming didn't think that he could get rid of the other party because of his speed. After all, although he had an excellent body, he was holding Duguyan, so it was good enough for him to have the speed of an average agility attack soul master. Even if he was a little older, a senior soul master or an ordinary soul king could catch up with him without much effort. The main reason why he was not caught up was that the other party did not really want to catch up. It can't be that at such an old age, he doesn't even have the cultivation level of a soul sect. In Tiandu Royal Academy, this kind of thing is basically impossible. After running for a while, Chen Ming finally arrived at the medical room according to his memory of the map. However, the so-called medical room of Tiandu Royal College is not a simple room. Although it is just a small dot on the map, it is actually a large wooden corridor building. The front, back, left and right sides of the building were planted with various medicinal herbs, leaving only a path for about 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. Butterflies were flying in the flowers on both sides, and various rare and precious flowers were in full bloom. Compared to ordinary school infirmaries and the like, this place is more like a medical park prepared by Tiandu Royal Academy for the mimicry training and daily classes of healing soul masters. At this point, Chen Ming was at a loss. He had only been enrolled for a few days and had not yet completely understood the Tiandu Royal Academy campus. Although he knew that this was part of the school hospital, he really had no idea where the school doctor was and who was in charge. There was no choice, so Chen Ming pushed Duguyan's waist in his arms. Duguyan raised her head and gave Chen Ming a reproachful look. "Hey, what are you doing?" The paralysis poison had slowly dissolved on the way, and Duguyan gradually felt the pain in her body. In order to prevent the pain from the bumps, Duguyan had hugged Chen Ming tightly, hanging on him like a koala. She had gotten used to the pain in her body and thought she would be cured soon. But Chen Ming's sudden push made her grit her teeth in pain. "I've never been here before, so I don't know where the teachers in the school hospital are. Do you know?" I don't know either." Duguyan showed a confused expression. When she entered Tiandu Royal Academy, as long as she said the word, almost all the teachers would take the initiative to run to where she was. Although she had also met the teacher in charge of treatment work in Tiandu Royal Academy, she had never cared about where the other person was on weekdays. It is true that Duguyan entered school a few days earlier than Chen Ming, but as soon as she entered school, she was surrounded by a swarm of admirers. How could she have the time and energy to wander around the campus? In terms of understanding the campus, Duguyan is not as good as Chen Ming, who can walk around the college in his spare time. Besides, she would ask others for directions when she couldn't find the way on weekdays. When she asked others for directions, they would just want to take her there directly. Sometimes they couldn't even drive her away, so why would she take the initiative to remember the directions herself? Why don't we follow the path and head to the mimic training ground? Are there corresponding teachers in charge of the training grounds? If the other party is not a healing spirit master, you can also ask for directions. That's right. Chen Ming nodded and walked towards the back holding Duguyan. Duguyan's current condition is actually not very serious. Without a healing soul master, it will take about a week for her to get out of bed and walk normally just by taking medicine. She will not be able to use her soul power for half a month, and it will take at least 3 to 5 months for her to fully recover. Although the injury was serious, it would not worsen, and it was not likely to be life-threatening. So there was no need to rush and shout to attract attention. If there is a healing soul master, the treatment can be much better. With the 5th soul skill of a healing soul master of Soul King or so, Duguyan can almost recover to the state where he can use his soul power. However, the meridians and internal organs are not easy to recover with ordinary soul skills, so he needs to rest for a few days. Following the path, Chen Ming and Duguyan came to a place with strong vitality. With their eyesight, they could easily see that the various flowers, plants and trees around them were all life attribute materials that could be added to the medicinal materials. In the midst of the flowers, a young girl sat carelessly on a rock, holding a handful of flowers in her hands, tearing the petals out of boredom. Sometimes she would just pick 1 or 2 petals, sometimes she would just pick a handful at random, and she seemed to be completely immersed in her own world. Ahem, please tell me. Ah! Yelingling, who was sitting astride the stone, was frightened when she heard a stranger's voice. She slipped off the stone and fell like a duck. Because most auxiliary soul masters do not pay attention to physical exercise, and because she is a woman, the sudden fall also severely pulled the hamstring on the inside of her thigh. The pain made her originally gentle face distorted. But even so, Yelingling still remembered her family education deeply, quickly calmed down the twitching expression on her face, stood up with the help of the stone beside her in an inward-facing posture, and then quickly summoned her martial soul and used 2 soul skills on herself. Only then did she regain her usual cold expression in front of outsiders. Looking at Chen Ming, who was holding someone in his arms, Yelingling suppressed her emotions and had a cold look on her face. Who are you? What are you doing in the mimicry training ground of a healing spirit master? Hello, girl. My friend had some problems during her training and suffered some internal injuries, so I brought her here to find a teacher to heal her. But since we are both freshmen, we don't know where the teacher is. So we can only walk along the road first. If we meet someone, we will ask for directions. Sorry for bothering you. Someone has internal injuries? Let me take a look. Upon hearing that someone was injured, Yelingling immediately became serious. She looked at the figure in Chen Ming's arms with his head tucked in like an ostrich. The more she looked, the more familiar she felt this figure was. That familiar figure and clothing made her look like her roommate. But that shouldn't be the case. With her personality, she wouldn't show such an attitude even if she was beaten to death, right? The more Yelingling looked, the more confused she became. After a moment's silence, she tentatively uttered a name. Duguyan. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, The Magical Nine-Heart Begonia. Chapter 38, The Magical Nine-Hearted Begonia. Hearing her name being called all of a sudden, Duguyan finally couldn't act like an ostrich anymore and shyly poked her head out from Chen Ming's arms. When she found out that the person in front of her was Yelingling, who lived in the same dormitory with her, she felt embarrassed but somewhat relieved. Although she had not been with Yelingling for a long time, Duguyan had a good impression of Yelingling. Yelingling was introverted but gentle to others, and had her own views on medicine, poison, and disease. Although he is younger than himself, he has the compassion of a doctor that many healing soul masters in their 70s and 80s do not have. He is completely worthy of the name of Nine-Hearted Begonia that has been passed down for thousands of years. Duguyan didn't recognize many people in Tiandu Royal Academy, but Yelingling was undoubtedly one of them. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Duguyan felt that Yelingling should also regard him as a friend. As expected, Duguyan's view on Yelingling was correct. Although she was extremely curious about why Duguyan, who was usually rude to other men, would lie in the arms of the opposite sex like a little woman, with her clothes a little messy. But compared to those gossips, Yelingling was more concerned about the injury. She carefully guided Chen Ming to lay Duguyan on the ground, then held Duguyan's wrist and carefully used her soul power to test the injuries in Duguyan's body. Although Yelingling's soul power and mental power were only relatively good among the great soul masters, and she could not easily sense the condition of Duguyan's body like a high-level soul master. However, relying on the experience of the Nine-Heart Begonia family and the Nine-Heart Begonia martial spirit's keen perception of vitality, Yelingling quickly discovered the problem in Duguyan's body. After discovering that Duguyan's meridians and internal organs were only slightly damaged and there was no threat to her life, and that it would not affect her future training and daily life, Yelingling slowly breathed a sigh of relief and summoned her Nine-Hearted Begonia martial soul, with 2 yellow soul rings flashing on her body. The Nine-Hearted Begonia martial soul is a special martial soul. No matter how high its soul power level is, how many soul rings it has, and how old the soul rings are, the 9-hearted begonia martial soul will only have one healing soul skill, and the soul power level only affects the healing intensity and range. Like the 7 treasure glazed pagoda of the 7 treasure glazed sect, the 9-heart begonia's spirit ring only affects the consumption of spirit skills. The healing power of the 9,000,999-year spirit ring is the same as that of the 10-year spirit beast, but the consumption of the 10-year spirit beast's spirit ring is more than 10 times higher than that of the 99,999-year spirit ring. As for what kind of impact the 100,000-year spirit ring will have on the 9-heart begonia martial spirit, no one knows about this. After all, there has never been an example of a 9-heart begonia spirit master absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring on the continent. So naturally no one knows whether a 100,000-year spirit ring will give the 9-heart begonia martial spirit an extra spirit skill, or whether it can only increase the 9-heart begonia's healing ability like a normal spirit ring. Yelingling's soul power surged, releasing 2 healing spells at once. When the first healing spell landed on Duguyan's complexion instantly returned to normal, and the minor scratches on his body were completely healed. Although the second healing did not bring any superficial changes to Duguyan, after the glory completely ended, Duguyan, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly sat up and covered his cheeks with his hands. Logically speaking, Chen Ming should have paid attention to Duguyan's emotions at this time, but in fact Chen Ming's attention was completely attracted by Yelingling, or to be more precise, by the 9-hearted begonia martial spirit in Yelingling's hand. Although Chen Ming's golden finger was too mysterious because it involved spiritual omnipotence, and was sometimes effective and sometimes not, when Yelingling used her soul skills just now, Chen Ming could clearly feel a special feeling in Yelingling's soul power. How to say it? It's not a question of being strong or weak, but in Chen Ming's instant perception, Yelingling's soul power seems to have a special authority. This authority is higher than all the close feelings he has felt before, even including the laws contained in the soul rings that Chen Ming saw when absorbing the soul ring. This is a difference in priority, just like the priority +1 in Pokémon skills. The effect of this priority +1 outweighs any speed attribute. It is a noble mechanism that cannot be stacked by simply stacking attributes. Although he had never seen the gods and similar beings in the Douluo world in his life, Chen Ming still subconsciously felt that Yelingling's martial soul should be related to gods or the divine realm. Feeling Chen Ming's burning gaze, Yelingling's body stiffened slightly. After turning her head and seeing that the other party's gaze was actually on her martial soul instead of herself, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he was shocked by the ability of the 9-hearted begonia. Yelingling thought to herself. As the descendant of the 9-hearted begonia, Yelingling habitually believed that Chen Ming was as shocked by the powerful effect as those soul masters who saw the effect of the 9-hearted begonia for the first time. She never guessed that in this short period of time, Chen Ming actually sensed a secret that the 9-hearted begonia lineage did not know or dared not to be sure of. At this time, Duguyan, who was covering her face, was somewhat unwilling. Although she was very entangled in her heart and covered her face with her hands, Duguyan was actually paying attention to Chen Ming's actions. When she found that Chen Ming didn't come to talk to her for a long time, she quietly separated her fingers. When she found that Chen Ming's eyes fell on Yelingling affectionately, Duguyan suddenly felt a little wronged for some reason and sobbed with her hands covering her face. Hearing Duguyan's sobbing, Chen Ming finally realized the most important thing at the moment. He squatted down and moved closer to Duguyan, reaching out and patting her shoulder. "Miss Dugu? Miss Duguyan. Call me Duguyan." Duguyan gently elbowed Chen Ming and answered while covering her face. "Yan, no, Dugu." Chen Ming slipped and said the wrong thing. Just as he was about to change his words, he was gently bumped by Duguyan, so he immediately chose to ignore this small problem. "How do you feel now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? It's no small matter if a soul master has problems with his training. Once there's a problem with the meridians, it's difficult to solve. Stretch out your hand, and I'll take a look at your condition." Without waiting for Duguyan to answer, Chen Ming directly pulled away Duguyan's hand that was covering her face and used his soul power to test Duguyan's condition. The damage to the meridians in the body was completely repaired, the internal organs were healthy and there was no sign of injury, and even the disorder in the danshan due to the restlessness of the soul power was completely resolved. The effect of the nine-hearted begonia was beyond Chen Ming's imagination, and it was worthy of being the legendary martial spirit that could bring back to life human flesh and bones. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Chapter 38. Ability. Chapter 39, 38, Ability. Chen Ming was shocked by the healing ability of the nine-hearted begonia, while Ye Lingling was also shocked by Chen Ming. She was able to detect the injuries in Duguyan's body because of her family's ancestral experience and her spirit nine-hearted begonia's ability to detect human vitality. This was the accumulation of generations in her talent, and no one else could replicate it. And why can Chen Ming detect it? A spiritual spirit? It doesn't look like it. He looks about the same age as me, and his spirit power level can't be above level 40, right? Ye Lingling shook her head in her heart. Ye Lingling walked up to Duguyan, looked at Chen Ming quietly, and asked Duguyan a question. Who guided the soul power in your body? Was it the teacher who guarded the training ground? Yes, it's Chen Ming. Duguyan answered Ye Lingling subconsciously. After hearing Duguyan's answer, a question mark seemed to rise above Ye Lingling's head. She also knew that Duguyan was going to break through level 30 recently. A quasi-soul master was injured due to the disorder of soul power in her body, and the person who could suppress her soul power with soul power must be at least level 35. And this was without considering the person's ability to control soul power. Not all soul masters have excellent soul power control ability. Most people develop the control ability by spending a lot of time to cultivate it. As long as their soul power is not on the verge of getting out of control, most people are still accustomed to directly improving their soul power level, rather than carefully pondering soul power control, an aspect that is not easy to reflect strength improvement. According to common sense, in this situation, only a soul master of level 40 or 50 should be qualified to intervene and guide Duguyan to reorganize the disordered soul power in his body into a regular state, and there is no guarantee of 100% success. The original injuries in Duguyan's body were not too serious. It could be seen that the soul power was quickly controlled without causing a greater reaction or causing more damage to the tendons and veins. Is this something a person of your age can do? Anyway, Ye Lingling thought that even if she had specially trained herself to control her soul power, she would not be able to do such an exaggerated thing. Ye Lingling looked at Chen Ming and suddenly spoke. How old are you, what's your soul power level, and what's your martial soul? Ah! My name is Chen Ming, I'm 11 years old, my martial soul is Emerald Scorpion King, my soul power level is 23, no, it's 24, and I just entered school this year. What's wrong? My name is Ye Lingling, my martial soul is Nine-Hearted Begonia, and I'm a healing soul master. Ye Lingling briefly introduced herself, then pointed her finger at Duguyan. Are you really in control of the soul power in Duguyan's body? I can barely control it. If she had obtained another spirit ring and her cultivation level had increased by a few levels, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control her spirit power so easily. This wasn't something shameful like soul bones, so Chen Ming simply admitted it. You. Ye Lingling stared at Chen Ming in silence for a while before she spoke reluctantly. Your talent is truly rare. Thank you for the compliment. I was born with some talent in this area. Chen Ming replied casually. This is not something that can be described by just having a bit of talent. Hearing Chen Ming's Versailles-like answer, Ye Lingling couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. After seeing that Duguyan was fine, she did not continue to stay here as a light bulb, but sat on the stone, quietly looking at the flowers. Unlike the relaxed straddling and bored plucking of petals just now, Ye Lingling's sitting posture at this moment is still quite quiet, looking quite like the kind of iceberg girl who keeps people at a distance. I don't know which one is her real character. After checking that Doguyen's injuries were fine, Chen Ming let go of Doguyen's hand and stared at Doguyen, who was sitting on the ground. Neither of them knew what to say. After being stunned for a while, Doguyen, whose neck was already red, spoke first and broke the silence. I'm going back to the dormitory first. I just want to go back and recuperate. Oh. Chen Ming nodded and made way for Doguyen. Don't you want to say anything else? Doguyen looked up and asked Chen Ming. I'm mainly afraid that you won't be satisfied if I say too much. This is the truth. Chen Ming has been single for both of his lives and he really doesn't understand girls' minds. When I was in school, I was not allowed to fall in love early. After I started working, I simply had no intention of falling in love. Sometimes when it was late at night, I would think about falling in love, but when I thought about the increasingly common fairies nowadays, as well as the various unnecessary expenses during the period of love, Chen Ming, who thought that his wallet and his life value were very weak, finally did not dare to fall in love. He also couldn't figure out what Doguyen's attitude towards him was now, and he was afraid that if he said something wrong, Doguyen would be careless when talking to Douluo, and he would be killed. Facing the yellow-haired man whose ghost fire stopped downstairs, the old father on earth could only grit his teeth in hatred. But in Douluo continent, such things would really cause death. Although Chen Ming thought that he was not the yellow-haired man who waved his flowery hands and stopped the will-o'-the-wisp downstairs, his relationship with Doguyen was not as good as that between Huang Mao and his girlfriend. No matter how weak Douluo was, he was still a titled Douluo. Even if he had a high resistance to poison, he would still turn into a pool of thick water if Douluo spit out a mouthful of old phlegm. Looking at Chen Ming's sincere face, Doguyen felt a little toothache. She originally wanted to say something, but ended up swallowing it all back. She supported herself and stood up slowly. After making sure that she had regained her mobility and that there was nothing wrong with her body, she looked at Chen Ming deeply, then came to Yelingling, who was sitting on a stone in a daze, and whispered a few words into Yelingling's ear. Then the two of them left the mimicry training ground prepared for healing spirit masters and walked towards their own dormitory. Seeing this, Chen Ming shrugged and walked towards his courtyard, ready to make some preparations for Douluo's arrival. Although according to Douluo's character in the original novel, I, who saved Doguyen, should not be slapped to death by the other party in anger. But there should always be a backup plan, right? In a place where Chen Ming couldn't see, Doguyen and Yelingling had just walked out for a short while. Doguyen, who had been holding his head high and chest out, immediately wilted and looked at Yelingling, who seemed to have a slightly curved mouth corner, with pitiful eyes. Lingling, you have to keep today's incident a secret for me. I can keep it a secret for you, but it's impossible that no one else sees you on the road. Yelingling sighed and covered her head. Other families were afraid of Douluo, but her family of Juxin Haitang was not afraid of Douluo. According to his grandfather, Douluo still owed them a favor. So she naturally did not have to be as restrained as others when facing Doguyen, but treated him as one of her few friends. Instead of trying to keep it a secret, you might as well go find your grandfather and prevent him from misunderstanding you. I do want to, but my grandfather said he would practice in seclusion some time ago, and I don't know where he has gone recently. Otherwise, how dare those guys in the academy stick around me? Thinking of this, Doguyen couldn't help feeling aggrieved. When she was with her grandfather before, she wanted to leave him as soon as possible to prove herself. But once she left her grandfather, the things she encountered made it impossible for Doguyen to make a decision. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. The rumors are getting more and more intense. Chapter 40. Rumors are getting more and more intense. Just after Chen Ming and Doguyen returned to their own dormitories, messages about the two began to spread quietly on campus. Teacher Niu, who was in charge of guarding the poison-type mimicry training field, found Qin Ming and, under the pretext of a discussion, told Qin Ming everything before he could react to what had happened. He also forced Qin Ming, who was resting at home, to be dragged into the matter. Then the two of them went to report to the three members of the education committee. Niu Dali only saw Chen Ming carrying Duguyan out, so he only reported what he saw, and emphasized that Duguyan glared at him. Although there was no exaggeration, the subjective opinion was so strong that the first thing the three teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal College thought of was that the two were in love, rather than any unexpected mistakes. Therefore, the three members of the education committee began to arrange personnel to secretly investigate what Chen Ming had done. They also looked for any eyewitnesses along the way and what these people had seen. Once the news leaks out, the extent of its spread will be beyond everyone's imagination. As the first aristocratic academy of the Tiandu Empire, there is no shortage of elites in the Tiandu Royal Academy, but most of the academy's students are genuine insects and humanoid creatures. What these humanoid creatures can do is always beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Some people were just passing by and didn't care who was holding who, but after being asked this question, they became interested. Some people had already seen Chen Ming holding Duguyan, and after being asked this question, they felt even more itchy. Those who saw it said they saw it, and those who didn't see it clearly said they saw it. In the end, those who didn't see it also said they saw it. The things they saw gradually became more and more exaggerated. It is the common nature of all intelligent creatures in the world to watch the fun and not mind the big trouble. These students of the aristocratic students are even more fearless. The originally normal description became more and more mysterious and outrageous. At the beginning, Chen Ming was holding Duguyan, and Duguyan was shy. Later, it was simply spread that Chen Ming was holding Duguyan and committing adultery in front of the students. Although those guys who were really brainless and deliberately took things in a pornographic direction were soon found out by the three education committee members, they were taken back directly to their parents and fell on the beams and hit with spinning tops with rattan sticks. However, in the eyes of some people, this behavior is tantamount to covering one's ears and stealing the bell, making them believe these outrageous rumors even more. Have you heard? Duguyan and that new student. Have you heard? Duguyan and a boy are beside the avenue. Have you heard? The granddaughter of Poison Douluo and a wild man. There were only 500 students in Tiandu Royal Academy, and half of them were talking about this matter in one night. The reason why the remaining half did not talk about it was mainly because they lived in Tiandu City and did not hear the news from the academy. But this soon changed, because several young nobles who were good at nothing but stirring up trouble had already traveled day and night to Tiandu City to share this matter with their outdated good friends in the city. The gossiping heart cannot be stopped. The three education committee members themselves cannot come forward, and they can only let the subordinates suppress it, which is impossible to suppress the students' curiosity. Moreover, although the people under the education committee also obey the orders of the education committee, they cannot be emotionless after all. Although they are responsible for suppressing the spread of this matter, they actually listen to various rumors quietly. Privately, when there are no outsiders, these people who are entrusted with important tasks by the three education committees actually discuss happily. There was a lack of entertainment in Douluo continent, and the people near Tiandu City had basically enjoyed all the food, drink, and entertainment. Besides the 5-year-long all-continent Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition, the only thing that could make them feel happy was all kinds of gossip news. And what was unexpected was that early the next morning, people from Dugubo's mansion quietly came to Tiandu Royal Academy, and after notifying the three members of the teaching committee, they took Duguyan away directly. Yes, although Dugubo is not at home now, there is still someone in charge of Dugubo's house. According to seniority, he is Dugubo's brother-in-law and Duguyan's uncle. Although he has no soul power and is not a soul master, because of his relationship with Douluo, he has been the butler for Douluo for decades, managing all the affairs of the mansion and keeping everything in order. Logically speaking, such a person should not be easily provoked by the message and lose his composure, but unfortunately, the butler himself was the person who saw Chen Ming hugging Duguyan. Yes, it was the old man who was very excited when he saw Chen Ming and Duguyan hugging each other on the road, and Chen Ming thought that he didn't want to pursue them. Did he not want to catch up? He really couldn't catch up. Forget Soul Master, Soul Sect, or Soul King. He's not even a Soul Master. He just looks a little better, and he's been handling various things for Douluo for many years, so he looks more profound. When he saw Chen Ming and Duguyan, he wanted to chase them immediately, but he failed to catch up and exhausted himself. He finally crawled to Duguyan's dormitory, and Duguyan happened to be hiding in the quilt playing with his fingers. He searched for a long time but couldn't find her. When I climbed down the mountain with great effort, I was filled with anger and grievance, but I didn't dare tell anyone. It was already midnight when he finally got back to Douluo's house. He had to find a way to contact Douluo and deal with Duguyan's matter. He didn't sleep that last night and went to pick her up with a group of servants early in the morning. I thought I was quick enough and things hadn't gotten to the point yet, but as soon as I got to the foot of the academy, I heard a group of students gathered together and whispering. I almost fainted from anger. He persuaded the 3 education committee members to take Duguyan back. However, Duguyan acted like an ostrich and didn't want to see him, the elder. It took a lot of effort to persuade Duguyan to go back. After returning home, he comforted Duguyan, and immediately wrote several letters to Douluo, and sent someone to put the letters in the place agreed with Douluo. But the problem is that Douluo had just read the letter a few days ago and thought it was no big deal, so he has been recuperating deeply these days, striving to complete his recuperation as soon as possible, return to Tiandu City, and stay by his granddaughter's side. No matter how many letters were sent at this time, Douluo himself had no chance to read them. The matter became more and more serious, and the gossip spread among the nobles of Tiandu City. The news even reached the ears of Shui Yat, Shui Xing, and Qian Rongxiu, who was disguised as Shui King He. Faced with this gossip, Qian Rongxiu, who originally did not care too much about Chen Ming and just wanted to cast a wide net, was also surprised. She immediately ordered her subordinates to raise the level of the visiting card and the gift to be sent to Chen Ming. She also became more playful about the upcoming meeting. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 The Prince and Number 039, S Gift, Legend of Biloxia. Chapter 41, The Prince's Gift, The Legend of Biloxia. Chen Ming still didn't know how far the rumors outside had spread, because the problem facing him was no less important than that threatening by Douluo. Your Highness the Crown Prince invited me to the Kaibao restaurant in 3 days? Are you right? Looking at the servant of the prince's mansion standing in front of his courtyard, Chen Ming pointed at himself in disbelief, as if he didn't understand how he could have deserved the attention of the current prince. Yes, this is an invitation from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Please do me the honor. There will be no outsiders invited to the meeting 3 days later. Only the Crown Prince and you will be talking. Please accept this invitation and the gift from my master. The servant in gorgeous clothes smiled and spoke neither servilely nor arrogantly. With a slight swing of his arm, he took out a 3-foot square wooden box from the storage soul guide that looked like a pendant on his waist. The box itself is made from the body of some kind of plant soul beast. Although it is unknown how long the box has been made, it still has a faint plant fragrance. When you sniff it lightly, you can still feel the soul power in the body slightly accelerated. It is obvious that it is very expensive. As soon as the box appeared, Chen Ming could feel the martial spirit in his body moving with joy. The source of this commotion was not the box, but the thing hidden in the box. Chen Ming glanced at the servant sent by the prince's mansion in front of him with a complicated expression, but he still reached out to take the wooden box. The lid of the box was slightly lifted, and the things stored inside began to emit soul power fluctuations outward, and the restlessness of Chen Ming's martial soul became more and more obvious. Relying on his own eyesight, Chen Ming took less than a second to determine what was in the box. Then he reached out and touched it. After confirming that the thing was really what he imagined, he fell into silence. It was a small piece of green stone that seemed to have been in the air for a long time, with strange patterns on it. Although it looked like it had been silent for a long time, it still attracted the surrounding soul power after being exposed to the air, swallowing and spitting out like a living thing. As he slightly activated his soul power, a strong sense of oppression came from inside the stone. Even though Chen Ming was prepared, he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stand firm. Is this the remains of the jade dragon of the blue sky? That's exactly it. The servant of the prince's mansion smiled, and was obviously not surprised that Chen Ming knew this thing. Speaking of which, this item has a deep connection with your family. Since it was put into the national treasury hundreds of years ago, no one has been able to use it, causing the treasure to be covered in dust for hundreds of years. I believe that with your talent, you will be able to make good use of it. That's true. Thank you for the gift, Prince. After closing the lid, the smile on Chen Ming's face became more sincere. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Jian Rongxue was indeed a person who could do great things. The Azure Jade Dragon is a super soul beast that is said to have the bloodline of the mythical beast Azure Dragon. However, there are many different opinions about its origin. Some people say that this soul beast was originally a sub-dragon like the dragon blood centipede, but because it accidentally got a dragon ball of the Azure Dragon, it has the blood of the Azure Dragon, and the Azure Jade Dragon race was born. Some people also say that this kind of soul beast is originally a descendant of the Azure Dragon, but due to various reasons, the attributes in its bloodline have been reversed or contaminated by external forces, causing the original life and thunder attributes to be reversed into death and poison. But no matter what, this kind of soul beast is indeed recognized by the soul masters of Douluo continent as a super soul beast that inherits the bloodline of the divine beast Azure Dragon. This soul beast was originally dark purple, like a centipede. It sheds its skin once every 100 years, and each shed is a matter of life and death. Every time it sheds its skin, its body grows a bit, and its bloodline becomes closer to that of a blue dragon, and its appearance gradually changes from dark purple to green. Every 10,000 years, a section of this soul beast's body will turn into a dragon. After 90,000 years, its entire body will completely turn into the appearance of a blue dragon, with only the dragon horns on its head showing purple. This is a symbol of the extreme growth of the poison and death attributes in the body. It is said that when it breaks through the 100,000 year catastrophe, its two attributes will be sublimated to the extreme, and once again reversed back to the thunder and life that the blue dragon should have controlled. It has the ability to call the wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning. At that time, he was the Azure Dragon possessing the four attributes of life, death, thunder, and poison. However, these are all theoretical studies. In reality, it seems that no one has discovered that this soul beast has really transformed into a four-attribute blue dragon. It is said that there were many such soul beasts on the Douluo continent 10,000 years ago. But for some reason, it seems that no one has ever been seen to break through the 100,000 year heavenly tribulation and really transform into a blue dragon. As for why Chen Ming knows so much about this legendary soul beast, that's of course because this thing really has a deep connection with the Chen family, just as the servants in the prince's mansion said. It is said that a super poisonous soul beast fell in the Douluo gorge outside Douluo city before the 100,000 year catastrophe. But in fact, this is not just a legend. When Douluo city was first built, the Chen family was also ordered by the Tiandu royal family to search for the remains of a 100,000-year soul beast. While exploring the depths of Douluo gorge, the Chen family discovered the place where the 100,000-year soul beast fell and found the remains left by the soul beast. Yes, that legendary soul beast is the Azure Sky Jade Dragon, an unlucky creature that was said to have already become half a Azure Dragon, with the death attribute in its body reversed into life, but ultimately failed at the threshold of the mutual transformation between thunder and poison attributes. Logically speaking, a soul beast that was killed by a 100,000-year heavenly tribulation should be reduced to ashes, and it is difficult to leave any debris. But perhaps because the azure jade dragon is not only powerful but also has noble blood, although most of its body has turned to ashes, it still leaves this debris. The remains of the blue sky jade dragon were indeed attractive, but the Chen family did not dare to keep them privately. After trying every possible way to scrape off any debris from the wreckage without success, they handed it over to the Tiandu royal family and took the reward money given by the royal family. After all, the Tiandu Empire at that time was not as bad as it is now. Although there were still countless nobles in the country, they all had to bow to the emperor of that generation, and the imperial power was very concentrated. It was a rare era when the Tiandu Empire could rely on the power of the whole country to fight against the neighboring Xingluo Empire. Chen Ming's grandfather Chen Shizhi once complained to Chen Ming that if their ancestors had been brave enough to keep the remains of the Qingtian Jade Dragon, there might not have been so many troubles later. Even if that thing can't be used directly, but soaking it in water is a treasure for poison attribute soul masters to practice. When sleeping with it in arms, the soul power of poison attribute soul masters will be driven to slowly increase. With that kind of treasure, future generations will not be affected by the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers to the point of having their inheritance cut off. Who would have thought that this treasure that slipped away from the hands of the ancestors would eventually fall into Chen Ming's hands after going around for hundreds of years? If the ancestors of the Chen family and the emperor of that generation who carefully locked this piece of wreckage in the treasury knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would jump up from their graves. The world is unpredictable. Chen Ming sighed, but a desire for strength arose in his heart. In Douluo continent, power does not equal strength, but strength is definitely equal to power. Now he still has to look at other people's faces, but if he had the strength, wouldn't the treasure houses of the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo be at his disposal? End of this chapter. Chapter 42 3 Thunderbolts shatter the dream of transforming into a dragon. Chapter 42 3 Thunderbolts shatter the dream of transforming into a dragon. With mixed feelings, after receiving the invitation from Prince Shueqing He, Chen Ming entered the room and quickly opened the box. He held the piece of debris in the box in his arms and began to search it carefully from top to bottom. But when he touched it, Chen Ming was dumbfounded. Soul power was slowly injected, and the stone absorbed it but did not give any response. Mental power was slowly probed into it, and the stone also absorbed it but did not give any response. You want to say he is a dead thing? Chen Ming could still vaguely sense that there was an inestimable vitality hidden inside this stone. But you want to say that this thing is alive? Chen Ming also couldn't feel the most important spirituality of a living thing. The spirituality inside this thing is probably at the level of the blue-silver grass on the roadside, much lower than the ornamental plants in his yard. Some metal ores that Chen Ming had seen before had higher spirituality than this pile of debris. Chen Ming thought about it, looked around and found no other problems, then returned to the quiet room, hugged the wreckage, rested his forehead on the wreckage, and began to try to mobilize his spirituality, wanting to observe the essence of the wreckage in a way that was different from the soul masters of Douluo continent. Once, twice, 3 times. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. The spiritual mobilization was not always successful, and even if it was successful, the debris did not have any special reaction. It was not until Chen Ming's attempt failed and his originally calm mood began to show impatience that the debris, which had been like a dead object, finally reacted. At this time, Chen Ming suddenly had an epiphany. For spirituality, it is not necessarily necessary to be as calm as possible. Perhaps emotions are also a correct direction for development. As soon as Chen Ming thought of this, he seemed to be pulled into another world. What appeared before him was a story that had happened on this continent. An unknown number of years ago, the sky collapsed, and the dragons that were originally in the god realm fell to the Douluo continent. The dragon's body was shattered, and its dragon blood soaked the earth, nourishing the earth while also giving rise to countless dragon blood subspecies. The body of a giant dragon is a treasure. A piece of dragon scale or a bit of flesh and blood can transform a low-level soul beast. After the death of some giant dragons, their dragon souls could still be attached to the dragon balls. Although their bodies were broken, they could still protect the dragon balls, which were the most important to the dragon race, from being harmed. However, for some unknown reasons, a small number of giant dragons did not even leave behind a little dragon soul, and the dragon balls in their bodies, which were the most important to the dragon race, also shattered as they fell. In that era, a giant blue dragon fell to the ground, its body shattered, and its dragon ball shattered. The dragon energy and dragon blood that escaped transformed everything, and a nest of centipedes that originally only had a little dragon blood had some characteristics of a blue dragon. This nest of centipedes is the first batch of blue sky jade dragons. After a short period of time, at least a short period of time according to the soul beast's concept of time, the bodies of the giant dragons that were originally scattered all over the continent were gathered by an unknown force, leaving only some remains and a few complete dragon skeletons left outside. When a dragon falls, all things come to life. Countless dragons have fallen on the Douluo continent. For ordinary soul beasts, this is a great fortune. The Qingtian Jade Dragon clan, who inherited some of the blood and dragon energy of the Azure Dragon, completely changed their race by devouring other soul beasts transformed by dragon blood and the remains of the dragon clan on the continent, making them infinitely close to a pure-blooded true dragon. But later, something happened that none of the soul beasts expected. At some point, a restriction had been added to the world that originally belonged to soul beasts. When a soul beast's soul power reached a certain level, a thunderbolt filled with destructive power would fall from the sky, splitting the soul beast into ashes, and only a few lucky ones could survive. And for some unknown reason, although there are many Qingtian Jade dragons, none of them can successfully break through the thunder punishment. The Qingtian Jade Dragon clan, which was born from the fall of the giant dragon, was almost completely wiped out by thunder, leaving only a few second-generation and third-generation dragons. The remaining Qingtian Jade dragons reproduce slowly, and once they break through to a certain level, they will be destroyed by thunder. After an unknown amount of time had passed, when the blue sky jade dragon was about to disappear, a special newborn was born among the tribe. As the age of the jade dragon of blue sky increases, the dragon energy in its body increases and becomes more refined. And it will become closer to the azure dragon, and it will take 90,000 years for its head to completely turn into a dragon head. As soon as this newborn was born, it had a dragon head on its body, and it was born with strong wisdom. As the age of the jade dragon grew, it was unwilling to die in a thunderbolt, so it headed to the great Xingde forest to seek help from the legendary beast god Ditian. After a big fight, he found the legendary beast god, the golden-eyed black dragon king Ditian, in the depths of the Xingde great forest. However, in the face of his inquiry, the legendary beast god refused to give an answer, but just asked him to wait, saying that there might be a way soon. The jade dragon of the blue sky thought that it must be the golden-eyed black dragon king who looked down on a bastard like himself who had the chance to obtain the blood of a true dragon. So he held a grudge and sneaked into the Stardew Great Forest again to look for a solution. During the search, he discovered a soul beast called the Emerald Swan. This soul beast possessed powerful vitality and might be the opportunity for him to break through the 100,000 year mark. So, while all the ferocious level soul beasts gathered under the Lake of Life, doing something unknown, he attacked and killed several nearly 100,000-year-old emerald swans that had gathered together for unknown reasons. He escaped from the Stardew Great Forest under the siege of a group of soul beasts and hid in a small place without any special features. Under his refining, the vitality of several nearly 100,000-year-old emerald swans turned into a piece of metal that seemed to be the size of a human little finger. This metal was extremely mysterious and filled with seemingly endless vitality. With this vitality, he reversed the death attribute in his body into life. However, although he was getting closer to Qinglong, he was one step closer to the 100,000 year mark, as if he could feel the breath of destruction at any time. He decided to go all out and return to the place where he was born. He devoured all his fellow tribesmen and soul beasts with the same bloodline, and then returned to that small place again, preparing to break through the 100,000 years of thunder tribulation. Only the 100,000-year thunder tribulation he faced was different from the thunder tribulation faced by ordinary soul beasts. It was almost endless, without any vitality, without any bottom line, and everything was just to destroy it. Generally, the thunder tribulation of 100,000-year soul beast only lasts for a few hours, and a few last for nearly a day. He had already prepared himself to be struck by thunder tribulation for 3 days and 3 nights, but in fact, there were only 3 thunder tribulations. The space was shattered, the heaven and earth were weeping, and all things lost their color. That was the power of a god. That was not the kind of thunder tribulation that any soul beast should encounter. It did not leave even the slightest hope of life, but was pure destruction. The first thunderbolt shattered his soul power and scales, and also shattered the near-extreme life and death attributes and the deadly poison in his body. The second bolt of lightning turned his body, which was almost identical to that of a blue dragon, into ashes, leaving a huge wound on the ground. The third thunder descended and hit his dragon pill. Even with the vitality provided by the gold of living things, his dragon soul completely dissipated. The dragon pill and the gold of living things became one and fell to the ground like a meteorite. 3 thunderbolts shattered the dream of the azure jade dragon to become a divine beast. At the moment of death, he finally understood that he was just one of the millions of ants. This era does not belong to any soul beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, External Alchemy, Internal Alchemy. Chapter 43, External Alchemy, Internal Alchemy. Just like a reincarnation, the exploded body of the Qingtian jade dragon nourished the earth. The extremely strong poison and life attributes transformed the originally barren earth, forming a canyon that could accommodate poisonous soul beasts. The dragon pill that was combined with the power of life fell deep into the earth. It was not known how long it took before it was discovered by a group of people. After knocking and hammering it in vain, it was knocked into a box and sent to a treasury full of treasures. One by one, the soul Douluo came to look at the dragon pill, which was no different from a stone, and finally shook their heads to indicate that there was absolutely no way to deal with it. There was once a titled Douluo who tried to uncover the secrets of the dragon pill, but in the end he never realized his wish until he died of old age, and finally died with hatred in his heart. After the titled Douluo died of old age, the dragon pill was put back into the box and locked again deep in the treasury. After an unknown number of years, the box that had been sealed in the treasure house was opened again. The world returned to normal, and Chen Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead covered with sweat. The jade dragon of blue sky died completely, not to mention the dragon soul, even the little bit of evil spirit was completely wiped out. If it weren't for the fact that its dragon elixir was purified after devouring its own kind, and combined with the energy of living things in the desperate situation, it would definitely not have survived. The reason why Chen Ming was sweating profusely was entirely because of the mental pressure he felt. Although what he saw in his spiritual vision was just a replay of the past, the huge momentum and deterrence were still firmly engraved in his mind. What's more ridiculous is that in this memory with the Azure Jade Dragon as the protagonist, the Azure Jade Dragon itself is the one that poses the least deterrent threat to Chen Ming. Even at its peak, its power was much weaker than Emperor Tian's aura. Compared to the god-level thunder, it was not worth mentioning. Chen Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and found that he still couldn't calm down quickly. He hurriedly took out a piece of dried meat from his storage soul guide, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed mechanically. The unacceptable taste filled Chen Ming's mind, forcing him to react quickly from the shock of his memories. He hurriedly took out a large glass of juice from his storage soul guide and drank it all in one gulp. At this time, Chen Ming turned his attention to the dragon pill in his hand, which looked like a stone. Although this thing has a great origin, it seems that it can't be used. The gold of life and the Azure Dragon's dragon pill are both rare treasures in the world, but these two things melted under the pressure of the sky thunder and merged into one. It has become something that has probably never appeared on the continent before. And the most important thing is that most of the vitality in the soul gold was consumed by the thunderbolt. Rather than vitality, what the dragon pill fused was some incomplete characteristics of the soul gold. And because of this characteristic, this dragon pill cannot be used using ordinary methods. Chen Ming grumbled to himself, but he wasn't too depressed. He also knew that if this thing was really that good, it could be used. There was no way Qian Rongxiu would give it as a gift directly to a small great soul master like him. Not to mention that he was consumed hundreds of years ago, he should at least be sent to Kobo, the poison Douluo, in exchange for a favor. He has nothing to do with a great soul master like me. Just looking at Long Dan, Chen Ming still felt a little itchy in his heart. Even though the properties were washed away by the thunder, and the effect was only 1/10 or even 1/100th of what it once was, for a great soul master like himself, this dragon pill was still a priceless treasure. As long as you can make use of it, even if it is just a tiny bit, you can still gain a lot of benefits from it. But how to use it? Chen Ming knocked on the dragon pill, which was no longer round, and his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. It's probably impossible to refine it into my body. Let's not talk about whether I have the technology or not, I don't even have enough soul power. If it really gets into my body, this thing might just inhale and exhale a little bit, and I guess I'll be dead. For a titled Douluo, it might only be a trace of soul power, but it's normal for a great soul master like me to die 7 or 8 times. If I really have that idea, I'll at least wait until I become a soul king or soul emperor before trying it again. As for using it to make medicine. Thinking of this, Chen Ming twitched his mouth in embarrassment. The fact that this dragon pill could survive the divine calamity itself proved its hardness. In the spiritual vision, in the past few hundred years, no matter whether it was soul Douluo or title Douluo, they tried their best but could not cut off even a fingernail-sized piece from this dragon pill. If you want to use this thing to make medicine, you must at least contact those super Douluo who are good at bursting and attacking. Maybe you will even need Qian Daoliu to hold the angel sword to cut it open. Refining medicine? Pass. How to do it? Chen Ming habitually injected soul power into it, and suddenly he had an idea. The external refining becomes the elixir. The internal refining becomes the method. There is a concept of external elixir in the alchemy of ancient Taoism. Although in the later evolution, external elixir was gradually denounced as an external method of cultivating the nature but not the life, but no one can deny that external elixir is indeed a good transition method. Since it won't work if I take it into my body, then I'll use it as an external pill. Find a way to use this thing to absorb the soul power between heaven and earth, and then I can absorb the soul power inside it, right? Let me think, if I want to connect with this kind of thing. Chen Ming took out a small knife from the storage soul guide, then thought for a while, and took out all the blood-replenishing herbs and bandages. Chen Ming first placed the dragon pill in an iron basin, then disinfected the knife over the fire, and finally carefully made a small cut on his arm to let the blood flow onto the stone. However, there was no sign of blood absorption by Chen Ming, as if a puddle of water had been dropped on the dragon pill. Chen Ming's mind turned and he summoned his martial soul. While dripping blood, he controlled the fusion of soul power and mental power. With the entry of soul power integrated with mental power, the dragon pill, like a piece of stone, began to gradually absorb Chen Ming's blood, but there was no connection between the two. Seeing this, Chen Ming gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, took out a few pills from the side and stuffed them into his mouth. While maintaining the fusion of soul power and mental power, he tried to inject his spirituality into the dragon pill. After spending most of the day and Chen Ming was almost shaking, a barely detectable connection finally emerged between Long Dan and Chen Ming. The blood in the basin was instantly sucked dry by the dragon pill, and Chen Ming could also feel the response when he injected his soul power into it. Seeing this, Chen Ming, who was exhausted, hurriedly stopped his actions, quickly applied hemostatic medicine and bandages to himself to avoid losing too much blood at once. After casually stuffing another handful of medicine in, Chen Ming carefully held the dragon pill in the basin in his arms, sat on the ground and entered a state of meditation. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Understanding of the Mechanism. Chapter 44 Understanding the Mechanism. Although there is only a slight and undetectable connection with Long Dan, having it and not having it are two completely different things. After entering into meditation, Chen Ming could feel that the dragon pill in his arms seemed to have become a danshan outside his body. Although there is no way to use the dragon pill to directly absorb soul power from the outside world for the time being, Chen Ming can inject the soul power in his body into the dragon pill and retrieve it when needed. And what is the capacity of dragon pill? In Chen Ming's perception, if his full soul power is regarded as 10 units, then this dragon pill has a capacity of at least 1 units. And as the dragon pill recovers, the capacity should increase further. And because its own properties carry the ultimate life and it is fused with the magical metal gold of life, this dragon pill also has a special function. The soul power that Chen Ming injected into the dragon pill was quickly consumed. After some purification and transformation, it turned into pure vitality, and then was injected into Chen Ming's body along the skin that was connected to the dragon pill. Chen Ming, who was originally feeling weak due to excessive blood loss, recovered quickly under this vitality. His originally slightly pale face regained its rosy color in an instant, and his whole body felt comfortable, as if his whole body was much more relaxed. Although he did not perceive it carefully, Chen Ming could feel that the impurities deposited in his body due to the long-term use of various drugs were gradually being eliminated by his body under the flushing of this vitality, and the hidden injuries caused by the original training were also slowly recovering. It's really a miraculous effect. From now on, I will have an excellent healing spirit master by my side. Chen Ming opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. Although his mental and spiritual power were still far from being sufficient, the physical comfort made him feel happy. But after the joy, Chen Ming looked at the dragon pill in his hand, which seemed to have become slightly rounder, and he still felt a little confused. This life force is of extremely high quality. But why do I always feel like it's still a little inferior to the 9-hearted begonia? In terms of numerical value, the vitality that Chen Ming just transformed exceeded what Ye Lingling showed that day by a lot. But even so, Chen Ming still did not feel the existence of preemptive +1 in this vitality. The difference lies in the mechanism, not the value. Just like Tang Chen's clear sky hammer can smash mountains, and the explosion ring can deliver a blow that rivals that of a god. But no matter how hard Tang Chen explodes, he can't use his clear sky hammer to turn into a sausage. Before, Chen Ming thought that he was ignorant and that some special martial souls actually had special mechanical abilities. But after watching the life of Tianqing Yulong, Chen Ming felt that the special thing should be the 9-hearted begonia martial soul itself. Because the mechanism of 9-hearted begonia seems to be fundamentally different from that of Douluo continent, and it is the result of a higher version. If you have time, go visit Ye Lingling more often and take the opportunity to observe the 9-hearted begonia. Thinking about it carefully, the 7 Treasures glazed tower seems to be a good object for observation. A fixed percentage increase that ignores the level difference, a soul skill that will not change no matter what soul beast's soul ring is equipped with. Maybe the 7 Treasures glazed tower is also a strange mechanism. Chen Ming touched his chin, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. What about the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus? What about the clear sky hammer? What about the blue silver emperor? What about the seraph? Are these famous spirits numerically or mechanically weird, or both? Do the spirits of those titled Douluo hide something different? Do the inherited spirits of Poseidon Island and the seraph of the Spirit Hall have any special secrets? Angel Realm, Sea God Realm, Killer God Realm, Demon Breaking Realm, Bipolar Stillness Realm. Invincible Golden Body, Teleportation, Martial Soul Fusion Skills. Thinking of this, Chen Ming slapped his thigh, feeling as if he had a hint of inspiration for future development. Although the green phosphorus snake spirit seems to have neither mechanism nor value, Douluo's green phosphorus snake king is the pinnacle of the green phosphorus snake spirit. It should be quite different from Douluo's green phosphorus snake. I can find a way to observe it up close then. Wait, let me tell you, the fact that Douluo's lineage can poison itself is also considered a special mechanism. Although it is a negative mechanism, it should still be a mechanism to some extent, right? Then let's assume that those martial spirits that are born with domains are the embodiment of a mechanism. If humans create a mechanism or use the characteristics of martial spirits to imitate a mechanism, can they use it to gain a domain? The place where the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were buried turned into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Is it possible for me to use this to peek into the true nature of the two former Dragon Kings? Now that I think about it, does the fairy grass also have its own mechanism? Is it because of these mechanisms that have a higher priority than attribute stacking that the so-called fairy grass, domain, and god-level martial spirit appeared? A sudden enlightenment is better than 10 years of hard training. Chen Ming's mind gradually became insane, and he seemed to have fallen into a special state. Unconsciously, he seemed to have entered a special world, and two gaps appeared before his eyes. Through the gap, Chen Ming seemed to be able to feel the manifestation of various laws. If he needed, he could stick his consciousness out of the gap to peek into the world of laws. When he stepped into the first gap, Chen Ming understood the nature of the gap. That was his first soul ring, which came from the manifestation of the first soul ring of the 500-year-old green phosphorus 7 wonders flower. If ordinary people absorb soul rings like eating blind boxes of pre-prepared meals, then Chen Ming's previous behavior of absorbing soul rings was like selecting pre-prepared meals. Although it was much more precise than eating blind boxes, it was still within the scope of pre-prepared meals themselves. Now Chen Ming's behavior of entering this gap is equivalent to sneaking into the hotel's kitchen. Although there were no pre-prepared dishes, there were kitchen utensils and ingredients in front of him that he could use as he pleased. Whether he wanted to cook according to the recipe or mix and match as he pleased, the choice was in Chen Ming's hands. It's just because I sneaked in after all, so there is a limit to the random choices I can make. Whether it was kitchen utensils, raw materials, or finished products, Chen Ming could only keep them in the kitchen and could not take them out. Even if he ate them, they would disappear when he left the kitchen. This was because these things still did not belong to him in essence. And once a certain bottom line is exceeded and greed is unlimited, then the thief Chen Ming may be left directly in the kitchen and become part of these kitchen utensils or ingredients. But compared with the benefits, these possible negative costs are far too insignificant to mention. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 The Visitor is Evil. Chapter 45 Unkindness. This mysterious state allowed Chen Ming to have a better understanding of the nature of soul masters, but it also consumed a lot of his energy. Although his body had recovered a lot from the nourishment of the vitality returned by the dragon pill, his mental and soul power were still in a state of great loss, so not long after entering the crack for the first time, Chen Ming was forced to return to his original state. This time there really was not a drop left. Not to mention eating dried meat to refresh himself with the smell, even if a whole bead of the 7 wonders of the green phosphorus flower was detoxified and squeezed into juice for him to drink, he would not be able to continue overdrawing. Holding the dragon pill in his hand, Chen Ming slept in the quiet room for a full day and night before waking up. Due to his bad posture, his neck and lumbar spine felt a little uncomfortable. But after converting his soul power into vitality using the dragon pill and absorbing it, Chen Ming immediately felt that he could feel happy again. Because he had already received Jian Rongxiu's invitation, the first thing Chen Ming did when he woke up was to quickly check how long he had slept. So even though he wanted to avoid the outside world, he still had to run to the nearest place to ask for the time. The dragon pill was a good treasure, but there was no way to store it directly in the body. Chen Ming would never dare to hide it in the yard. If such a treasure was lost, he would probably be angry even if he became a god. After thinking about it, Chen Ming flipped through his storage soul guide. Because he had consumed a lot of items in it recently, Chen Ming simply freed up a few unnecessary beddings and stuffed the box containing the dragon pill into the storage soul guide. After confirming that everything was taken care of, Chen Ming left his courtyard. The first place Chen Ming went to was the poison mimicry training ground, which was very close to his courtyard. But when he arrived, he found that the cave in the training ground was blocked by artificial rocks, and there was a notice on it that it was temporarily unavailable. Seeing this, Chen Ming was shocked. He thought he had been practicing for several days in a row. So he ran towards the cafeteria at full speed. There were many people there, and they talked a lot. Basically, you could find out everything about the academy there. Some descendants of soul masters would drink a few sips of wine and occasionally spit out something shocking. It was a restaurant inside the Tiandu Royal Academy. Chen Ming ran to the cafeteria in one breath and saw the bustling crowd of people in the cafeteria. When those people saw Chen Ming, they stopped discussing various topics for a moment, and the whole cafeteria was silent. Facing Chen Ming, the lucky guy in the rumors, these people had different expressions. Some were jealous, some were envious, some were contemptuous, and some were disgusted. Chen Ming didn't bother to care about these things, but asked the worker in charge of serving the food about the time. Although this worker without soul power did not understand what Chen Ming meant, he still told the time honestly, and then ran back to the kitchen while Chen Ming was thinking. I've only slept for a little over a day. Luckily I didn't overdo it. But tomorrow is the day. I have to think carefully about what to do. Just as Chen Ming was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Ming and rushed towards him without any concealment in his movements. Faced with this obviously malicious action, Chen Ming instantly mobilized the soul power in his body and gathered it on the surface of his body. This is like eating and drinking, and is a skill that basically all soul masters have. It can not only resist damage, but also strengthen the body. It is a panacea ability that all low-level soul master academies will teach. However, even at the same level, the effects of gathering soul power can be different for different people, and Chen Ming happens to have some research in this area. At the moment of collision, the soul power covering Chen Ming's body absorbed most of the impact force, and the opportunity of contact counterattacked this part of the force exponentially. The man who had been charging towards Chen Ming was knocked back several steps by the counterattack. Before he could even stand firm, Chen Ming followed up with a series of moves and directly pinned him to the ground with his backhand. There was a dull sound when his knees touched the ground. No? Didn't I agree that if you want to challenge me, you should first go to the Education Commission to get a life and death agreement, and then fight on the ring? This sneak attack while someone is thinking is not what a hero should do. Chen Ming took a look at the soul master who had been knocked to the ground by him, and naturally found that he did not know the other party as he had just been in school for less than a week. Through simple contact, he found that the man's muscles were very developed. There was no obvious difference in strength between the leg muscles and the hand muscles. There were calluses on his hands and feet but no signs of long-term gripping. Chen Ming initially judged that this should be a beast spirit master who is good at attacking with fists, palms or claws. As for the spirit power, it should be around level 20. If it was lower than level 20, he should roll out instead of retreating. If it was around level 30, Chen Ming would also feel it from the strength. If it was level 40, then Chen Ming would be the one who retreated. You attacked me by surprise, let me go now. The soul master who was forced to kneel on the ground by Chen Ming blushed. Obviously, being forced to kneel on the ground in public was a very embarrassing thing for him. Although anyone could see that he was the one who deliberately started the trouble, he, who prided himself on his noble birth, naturally pushed all the blame onto Chen Ming. Although he is not a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, he is also born into the Tiandu nobility. His cultivation as a great soul master made him a strong man among the students of Tiandu Royal Academy. In the past, he was the only one who humiliated others. When was it someone else's turn to humiliate him, the soul power surged, and a powerful thunder attribute surged from his body. The body of the young soul master who was pressed to the ground by Chen Ming began to undergo tremendous changes. Dragon-like scales grew on his neck and wrists, his muscles expanded greatly, and the nails on his 10 fingers bulged and solidified, turning into sharp claws like an eagle. Powerful thunder attribute soul power surged in his body, trying to electrocute Chen Ming who was suppressing him. Can Chen Ming spoil him? It's just that he thinks he has some background behind him, so he feels he dares not take action. Too many lice don't worry, too many debts don't itch. Let alone the invitation from Jianrongxiu tomorrow, I will probably have to face Kobo, the titled Douluo, in a while. Even if these things didn't happen, Chen Ming could go directly to the 3 education committee members just because the other party took the initiative. The 3 education committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy would not be unable to suppress a problem of this magnitude. Chen Ming's martial soul possessed his body faster than his, and the flow of soul power was also more rapid. Before the lightning came into contact with him, Chen Ming had already deployed defensive soul power on his body, and gathered a poisonous soul power in his palm and pressed it down fiercely. What? A crackling sound was heard, and the young man screamed. In full view of everyone, the young man possessed by the martial spirit was completely pressed to the ground by Chen Ming's pair of emerald green hands. The skin and flesh that came into contact with Chen Ming's palms were severely corroded. The dragon scale's defense was as brittle as a piece of paper, and the power of thunder was easily destroyed by the poisonous soul power. Chen Ming's hand not only pressed on his flesh, but almost grasped his bones. Under the severe pain, the young man who was pressed to the ground could no longer maintain the possession of the martial spirit, but opened his mouth and closed his eyes and let out a loud roar. This bloody scene surprised the others who were originally prepared to watch the fun. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 The Man Behind the Scenes. Chapter 46 The Man Behind the Scenes. You little thief, stop it. Seeing his fellow tribesmen being tortured like this, Yu Tianheng, who had been standing aside in silence, finally couldn't pretend any more. After his martial spirit possessed him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beside him. The first soul ring flickered, thunder surged on Yu Tianheng's body, and a thunder dragon claw grabbed towards Chen Ming fiercely. The soul skills of a large family are often the result of selection and experimentation from generation to generation. The first 3 soul skills are almost fixed, and only after the 4th ring can one try one's own path. Thunder Dragon Claw is the best first soul skill that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has chosen over thousands of years. It can be used in both long range and close combat, consumes little energy, but is very powerful. Among the first soul rings, it is a very top-notch soul skill. The violent thunder and lightning surged, and even Chen Ming did not dare to underestimate it. Chen Ming quickly let go of the cannon fodder he had pinned to the ground and kicked him hard, both to kick the cannon fodder aside to prevent the situation from escalating and causing loss of life, and also to use the force to quickly dodge. Yu Tianheng was about 20 steps away from Chen Ming. The Thunder Dragon Claw came quickly, but it was not as fast as real thunder, and Chen Ming dodged it quickly. Seeing someone using soul skills, the students in the cafeteria were in an uproar. Summoning martial spirits and using spirit skills to attack students at will outside the arena is a taboo for Tiandu Royal Academy. It's okay if you don't get caught, but once you get caught, it will be quite troublesome. Not everyone, even a rich and powerful man, would have the courage to do such a thing in public. Unlike freshmen like Chen Ming and Dugu Yan, Yu Tianheng had already enrolled 2 years ago and was considered a prominent figure in the academy. His background and strength made many people envious, and there were even more people who were jealous of him in private. But to be honest, before this, everyone thought that although Yu Tianheng was arrogant and looked down on others, he was still a rule-abiding type in Tiandu Royal Academy. No one expected that Yu Tianheng would be so impulsive today and use his soul skills to attack his classmates directly in the cafeteria. After Chen Ming dodged the Thunder Dragon Claw, he quickly stabilized his body, his eyes fixed on Yu Tianheng who summoned his martial spirit. The emerald green soul power on his body was flashing, and a layer of dark green poisonous mist was faintly shrouded his body. You use your spirit skills to sneak attack your classmates when you disagree with them. Is this what you call a senior? The pride of having the best beast spirit in the world? Or do you have some shameful purpose and want to take this opportunity to kill people and silence them? Although he only had 2 soul rings on his body, the shock caused by the 1 yellow and 1 purple configuration on Chen Ming's body in front of everyone was no less than Yu Tianheng's display of soul skills in public. Looking at this scene, even though Yu Tianheng was originally filled with anger, he couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. He looked up and down at Chen Ming carefully with his reptilian eyes, and confirmed several times that Chen Ming was only a 2-ring Great Soul Master, and he did not have a white or yellow soul ring hidden on his body. Humph, you hurt my people first, and you still dare to ask me this? Using poison to hurt people in public, this kind of cruelty doesn't seem like the behavior of a good person. Looking at the cannon fodder who was kicked aside and lying unconscious on the ground, Yu Tianheng's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and he turned the tables on Chen Ming. Although he looked righteous and acted like a righteous partner, in fact, all of this was closely related to him. Ever since Duguyan entered the academy, Yu Tianheng has been paying close attention to her. However, due to his origins as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Tianheng was unwilling to show the same fanaticism as those rubbish students, so he let his younger brothers carry out his will in secret. He is involved in most of the things concerning Duguyan in the college recently. As the nth generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, his status within the sect is not as high as that of his cousin Yu Tianxin, but it is still very noble. Although he entered school alone, he never lacked lackeys. The cannon fodder that was killed by Chen Ming just now was a distant relative of Yu Tianheng. Although he did not belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, his martial soul was not the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but a degenerated thunder dragon. However, since Yu Tianheng entered the Tiandu Royal Academy, he has always followed Yu Tianheng's lead and is the number 1 person under Yu Tianheng. Things like inquiring for information, paying attention to certain people, and teaching certain people a lesson, which are not convenient for Yu Tianheng to do to damage his image, are all handled by this younger brother on behalf of Yu Tianheng. Although he didn't say it, Yu Tianheng was very satisfied with this little brother who served as a glove. He even promised that if he became the young master, he would let him marry a wife with the spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just now, Yu Tianheng and his younger brother came to the cafeteria to prepare for dinner as usual. However, because of the news about Duguyan and other wild men from the academy, Yu Tianheng was very upset and stood in the cafeteria for a long time without ordering any food. Although a large part of the craze for Duguyan in Tiandu Royal Academy was deliberately caused by Yu Tianheng, in order to leave a good impression in front of Duguyan by stepping on this group of trash. But rumors are not something that anyone can control. Although there are indeed elites within the academy, there are more insects. Whenever someone thinks that these insects have brains, these insects will use their actions to prove that humanoids do not need brains. Although Yu Tianheng was one of the driving forces behind the scenes, he obviously did not have the ability to control all the rumors. Originally, Yu Tianheng just wanted to prepare a step for himself so that he could get closer to Duguyan. However, no one expected that this step would become a stumbling block. Just when the younger brother noticed that Yu Tianheng was in a bad mood and suggested that they go to Tiandu City to play together in the evening, a henchman whose name Yu Tianheng could not remember saw Chen Ming hurriedly entering the cafeteria and immediately reported it to Yu Tianheng. After knowing that Chen Ming was the wild man in the rumors, Yu Tianheng became very agitated and couldn't wait to teach Chen Ming, the guy who dared to compete with him for Duguyan, a lesson. Regarding this matter, Yu Tianheng just glanced at the younger brother beside him and nodded slightly. Then the younger brother immediately understood what he meant and rushed towards Chen Ming with a swagger. This little brother's martial soul is the Thunder Dragon, which is a mutated product of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. This martial soul is a subspecies of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although it is 3 points weaker than the real blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in all aspects and does not have the most important dragon transformation ability, it is still a top-quality true dragon martial soul. Although he is only a great soul master of level 28, a soul master who has just obtained the third soul ring may not be his match. Moreover, even within the Tiandu Royal Academy, the level of the Great Spirit Master is not considered weak. Its strength can already be called excellent. In Yu Tianheng's opinion, this little brother is capable of teaching Chen Ming a severe lesson and making this country boy who plays with drugs understand the principles of Tiandu City and Tiandu Royal Academy. As a result, the little brother whom he had placed high hopes on was knocked to the ground by Chen Ming in one round. After summoning his martial spirit, his skin was corroded by the poison of the green phosphorus scorpion. Everyone who has been enrolled in the academy for a few months knows that this person is Yu Tianheng's younger brother and his henchman. Is Chen Ming spanking his little brother? This is a slap in the face of Yu Tianheng. This is a slap in the face of him, the future young leader of the world's #1 sect. To round it off, this is a challenge to the future #1 sect in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Yu Tianheng and number 039, S Anger. Chapter 47, Yu Tianheng's Anger. The most important thing is, how dare Chen Ming, a guy who doesn't even have a soul Douluo in his family, snatch a woman from Yu Tianheng, when Duguyan was 6 years old. Not long after she awakened her martial spirit, Yu Tianheng saw Duguyan at a banquet with his grandfather Yu Yuanzhen. At that time, Yu Tianheng was 8 years old and Duguyan was 6 years old. Yu Tianheng, who had just come into contact with the relationship between men and women, felt his heart beating wildly the moment he saw Duguyan. The maid who had brought him into the adult world and fascinated him was no longer attractive to him at that moment. After returning home, Yu Tianheng sent the maid who had charmed him to the far north to mine. He was so obsessed with Duguyan that he lost his appetite and eventually attracted the attention of his grandfather Yu Yuanzhen. After Yu Tianheng told his grandfather Yu Yuanzhen about the matter, although his grandfather Yu Yuanzhen was a little surprised, he still reluctantly agreed to Yu Tianheng and asked Dugu Batong whether he agreed to this matter. But what could be done? At that time Duguyan had just awakened her martial spirit, and a lot of guys who wanted to be related to Dugubo were lining up to enter into a marriage contract with Duguyan, which made Dugubo furious. At the court meeting of the Tiandu Empire, he arrested those guys who were in their 40s or 50s and still wanted to marry his granddaughter, and hung them up and beat them at the court meeting. The nobles who were beaten were also injected with poison by Dugubo. They were in a trance for a week and could not distinguish between facts and fantasies. They were incontinent for a month. They could not get out of bed for 3 full months. Some of the younger ones are said to have regained their strength after nearly a year, while some of the older or weaker ones are said to have not recovered yet. Seeing Dugubo's almost crazy look, even Yu Yuanzhen didn't want to touch Dugubo's brow at this time. Although Dugubo's personal strength is indeed much worse than his, in terms of threat. Dugubo is the best in the entire continent. The only weak spot in his body is his granddaughter Duguyan. If Dugubo is provoked, Dugubo can hide Duguyan and then go crazy on the mainland. So this wait lasted for several more years. A few years later, Yu Yuanzhen brought Yu Tianheng to Dugubo to tell him about this matter. Considering that Yu Yuanzhen's strength was much higher than his, Dugubo politely rejected Yu Yuanzhen, saying that the child was too young and he would talk about it in a few years. Although since then, Yu Yuanzhen no longer cared much about Yu Tianheng's pursuit of Duguyan, and went back to seclusion. But it was precisely because of this indifferent attitude that Yu Tianheng was seriously stimulated, so that Yu Tianheng's behavior gradually became a little abnormal. As the eldest grandson of the clan leader, Yu Tianheng also has the support of the elders behind him. Moreover, these elders are more concerned about Yu Tianheng's pursuit of Duguyan than Yu Yuanzhen, his own grandfather. Over the years, Yu Tianheng has been obsessed with Duguyan. He even knows exactly what Duguyan likes to eat and what color she likes. He also knows that Duguyan doesn't like weak people, but those who are strong and look very cool. Ever since Duguyan entered the academy, Yu Tianheng has been keeping a close eye on Duguyan's movements, and even secretly encouraged some students who were not so fanatical to pursue Duguyan fanatically, just to find an opportunity to get rid of these toads in front of Duguyan and win his favor. Some students were completely afraid at first, because many of their elders were even those who were disciplined by Dugubo in the palace. These people saw what happened to them back then. But the connections and relationships of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan will make everyone play their roles obediently. It could be coercion, inducement, or coercion and inducement. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex had many methods to make those people obey. In recent years, the only title Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is the clan leader Yu Yuanzhen, and in order to reach a higher realm, Yu Yuanzhen has been in seclusion for many years. Most of the affairs within the family are managed by Yu Luomian, the second strongest person in the clan and Yu Yuanzhen's younger brother. In the eyes of many people, Yu Luomian, the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, is even more like a clan leader than Yu Yuanzhen, who has been in seclusion for many years. Because if Yu Yuanzhen is a proud real dragon in the sky, even his anger will be expressed in the form of thunder, crushing everything in front of him with pure power. Then Yu Luomian is undoubtedly a snake crawling darkly on the ground. Although it looks similar to a real dragon in the sky, it actually reveals shrewdness and scheming in its nature. Not only did he rely on the power of the dragon, he also had a hidden agenda in his heart. Although Yu Tianheng is Yu Yuanzhen's grandson, his talent is not as good as his cousin Yu Tianzhen's in the sect. In addition, Grandpa Yu Yuanzhen does not care about worldly affairs most of the time, which makes the sect almost a one-man show for second Grandpa Yu Luomian. Although he was friendly on the surface, Yu Tianheng was actually coveting the position of the young leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. In his heart, he wished that his cousin Yu Tianzhen would die on the spot. In order to pursue Duguyan and use Dugubo's power to stabilize his position as the young master, Yu Tianheng has already spared no expense this time. After some leading people got into their roles, the rest of the audience, who didn't have much self-awareness, naturally became part of the drama. It can even be said that in this class where insects dominate the majority of students, it only takes one or two leaders to awaken the awe of the titled Douluo in these people's hearts, and the rest of the things will naturally happen as those guys with poor brains do. With the help of the elders behind him, Yu Tianheng had already prepared the venue and actors, waiting for Duguyan to obtain the third spirit ring and find a time to stage a good show. With his cold appearance and domineering strength, he left a deep first impression in Duguyan's heart. However, before Duguyan obtained the spirit ring, he waited for the news that Chen Ming was holding Duguyan in broad daylight in the academy. How could Yu Tianheng bear it? Although he wanted to use thunder to electrocute the little thief in front of everyone, Yu Tianheng knew that there were actually quite a few teachers in the cafeteria. If he could not catch this little thief in a short period of time, once he was caught by the teacher, he would be punished by the 3 education committee members even if he had the advantage of competing for the future position of the young leader of the world's #1 sect. Even if he is not sent back to the sect, he will be confined for several days. What's more, once his second grandfather Yu Luomian knew about this, he would definitely take advantage of the situation and spread it widely within the sect, and accidentally pass it on to the ears of his grandfather Yu Yuanzhen. If that happens, he will be further and further away from the position of young sect leader. So after launching a Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Tianheng could only stare at Chen Ming, expecting Chen Ming to counterattack so that he could take the opportunity to strike back. Although Yu Tianheng thought he had hidden his purpose very well, in Chen Ming's opinion, it was just as if it was exposed on the surface. So even though his soul power was surging and he seemed to be ready to attack at any time, Chen Ming did not intend to take the initiative to attack, giving up the most important excuse. When the two were on guard, a figure suddenly flashed by in the distance, and a soul master with flames on his body inserted himself between the two of them, his soul power rolling angrily. If you want to fight, go to the arena. Using your spirit skills on your classmates in the school cafeteria, do you want to be expelled from the academy? Qin Ming yelled with anger on his face, but he was very conflicted inside. He was preparing to eat in the faculty cafeteria next door when he suddenly heard someone shouting that someone in the student cafeteria was releasing a spirit skill. He immediately became possessed by his martial spirit and quickly came over here. During this time, Qin Ming surpassed several teachers and arrived at the student cafeteria first. However, when he saw that the conflict was between Chen Ming and Yu Tianheng, he immediately became Spartan. Because he was the first to arrive, the teachers who arrived after him, after seeing the situation in the cafeteria, either retreated at a faster speed or hid secretly, with no intention of helping Qin Ming at all. Although Qin Ming's feelings were very complicated, he was a responsible teacher after all, so he finally bit the bullet and stepped in to stop the farce in the cafeteria. Looking at Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng's eyes showed a hint of disdain, and he snorted lightly, thinking he was hiding it. Even though he was only a soul master who had just broken through level 30 not long ago, due to his background, he still looked down on Qin Ming, a soul king who was almost a soul emperor. Seeing that Qin Ming had no intention of favoring him, Yu Tianheng was naturally unhappy. "Teacher, that person attacked my friend and used poison on him. I couldn't bear to see my friend being humiliated, so I chose to attack him in anger. If someone should be punished, then Chen Ming should be punished." "Hey!" Qin Ming turned his head suspiciously and glanced at the cannon fodder lying on the ground, and no one was paying attention to him. The martial spirit of this cannon fodder is Thunder Dragon, a pure-blooded true dragon martial spirit. He is also a big figure in the academy. Because of his martial spirit and strength, Qin Ming has also read his information and knows that this person is Yu Tianheng's henchman in the academy. And his reputation in the academy is very bad. When Yu Tianheng brought up this person, Qin Ming immediately concluded that even if Yu Tianheng was not behind this matter, he was definitely related to it. However, looking at the large pieces of flesh missing from his body and the blood constantly flowing from it, Qin Ming couldn't ignore it after all. He looked at Yu Tianheng deeply, came to the cannon fodder on the ground, used his soul power to maintain his condition, and then called a healing student who was watching the show on the side to come over and perform his soul skills. "Everyone says that I am lazy and update too little. So I will increase the amount of chapters today and try to keep each chapter close to 3,000 words. Since everyone is always complaining about the plot advancement, I can only post all 3 chapters at once." End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Qin Ming, no. Chapter 48, Qin Ming, no. Chen Ming's poison was controlled in moderation. Although the injuries looked scary, they were actually minor injuries. Find a healing soul master to use some soul skills, go back and eat some herbs, and you'll be a brave man again in a few days. Although the melon-eating healing spirit master who was called over was only a level 22 great spirit master, and his martial spirit was also of ordinary lily quality, after 2 spirit skills, the cannon fodder who was knocked to the ground opened his eyes. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, the cannon fodder gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and pointed at Chen Ming. His dusty face was full of resentment. "Not only did this guy bump into me, he also attacked me by surprise, using poison on an innocent passerby like me. He tried to trick and attack me by surprise. Teacher, you must make the decision for me." Faced with such remarks, Qin Ming, as a teacher, could only smile awkwardly, while the people watching the excitement around him simply burst into laughter. Who doesn't know what kind of person he is? Who hasn't seen him bullying other students, not to mention that he definitely wanted to attack Chen Ming but was killed by Chen Ming. Even if Chen Ming really wanted to attack him first, many students present would stand on Chen Ming's side while eating melons. His reputation was too bad. If it weren't for his family background and the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, he would have been sent home long ago. Seeing that no one supported him, the cannon fodder collapsed to the ground, as if he had fainted from anger. But there were many people who were there to watch the fun. The seemingly inconspicuous healing spirit master reached out and felt around, and realized that the man was pretending to be unconscious. Although he didn't want to offend Yu Tianheng, he still smiled and shook his head slightly in the face of the students' gazes. The students burst into laughter. Not only did the cannon fodder on the ground almost faint, but even Yu Tianheng's face turned ashen. He wanted to shock those guys who were just watching the show, but when his eyes passed over Qin Ming, he gave up the idea. After confirming that no student's life was in danger, Qin Ming, with a tangled heart, stood up with a cold face and looked back and forth at Yu Tianheng and Chen Ming. Under everyone's expectation, Qin Ming finally pointed the finger at Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng, no matter what, being the first to summon your martial soul in public and using your spirit skills on your classmates is against the order of the academy. As an excellent student of the academy, you should understand this principle deeply. You can say that you attacked out of anger for your companions. I can also tell you that if you want to continue asking, you must come to a conclusion. I can also ask Meng Shenji's education committee to take action. Under the Black Demon martial spirit, I believe there should be no secrets. Humph! How could Yu Tianheng not understand what Qin Ming meant? There are absolutely no secrets under the Black Demon martial spirit. Doesn't this mean that he thinks it was him who ordered it, although there are actually some factors behind this matter that are caused by myself, but taking a step back, is it worth it to offend a genius from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family for the sake of a great soul master? Although my soul rings are not one yellow and one purple, I have 2 yellows and 1 purple. There shouldn't be many soul masters younger than me in the entire academy, right? If he didn't know that Qin Ming had a lot of weight in the eyes of the 3 teaching committee members of the academy and was considered to be a promising talent who could become the pillar of the next Tiandu Empire, even he wouldn't have taken action easily. Otherwise, just based on Qin Ming's performance today, it would be enough for Yu Tianheng to remember him in his heart and let Qin Ming encounter an unexpected situation in the future. Nobles with a slightly longer inheritance time have the habit of looking down on others, and soul master families with a slightly longer inheritance time will look down on commoners and soul masters of commoner origin even more. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family can be said to be the best of both worlds, that is, they look down on everyone else, and even more so on civilians and soul masters of civilian origin. Just like there is reproductive isolation between them and other nobles, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex does not even allow women in the family to marry outside the family unless they are members of the clan with mutated martial spirits. In addition, the bloodline is also strictly controlled within the clan. Once the bloodline is leaked, the first reaction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is to clear the bloodline to prevent the martial spirit from leaking out. Only those with truly outstanding talents will be accepted into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. It is no wonder that after the Spirit Hall was destroyed, only Yu Xiaogang, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Tiangzhen were left in the family, and there was no Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master left on the continent. I didn't see how much of the dragon's power I inherited, but I definitely learned all of its arrogance. Anyway, I need an explanation for this matter. Yu Tianheng looked at Qin Ming and stretched out his fingers that turned into dragon claws. His heart was still full of arrogance. So what if there are no secrets? Can the 3 education committee members fire me? He is the only Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master who has joined the Tiandu Royal Academy in the past few hundred years. He represents the goodwill of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family towards the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. Yu Tianheng believed that even if the 3 members of the education committee really knew about his affairs, they would definitely take the initiative to hide themselves from the matter for the sake of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. As for what would happen to his younger brother in the future, Yu Tianheng didn't want to care about such things at all. Not only did he fail to do his job well, but he also lost face in front of others. Yu Tianheng felt that he was a kind person because he did not throw him to the far north to mine. If you have the guts, come with me to the arena. No matter whether you win or lose today, I will let you go. Hey you, what a great ability! A level 30 Soul Master challenges a level 24 Great Soul Master who has just entered school. This ability is really so great that it can break the sky and crush the earth. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's reputation resounds throughout the continent. Who doesn't know the title of the world's #1 beast martial spirit? As it turns out, this descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is not as famous as he is. I thought you must be very knowledgeable because of your noble birth, but I don't know how strong you are. However, you have great abilities. I don't know if this is inherited from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex or if you have developed some abilities yourself. Chen Ming lowered his voice and spoke in a sarcastic tone. As a linguist who had exchanged verbal greetings with countless people on the internet in his previous life, Chen Ming deeply comprehended the mysteries of yin-yang school through repeated victories and failures and became a qualified yin-yang master. Although he had not used it with others for several years, so that the evil spirit in his chest had degenerated, but with a slight move, the veins of Yu Tianheng, who had always listened to good words, bulged. I believe that you and I both have our own standards for right and wrong. I don't know how I have offended you. I just passed by the cafeteria and encountered this kind of thing. If you were to target me, I, a small great spirit master, would probably be turned into ashes by lightning any day when I walk on the road. Having said that, Chen Ming's shy expression suddenly changed, becoming ferocious and serious in an instant. Yu Tianheng, you're asking me if I dare to fight you? Okay. I'm telling you. If you're a man, come fight me on the ring. Although the poison of my Chen family is not as good as the inheritance of poison Douluo, it still has its own characteristics. It's also at the level of being able to establish a school in the way of poison. If you are not afraid of death and my poison, let's go to the ring and fight. Having said that, Chen Ming clasped his fists towards Qin Ming standing beside him, with a look of apology on his face. Today, I apologize to teacher Qin Ming and the 3 members of the education committee for their teachings. Although I don't want to go against your good intentions, I have no choice but to use my poison on the students in the academy today. I hope that teacher Qin Ming and the 3 members of the education committee will forgive me. Seeing Chen Ming's heavy tone and no longer smiling, Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of the poison he encountered that night, Qin Ming subconsciously wanted to speak up to stop him, but in the end, he opened his mouth but still couldn't say the words to stop him. Everyone in Douluo continent is martial, and soul masters will fight each other if there is any disagreement. Young people are full of blood and vigor. I can stop them for a while, but can I stop them for a lifetime? There is something fishy about what happened today. If Yu Tianheng had nothing to hide, how could he have kept silent? Although I don't know the reason, the rest is too clear. Qin Ming sighed in his heart and took a deep look at Yu Tianheng, who clenched his hands tightly and looked like he was about to explode at any moment. He felt extremely helpless. Tell me, why am I, a spirit master of the agility attack type, running so fast? With such a big thing happening to me, who can I complain to? Nothing can happen to Yu Tianheng, and nothing can happen to Chen Ming either. If something happens to Yu Tianheng, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family will come to visit, and if something happens to Chen Ming, Poison Douluo will probably come too. In this fight, who knows, I might end up being the bad guy. My colleagues, if you have any conscience, please help me call the director or the 3 education committee members. The sky is falling, why is it falling on a soul king like me? I am just a soul king. How can I be qualified to participate in the battle between these 2 great gods? End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Battle in the Arena. Chapter 49, Arena Battle near noon. There were quite a few faculty members and students in the cafeteria. Except for a few gluttons, almost all of them were attracted by what was happening on Chen Ming's side. Many people didn't even care about their meals, and just watched the show from the side. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Ming and Yu Tianheng came to the arena and stood on the stage. This one-on-one arena is not big, it is a square with a length and width of 20 meters. The distance is too short for long-range soul masters, but it is just right for normal melee and medium-range soul masters. Whether they are agile attack or control, this arena allows them to display their skills. When the 3 education committee members came over, Yu Tianheng and Chen Ming were already standing on both sides of the ring, staring at each other. Although they seemed ready to attack at any time, they still didn't really fight. Because there is a lack of a referee on this stage. After bringing Yu Tianheng and Chen Ming over, Qin Ming quickly hid aside, using the excuse that he had consumed too much soul power in treating the students just now, and said he would never go up to be the scapegoat, referee. Although there were many remaining tutors, they all found excuses to shirk responsibility, and no one dared to really intervene in this matter. In the end, they waited for the arrival of the 3 education committee members. Looking at this scene, Bai Baishan, Meng Shenji, and Jilin were also helpless. The 3 of them looked at each other, but no matter how they looked at each other, they couldn't come up with a suitable solution. There were too many people watching nearby. There were almost 100 students alone, which was nearly 1/5 of the entire academy's students. If there were fewer people, the 3 of them could still suppress the matter. But now almost the entire college is paying attention to this matter, and they can't just suppress it. The 3 people who had been together for decades like conjoined twins could communicate even with the simplest glances. After a simple silent discussion, Meng Shenji finally had to stand up and take on the role of referee on the stage. Both parties retreat and release their martial spirits. You can only summon them again after the order is given. This fight is just a competition between students. Both sides must be careful not to hurt anyone's life. One-on-one matches are prohibited from outside assistance or sneak attacks. Violators will be severely punished. Level 23 Great Soul Master Chen Ming vs Level 32 Soul Master Yu Tianheng, prepare. Because the breakthrough happened only a few days ago, in the eyes of everyone, Chen Ming was still a Level 23 Soul Master. Even the education committee did not notice that Chen Ming's level had broken through. When he said this, Meng Shenji himself blushed for Yu Tianheng. It was a bit shameless for him to go on the stage with others when his soul power level was almost 10 levels higher than others. Start! As the word start was spoken, Chen Ming and Yu Tianheng rushed towards each other in an instant, possessing their martial spirits during the sprint. Yu Tianheng's martial spirit possessed the body very quickly, but Chen Ming's speed was even faster. When Yu Tianheng had just completed the possession and his soul ring had not yet flickered, the first soul ring on Chen Ming's body had already lit up, and the whole person crashed into Yu Tianheng like a dump truck. A distance of 20 meters is only 2 seconds for top athletes on Earth. Chen Ming and Yu Tianheng have soul power, and they are sprinting. The first collision probably didn't even take a second. A huge amount of green poisonous mist gushed out from Chen Ming's body, and under Chen Ming's control, a circular poisonous circle formed around him. Chen Ming's hands surged with soul power and collided with Yu Tianheng's arms, while the scorpion tail behind him quietly drew an arc and stabbed towards Yu Tianheng's calf. The impact of this collision surprised both Yu Tianheng and Chen Ming. Their first feeling was that the opponent's strength was not inferior to their own. Yu Tianheng possesses the top-level Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. While his elemental abilities are maximized, his speed and strength are also top-level. The medicinal bath he uses is also 1 level higher than Chen Ming's. He is also a soul master who has absorbed the 3rd soul ring, and his soul power exceeds that of Chen Ming by 8 levels. In all aspects, Yu Tianheng's advantage is very obvious. According to common sense, even if Chen Ming's martial soul is the Emerald Scorpion King, he should be knocked away by Yu Tianheng in one encounter. But in fact, Chen Ming has been taking whale glue for many years to strengthen his body, and his martial soul has been improved several times. He has also absorbed a 1,000-year-old external soul bone. His physical fitness is completely beyond the understanding of a normal Great Soul Master. Although his soul power was almost 1 major realm lower than Yu Tianheng's, Chen Ming was even slightly stronger than Yu Tianheng in terms of physique. The collision of power fell into a brief stalemate, and the collision of attributes followed. In this face-to-face situation, the poisonous cloud cast by Chen Ming could not be avoided at all. Facing this situation, Yu Tianheng could only release a large range of thunder attribute soul power around him in order to avoid being corroded by the poison. The lightning attribute of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is of extremely high quality, and lightning itself has some restraint on toxins. For a moment, it actually blocked Chen Ming's poisonous fog. But the price he paid was that Yu Tianheng's soul power was consumed as fast as running water. Because he had paid close attention to Duguyan in the past, Yu Tianheng also had a lot of knowledge about the attack methods of poison attributes. From the beginning, he firmly protected the vulnerable organs such as the mouth and nose, so that he was not killed instantly after the collision. The biggest problem for poison-type soul masters is here. They are always successful in situations like sneak attacks. If used properly, they can win even if there is a gap of several realms. However, once the opponent comes prepared and the poison cannot take effect immediately, the threat level of the poison-type soul master will be reduced exponentially, and the rhythm will gradually be dragged into a tug-of-war that is not so favorable for the poison-type soul master. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. At this time, Yu Tianheng finally used his first soul skill. Although the power was reduced due to the hasty activation, the strong thunder still posed a considerable threat. Yu Tianheng barely managed to block Chen Ming's attack, quickly jumped up and stepped back a few steps, and unleashed a thunderous attack on Chen Ming's tail that was stabbing at him at a strange angle, knocking the scorpion's tail that was about to pierce him back. Character problems are character problems, although most people think that people with bad character also have problems with their abilities. But in fact, ability and character are not completely related. Even if some people have bad personalities, it does not change the fact that they have strong personal abilities. Although Yu Tianheng did not completely ignore his own emotions during the battle, he fought in the most rational state like a cold machine. However, because he had received targeted training, he was able to try his best not to be affected by unnecessary emotions and thoughts, and displayed the attitude of an excellent soul master. Yu Tianheng's soul power is excellent, and he is not lacking in combat experience. Born into a large family, he has had a special person to train him since he was a child, and he has also had a lot of combat experience after entering the academy. Yu Tianheng had fought against creatures that flew in the sky and ran on the ground, but the only ones he hadn't dealt with were those that swam in the water. When Yu Tianheng saw that Chen Ming's martial spirit had a tail, he was particularly concerned about Chen Ming's scorpion tail, thinking it was a huge threat. During the battle, he also paid some attention to the movements of the scorpion tail, so he naturally didn't get killed in one round. However, Chen Ming's scorpion tail is the hardest part of his body, and with the blessing of the external soul bone, the degree of hardness and sharpness is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if it is a sudden stab, the power should not be underestimated. If implemented, it could easily pierce through Yu Tianheng's body. The scales growing on his body and his own flesh and blood could not stop the scorpion's tail from penetrating. Although Yu Tianheng hastily knocked the scorpion's tail away, he had no idea that the power contained in it was so strong. His entire arm was numb from the shock, and his arm bones felt a slight tingling sensation. Although it was only a few seconds of control difficulty, it was a considerable flaw in the fierce close combat. Chen Ming had no reason to miss this opportunity. Chen Ming took advantage of the situation and pressed forward, not intending to give Yu Tianheng a chance to counterattack. This made Yu Tianheng grit his teeth and release his third soul skill, Thunderous Fury, and then followed up with his second soul skill, Thunderous Power. Thunderous Wrath. Thunderous Force. Thunder Fury can make Yu Tianheng's soul power run wild, increasing Yu Tianheng's thunder attribute by 100% and soul power by 50%, which is very powerful. During the release period, it can significantly enhance Yu Tianheng's first two soul skills. However, this soul skill has a flaw, which is that it consumes a lot of soul power. When Yu Tianheng used this soul skill with his soul power at level 32, he could feel the soul power in his body being quickly drained away. It could only last about 10 minutes before he would lose all his soul power. As for Thunderous Bolt, it is a powerful group attack skill that can greatly demonstrate the power of lightning of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although it is a group attack, the lethality of a single target is still very amazing. The only flaw is that this soul skill consumes a lot of soul power, and even soul masters at the soul master level dare not release it at will. Releasing 2 attacks at the same time consumed a considerable distance, which was equivalent to digging out a large chunk of Yu Tianheng's soul power out of thin air. With the enhancement of the 3rd soul skill, the lightning wrapped around him became more flickering. He adjusted his body slightly and took the initiative to meet Chen Ming's attack. Although it lacks strength, the thundering power brought about by the Wrath of Thunder completely covers up this problem. The strong lightning penetrated the soul power protecting Chen Ming's body and hit the carapace that appeared on his body due to the possession of his martial soul. Although it did not cause serious damage, the strong lightning attribute made Chen Ming's body numb and slowed down for a moment. All 3 chapters were released at once, the word count for each chapter was increased, and it was a fighting plot. If you say I'm stupid again, I'll be helpless. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Apologies for the bugs in the plot and additional updates. Chapter 50, Apologies for the bugs in the plot and additional updates. I'm very sorry. The author accidentally misidentified Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, which resulted in a huge logic bug. The chapter in question has been revised. To compensate for this, the author will post 3 additional chapters today to express his apology. About what everyone says about my water, I am also very sorry, but when everyone complained about my poor writing after more than 20 chapters, I already had more than 70 chapters in hand, and there was no way to modify them. I could only slightly adjust the content of each chapter and speed up the writing as soon as possible. I'm very sorry, I will release as many of my saved works as possible. How about I change to 5 updates a day starting from next Monday when I recommend new books? Everyone says I'm boring, so can I update more often? End of this chapter.